Hello everyone, and welcome to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now, this game just came out literally within the last about 1 hour before I started recording this video, so needless to say, it is pretty fresh, and by the time you guys see it, it will maybe have been out for a couple of hours. And you can go ahead and buy this game on Steam. I will link that in the description. As well as that, there is a lot of narrative going on in this game, so I highly recommend going down in the description, and there will be a link to a recap of the first game if you have not already played it. Of course, you could go and find a video that shows you all of the cinematic cutscenes of the game, and that would get you an even better portion of what happened in the previous game. However, this recap video is only about 10 minutes long, and it was made by the developers of the game, so you can be sure that you won't miss out on anything too majorly important. So with that out of the way, the settings that we are going to be using are mostly going to be on Ultra, but there are a few things like particles and lightings and things like that that I did have to tone down just a tiny little bit to make sure that the frame rates didn't get too crazy bad and everything. So that it should be a pretty smooth experience for you guys. Hopefully that is the case, and hopefully I will be able to upgrade my graphics card before we can finish this series, which should hopefully bump things up just that little bit higher. Now this is, for anybody worried, this is going to be airing just side by side with our current Norland series, so don't worry about if we'll be missing out on some time with Canute. I set aside time just specifically to play this game, so this is basically bonus time that I am just spending just for doing this. Now, with all of that out of the way, please, if you are new to the video or channel and are enjoying this content, or if you are enjoying the previous content on the channel, consider subscribing and maybe liking the video as well, and that will help us to grow our little community on this corner of the internet. And with that out of the way, just keep in mind that from here on out there will be spoilers for this game. Do not say I did not warn you. And I have only so far played, I basically just played a little bit of the kind of tutorial for what we're about to see and everything, but I did not play very far at all, which is how I pretty much like to do things on this channel. I like to just go into it with a fresh mind. So at the beginning of the 15th century, the Kingdom of Bohemia is ravaged by war. King Wenceslas IV is taken captive by rebellious nobles, and his brother, King Sigismund of Hungary, lacking a ruler, the land descends into chaos. Only a handful of loyalists stand by the rightful king.
Keep firing! Don't stop! We need more arrows! Need help here, damn it! You grab whatever you can and get up top!
What are you doing here? Go and take cover in the keep.
Can't hold out against this onslaught much longer. Go and take cover with the others. Look out! Godwin! Where's your weapon? To the battlements! Move! Father!
Will you come to anoint us before we die?
We'll get anointed after the battles are hands. With booze.
Get ready! Positions! Loose!
awakening, eh? Make it count.
Now, in the previous Kingdom Come game, crossbows were a thing that a lot of players had been wanting and never actually came to fruition. So it does appear we are going to get to use it right from the start here. And that is going to be... I mean, that is pretty hype to me. I don't know about you guys. Now, we're supposed to go up here, basically. And this is just a tutorial, so there really isn't anything too exciting to do. We'll see if I can even land a shot with this crossbow. It's kind of difficult. Of course, I am not really used to using crossbows in 3D games, so that's probably a big aspect to it. Let's see if I can hit this guy. And right in the head, it looked like. Now, another thing, for some reason, if you try to reload, like, I'm always used to pressing R to reload, but you're actually just supposed to hold down basically the aim button. I think I just got that guy. I think so. But yeah, you just basically hold down the aim button to reload these crossbows instead of the R key, which is just a little strange for me. I don't actually think I can take any of these guys out. Can I even aim? Oh, I guess you can take them out. Okay. I was not able to do that before. Alright, now I think I'm supposed to go down here. Go ahead and run a little bit. I wasn't able to hit anybody the last time I tried this either. And I think I just did. Okay. But not going to be really too necessary. Let's see what they do here. There we go. Yeah, so they just set them all on fire anyways.
Get ready for another attack.
Gotta say though, this game looks graphically absolutely amazing. Where are you going? Okay, you're going this way. Of course, always the issue where you are too much faster than the NPC you are following. You're supposed to be running, sir. Get a move on. Alright. That's okay, though. And we need to take out a couple of these guys over here. And this is one of the mainstays of this series, is this kind of... Oh, I'm getting a little too close. Is the kind of aim... You aim, and you kind of have this directional kind of attacking mechanism, which is definitely one of the more prominent aspects of the series for sure. Makes combat a lot more dynamic, we'll put it that way. Oh, why can I not? It gives me a chat option. Okay, that is hilarious. And we just knocked down this ladder. Oh my god, like, hey dude, how are you doing? Oh good, we're just at war and everything. Wow, maybe take your shot, huh?
Fuck. I've been hit.
Like, don't poke at it. Just calm down.
Oh, Dentes Fortuna, fucking you, that. Jesus. You're only supposed to deliver a message to Trosky. The most adventure I was expecting was a fuck or two.
Everyone to the chopper!
So definitely a good start to the game, I think. It really shows the horrors of the wars and everything like that that would go on during these medieval times. And gets you a little bit of a chance to use the crossbow, which I absolutely love. They definitely put a lot of work into that, and it just works. I mean, it just works really, really well, and I definitely think that in this series, we're going to try and make good use of it. I tend to prefer to be a little more up close and personal in my fighting, but I will definitely try to use it at least a little bit.
Fortuna juvat!
Henry's come to see us.
Good gracious, Henry, you don't mean to tell me you don't know Latin?
My apologies, Your Grace. Unfortunately, I was too busy shoveling shit and picking turnips to find time for studying Latin.
We shall have to rectify that. I can't have an ignoramus for a personal bodyguard.
Anyway, this Audens, whatever. What does that actually mean?
Audentes fortuna juvat. Fortune favors the brave.
I don't doubt it. All we have to do is deliver a letter to Lord Otto von Bergov and ride back again. Doesn't take much bravery.
Christ, Henry, don't be such a stick in the mud. Aren't you glad to be finally out of that hellhole where we can finally enjoy some adventure? See a bit of the world, meet new women, and simply have some fun.
Sure, but you promised Johannes that you'd be as good as gold, and I'm personally responsible for your safety. Besides, Trosky's in the middle of nowhere, so I wouldn't expect much excitement there.
God help me, my bodyguard's a monk who can't speak Latin.
Sir, Trosky.
My word. That is fucking impressive. It makes Perkstein look like an outhouse. Bergov must be made of money.
As you can see, a lot of cinematics in this game if you are new to the series. It is definitely about all these grand scale
Henry,
cinematics for sure.
Adventures that will become the stuff of legends?
Oh, yes, of course.
We'll show them what fine fellas have turned up on their doorstep.
You bet we will. We'll hand over our important message and then hop, skip to the nearest tavern. We'll drink to our success and chase some local wenches, eh? But why didn't Uncle Hanush take care of it himself? Unless, maybe he's just testing me.
Aye, it does look like that.
We'll just keep agreeing,
He'll
I
hand
think.
over all the Ratai estates to you one day. So I expect he wants to be sure you won't botch it.
Of course. How could I possibly botch it up? There are foreign armies rampaging through Bohemia. The king is in captivity, God knows where. And here we are in the middle of it all, carrying an important document. No, I intend to make the most of this trip, one way or another.
So do I. How is that? Fortuna...
Audentes fortuna juvat. See now, there's the Henry I know and love. Well, enough of the chat. Trosky's almost within reach.
Sir Hans!
Another thing I've got to say, while they talk and everything,
Just keep your eyes
look
on
at
the
these
road ahead.
comparisons.
Exactly.
I think that's how you
Anything in
say
front of
that
us
word.
that looks like it's moving,
They just look
we wanna
absolutely
know.
amazing in this game. I had to point that out. They already looked pretty good in the first Kingdom Come, but wow, they really put their time into the kind of modeling and everything of this game. I just have to keep pointing that out with the visuals. And the vistas as well so far are looking pretty great.
Sir,
Should we get ready for a fight?
Take it easy, Henry. They're wearing von Bergov's colours. They're from Trosky.
Surround them! Don't let them get away!
Besides, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. Don't do anything foolish, fellas. Just follow my orders.
Halt! What are you after here?
Is this usually how you greet visitors, my good man?
This is how we greet armed strangers when bandits are pillaging everywhere.
Can you not distinguish between a noble and a bandit, sir?
It's not always that straightforward these days. Who are you people?
Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. I bear a letter for Sir Otto von Berghoff from my master, Sir Hanush of Leipa.
This is indeed the seal of the Lords of Leipa. And unless I am mistaken, Lord Hanush of Leipa is on the side of King Wenceslas.
Well,
While my master is a member of the League of Lords, who side with King Sigismund.
well,
So it would appear we are enemies.
We're not enemies. We're carrying a message with the aim of putting a stop to the hostilities.
And who are you?
Henry, from Skalitz.
Okay, so now I guess we do get to pick. This looks to be our playstyles. What is this? Soldier likes nothing more than to have a weapon in his hand and wear a strong suit of armor. He is also infamous for a short temper. Yeah, that does seem like what we're probably going to go for. Advisor prefers to solve things using his knowledge, sharp tongue, and a kind word. That wouldn't be too bad. Maybe in a second playthrough though. Scout likes to hide in the shadows and solve tasks silently. So choosing a playstyle will give you some starting experience points, but the choice of what traits you develop will be up to you. And I do think we will go with the soldier and Lord Capone's bodyguard.
I'm a soldier and Lord Capon's bodyguard. My job is to defend him with my life.
From Skalitz, you say? The one that King Sigismund's Cuman forces plundered?
And slaughtered everyone. Even so, I'm not going to Trosky as an enemy, but as a peace envoy.
Even so, you're still strangers here, and armed strangers to boot. And as it happens, we're on the trail of just such a band, so why should I trust you?
Okay, and now we get one of these persuasion sorts of dialogues that we get to do. And it doesn't seem like it probably works too much differently. Persuasion requires the other party to believe you. You try to handle the situation peacefully, make use of your noble appearance. Yeah, so you can basically either choose more of a just talking things out in words or using, like your appearance and everything, or you can try to essentially strong arm them and make yourself come across really powerfully. And that is pretty much how persuasion works here in Kingdom Come. Now, many situations can be solved by reasoning with the other party. Within dialogues, you'll have several options. Be warned, the other party won't always believe you, of course. It's not always about picking the highest number, it's about who you're talking to, what you look like, what your reputation is. For example, threatening a bunch of thugs with violence alone is usually pointless, just like claiming to be a nobleman with straws sticking out of your boots. Yes, of course. So you have to consider who you are actually talking to. And I think it would be kind of crazy to really go to... Like, I'm not going to really say, like, do we really look like bandits to you? Because that's just, at that point, it's kind of instigating, I suppose, with them. We're just going to say something like, I mean, we could just offer them an alliance. That seems like the simple option. I could also say, as soldiers, we can help you with the bandits. And this is kind of playing into our playstyle of being more chivalrous, so...
We want to negotiate an alliance.
He's, of course, going to say we want to negotiate an alliance
Together,
anyways.
We'll put them in their place, as a sign of goodwill. And then you'll escort it...
Judging by the looks of you, your help might well come in handy. All right.
So I did skip a slight dialogue there. I guess right-click accidentally does do that.
Sorry about the cold reception. You must be cautious. These bandits create mayhem then vanish like ghosts. We'll be on our way.
Oh, so you won't accompany us to the castle to see your lord?
Sorry, sir, we can't. Listen, you won't make it to the castle before nightfall, and Sir Otto's orders are to not admit anyone after dark, especially while we're away. You'd best camp until daybreak.
I'll take your point. I mean, back home, the last time someone let a nobleman in trouble into their castle, we had to bombard it to get him out. Is there an inn in these parts, at least?
There is one, but it's a bit of a way out, and I'm not sure your lordship would like it very much.
God! What kind of a backwater have they sent us to? I just suppose we'll just have to manage somehow. Good luck in hunting down those bandits.
Thomas, captain at Trosky. Thank you. And sorry again. Farewell.
Farewell.
Certainly an interesting meeting there.
Well, this is a bit of a hold-up. What now?
Since there's no tavern within reach, we'll just bed down here for the night. The pond looks inviting, and we've got wine enough.
And what about those bandits?
Well, they're probably keeping their heads down, what with that big patrol combing the woods for them. Come on, fellas. We'll camp here on the bank. At least we can bathe. I stink almost as bad as the rest of you, and you lot are rank.
Alright, so we will need to find out from Hans what our plan is going to be. Now, this is our dog over here, Mutt. Good old Mutt from the first game. And he's barking at one of our...
Call off that mutt of yours.
Press X to call him to heal.
What's all the fuss about, Mutt? Are you that hungry? All right, I'll see what I can get for you.
Okay. So we'll go to our journal here. And, of course, we can do the easy riders, find out the plan, find something for Mutt to eat. Now, we're not going to have to, like, go completely hunting or anything like that, are we? Ooh, okay, hold on. Really quickly, so this map is definitely a little bit different. It's still visually quite similar to the old one. Just messing around with that a little bit. Okay, so center on the player. And I can't seem to scroll in anymore. So find something to eat, and it looks like it's somewhere over here. Just at the pod? Okay, maybe I just talked to this guy. Have you got some food for my dog?
Would you have some scraps for a Mutt?
That's a good one. He already gobbled up a piece of venison while I was having a piss. I've got one last sausage and I'll be saving that for the way back.
Yeah.
Look, Henry, I'm fond of that beast, but you ought to keep him under control.
Oh, should we threaten him? What would you swap
Wouldn't you swap
it
for something?
I might. Tankard has my ring. I lost it to him at dice, and if I go home without it, my old woman will send me right back. If
I
you
wonder
can
if
get
that
it
means we
back,
can
I'll
play
be glad
dice.
to give you that sausage.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Okay. So is that...
Come on, Conrad.
Is that going to be this guy? Yes, it is. Okay. So he's probably going to make me play dice for it. Playing dice for the ring. Okay, let's see.
I see you've got dice set up. Want a game?
Sure. How's about spicing it up with a little wager?
I heard you won a ring off Oates. What about that?
Fortune favours the brave, lad. But if you lose, you'll pay for everything I order in the tavern in Trosky. All right?
Okay.
We'll...
Now, basically, you want to choose certain dice to hold, and the other ones you will re-roll. And you will try to just basically get the most amount of points. And I don't exactly remember... Okay, so here's the combinations. And so you can end up with, say, for each additional dice after 3, doubles the value. Yes. So you would get these 3, and that would be, let's say, 200. And then, yeah, so getting a 4th one then makes it 400, and then you get 800 and 1600, so it keeps doubling. And then, if I recall, there's the 1s and the 5s are the best because they are, well, they're not necessarily the best, but they're the best, like, to go for kind of mathematically, just because the 1s are 100 all on their own, and then 5s are actually only 50, and that's pretty much, yeah, oh yeah, and then there's the Devil's Head. And then in the previous game, there were all sorts of, like, special dice that you could get and things like that. I didn't play too much of this. I know a lot of other people liked it a lot. It is cool to just kind of take in the ambience, but let's see. So I am not nearly as good at this kind of thing as probably other people. I'm just going to take all this and just kind of... I forgot how to, can I not continue? Am I not able to keep all those? Oh, yeah, okay, you're only able to go for one thing, that is right. So score and continue, yes. I guess we'll just go with the 3s. We probably won't get a lot of points here for this. Yeah, I don't think we can even. I mean, I guess we could keep these. Or we could go for more 3s, I suppose. May be the better option here, honestly. I think you get 3 rolls, if I remember right. We're gonna... Should we pass? Yeah, okay. You only get 2. Okay, yeah, it looks like this guy is going to definitely, yeah. He is, yeah. Oh boy. Not good. Yeah, and if you manage to complete... Like, if you manage to get points out of your entire roll, then you can roll again. Like I said, I do not play a whole lot of this, so I do not actually remember the entire rules, but it does appear to work the same as it did in the previous game. I'm assuming that this is pretty popular during these times. I'm just going to, I guess, go with this. Score and continue. This guy is already absolutely whooping us, and he only needs 1500. That is not good. Score and continue.
Well, you're not afraid of anything.
Nope. Oh, is that another? Oh, okay. It's so close. Should I score and pass here? That's not really... I feel like we should go for it all, because otherwise we are probably going to end up losing this, because he only needs 350 points. Continue.
If I was you, I'd take it.
I probably should... Oh, okay. Alright. That actually worked out. Okay, continue.
Let it be now. I want to play too, you know?
So that's what? 1400. Okay, we have to go again. We have to go again. Yes, okay, come on. There we go. That should be it. Yes, okay. And pass. Right? Yes. Oh, okay.
Your eyes.
Like I said, I am not the best at that one. I always forget like all the different points things that you can do. But 1s are definitely the best, just on their own and everything.
Come on, Conrad.
What?
Okay, so let's get
throw
up.
a few dice.
For the love of God. How many times do I have to tell you? I ain't playing with you.
Why not?
And Oates, got your ring.
Seems Tankard can't tell a 5 from a 6. I won that ring off him.
You beat the bastard. Ha! You're a dab hand, Henry. Thanks. Will you give it to me? If I go home without it, the old woman will break her broom over my back.
What will you give me for it?
Well, all I've got here is some grub. Want a sausage? It's venison.
All right. And enough games. You won't easily find another mug who'll exchange a ring for a sausage.
Yeah. True enough.
One little game. One little game.
That is one expensive sausage, I suppose. Alright, so... feed
Look
you.
what I have for you.
There you go, it's all yours, Matt. Alright, now let's go see Hands, I suppose.
Well then, Henry. Henry. Oh, that was a tight thing with the captain, eh?
I dealt with it.
I got the feeling you'd lost your tongue.
Just for a moment. But true enough. That bastard surprised me a bit.
Well, that's what I'm here for. To deal with that kind of stuff.
And I must say, that was pretty good for your first action as leader of my bodyguard. Let's see if you keep it up. But we managed the situation all right in the end. He even apologized to us. If Hannah had seen it. Maybe he'd finally stop treating me like a child, eh?
Well, I don't know. When I look at you, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Kiss my arse. And by the way, since you're here, how about stretching our limbs a bit? After that long journey. With a bit of swordplay.
You're in the mood for that after riding so long?
Certainly. So then, eh?
All right then.
Can't say no to that.
Just a bit of swordplay for the hell of it? Or shall we have a wager?
Let's save the wagers for later.
Oh, you afraid?
Keep the biting remarks to yourself. You've got armor on, so just grab your helmet. Here's a practice sword for you. Have that ready too.
Equip yourself. Alright. Player menu general information here. Where you can find all sorts of important information divided into... Yep, okay. Pretty basic sorting and everything like that. So we'll put on our little longsword here. And we will put on this composite hat. Can we not wear it? Need to equip... yes. Padded protection, yes. There we go. And that. And that is all that we have. Okay. Now do I have to go talk to him again? Okay. Shall we start sword fighting?
So, should we start?
Ready?
Yep, let's do it. I am probably going to be quite rusty here. Hopefully I can just...
start.
Oh,
Draw
maybe I
your
should,
sword.
yeah, maybe I
Hang
should
on,
have my
let's get
sword
warmed
back
up.
out.
I'll attack you a few times. You defend.
Go ahead. Impress me.
Oh, okay, so it's just basically the complete tutorial.
Is that the best
Makes
you've
sense.
got? I didn't even work up a sweat.
Well, you will soon enough. A foe in plate armor has to be worn down.
Let's see it then. Attack properly now. A longer sequence. Keep the distance, Henry.
Okay. Oh, yes, okay. So it does seem like they combined the two
Now
two
you're
at the
warmed up,
bottom,
eh?
I believe, were actually one separate
Well, you're
separate
pretty winded
unit. I
yourself.
guess they
While
combined
you're
those.
attacking, you still have to take
you can
care
cover
you have
yourself
strength
by
left to
holding.
defend.
Save the advice and try it yourself.
Gladly.
So I wonder how this is going to affect... Okay, block attacks. I wonder how it's going to affect all of the different... There's like combos and everything, so I wonder how that is going to be affected. Am I... Okay, so I just...
That's the way.
He waits until I'm
Nice.
actually in blocking to actually attack me. I don't remember the tutorial being like this in the first game.
Good.
Alright,
That's enough. No one's ever won a duel just by blocking. You've got to make an opening to strike back. And you do that by means of a perfect block.
Perfect block, eh? You've become a real swordsman.
Start your attack then.
Nice, Henry. That's That's it.
And the perfect block, you just pretty much wait for the shield. It seems like it's going way, way slower too. Usually you have to time it even better than that.
Why wouldn't I? Nothing to it. I just follow up a perfect block immediately with a strike. I'll show you.
Get ready. Good, Henry.
Oh,
You have to follow
yeah,
up with
I
a
just messed
strike.
that up a little bit.
Good, Henry. Well, you're not as good as Captain Bernard, but that wasn't bad.
Be sure to remember, if someone gives you a riposte, you can still fend it off with a perfect block. And it's best to follow up right away with your own riposte.
Yeah, right. But what if I want to attack in such a way that you can't make a perfect block?
Then it's best to attack at a spot where your opponent isn't covered. Where he's not holding his weapon. You defend, and I'll show you how.
All right. Come on then. Oh, nice, Henry. Don't hack at my sword. Strike somewhere else. Nice work, Henry.
Oh, that would have hit him.
Riposte. Oh, it was too slow. Nice. All right. I get it. For Christ's sake. Enough demonstrations and explanations.
Let's have one training duel to finish up, eh?
Indeed. And let's have a wager to spice things up. How about 100 groschen?
Okay. I'll wage more.
100? How about 200? Are you feeling confident or not?
Fine, 200. On guard.
Nice technique.
First hit.
I completely forgot about stamina. That's not good.
Ow! Kurva!
Poor timing. And now I'm tired again.
Fuck me!
Oh, what, is he tired too? I guess he was. What? I'm too tired. I'm getting kind of wrecked here now.
Weren't expecting that, were you?
That's okay. Still bring it back. Maybe stop dancing around so much. A little bit still used to playing like that. Okay, I just tired myself out again. I feel like I am making this take way, way longer than it needs to, but...
Fuck me!
Uh-oh. Oh no. Getting tired again.
How do you do it?
Come on, Henry. Nice technique.
Ow! Kurva! Ow! Kurva! I yield! Enough! Oh, for fuck's sake, you're unstoppable! Oh, you won the bet, fair and square. I'll settle with you when we get to Trosky.
Now, if you see those bunny
let's go, Eddie.
things, Now,
That sort of plague
apparently
would be
that
quite
is like
an
a really
appetite.
common thing in the medieval like histories. Like it was apparently a very common thing for there to be like bunnies to actually like depict people, I guess. That's how I understood it when it was explained to me.
So who won, gentlemen?
Well, I did, but it took me
seems this
way
isn't
probably
my
longer
day.
than I needed it to
I knew I shouldn't have bet with you. You've improved since that last time in Ratai.
I am actually pretty sure I did win in Ratai.
I won back then too, as I recall. You had to give me your bow.
You were unbelievably
we did a hunting
lucky,
contest.
beating me after just one day of training. True, I wasn't in my best form that day. We had a drink or two beforehand.
Oats? What's this food supposed to be?
What's left of our supplies? Tomorrow we'll be at the castle, and we'll get some decent grub.
If you told us earlier, I could have shot a hare. And you could have cooked it like they did in the tavern the day before yesterday.
That tavern where you drank away all your coin?
Ha! You've got to have some fun.
And then you tried it on with the innkeeper's daughter when you were shit-faced.
She was pretty. A real peach. Admit it.
Only a fella was there.
And I had to drag you out of that tavern before everyone pounced on us.
And he had his work cut out. You wasn't having it much.
Now, if you was able to court the lasses like me,
Main
maybe
level
you
16,
wouldn't have
huh?
started screeching.
I can't
So
say
it
I'm
does,
surprised.
it does seem that
Just imagine it, fellas. You're a fair maid.
they went with the
Your lovely locks falling
kind of-
on your shoulders. No,
there's a couple of
40
theories that they would
wickedness.
make
And then
Henry more
Tancred's
powerful.
fat head appears before you
And
with
it
his
seems like they've
crooked
maybe
mouth,
done that.
and he says, "Where's the shit, oh my pretty?"
I've got nothing to regret. The whole world turns around wenches. Ain't that right, Henry? You never gave us the goods on that lass of yours. What was her name now?
Teresa. She lived with that crook Peshek at the mill.
And she saved my life.
A brave girl.
Aye. She's a fine lass.
I was wondering if they would even mention her in this game
Is
at
she
all.
any good? Like, is she any good?
Oh boy.
Get me?
She's brave. She saved my life when I went back to Scallis after it was raised to bury my parents, and a bunch of mercenaries attacked me. And that's all I'll say.
And that's probably the only time she's going to get mentioned in the entire game, too.
You know,
I have a
this
feeling.
travelling isn't too bad.
Apart from the mosquitoes.
Aye. Apart from them.
Where were you yesterday evening, Henry? You were late for supper. That's not what I call watching over our Lord.
Hey, don't make trouble.
Okay, so now we need to kind of decide what do we want to upgrade and everything. Now, it does kind of seem like because our main level is 16, it seems like the theory that Henry would start out powerful in this game and then something would happen to get rid of his skill as much. So maybe he's going to be imprisoned or something like that. So I'm not actually even sure if this is going to matter or if it's just going to matter for this tutorial section or what. Or maybe it will still determine what skills we actually have after the tutorial and after we lose a bunch of skill. But I think Houndmaster, I do not recall being all that good. Hopefully, maybe it's been improved, but I think something simple that is going to be useful round the entire game is probably something we're going to want to go for. So survival seems like a pretty good option in that sense. Scholarship would also be pretty good though, but I think we're going to go for
around a bit
survival
to scout
here.
out just in case. I was looking for some good rock overhang we could all shelter under. If I'd found anything, we wouldn't have to get soaked.
So, we got woken up by a bit of a shower, yeah.
Shower? I could still be wringing out my brace.
It didn't look like it was going to rain.
It did to me, though. But you didn't want to listen to me.
And what about, time, sir? I mean, will we be getting any time off, sir?
It depends. Once von Berghoff hears us out, we should set off back home immediately.
What? Straight back on the road?
Well, we could stay a day or two, perhaps.
Does anyone know anything more about von Berghoff?
Now, I don't actually know. Maybe I should just stay silent and let Hans actually explain.
I've already told you all I know. Von Berghoff is a very important nobleman, the royal chamberlain. He administers the country for the king, collects taxes. It's like this. There's the king, then him, then a very big gap, and then me. And we are envoys sent to offer him an alliance.
I heard he insists on having the finest swords, and that he's got a big collection of all kinds of swords and daggers.
Collecting them ain't the same as knowing how to use them.
And is he any good at sword fighting? It ain't nothing easy to learn.
Okay, and another pick here. Well, we definitely don't want to be unarmed, I don't think. I'm not going to be doing too much marksmanship. Like I said, I will try to use the crossbow as much as possible, but I do like to get into close combat. So it's basically down to swords and heavy weapons. Now, maces are pretty fun, actually. I'm thinking we're going to go with the mace.
other weapons. Proper ones.
Swords
are
are
take
cool,
a mace
but
in your hand, a nice chunk of metal. You know one good
you know me
blow
with
will do the
Norland.
job.
I like
no
my
dancing
maces.
around in circles. Just smash.
Too right. I feel
Too
like a
right.
king when I got a nice big cudgel.
I'm surprised you didn't say a sword, since you never stop going on about the sword Istvan Toth stole from you.
That sword is the only reminder I had of Pa. We forged it together, just before he was slain. But that's another matter. I suppose you've heard enough of that, eh?
Well, you know.
No, it's all right.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in Istvan's shoes if you ever come face to face with him again.
What? So Radzig ain't dead, though?
Enough, enough. Otherwise we'll be here for hours again, hearing how Martin the Smith raised him, even though Radzig is his real father. It's
Sir
complicated. And let's leave it at that. No offense.
Who'll help me tomorrow with getting supplies for the journey back?
We rolled dice for it, and I won, so Conrad goes.
What are you on about?
Enough. Oath, you're no fun at all. There'll be a feast at the castle tomorrow, so forget about supplies.
Anyone for another helping? There's plenty left. Maybe even a bit for morning.
No thanks. I must wash myself down a bit.
My words exactly. We can't turn up at Trosky tomorrow in this state.
Okay, and is that going to lead to
Let's
another cutscene?
go and strip.
Yeah, of course.
Henry. Fellas, come and help us get out of this armor.
Are you really going to bathe here, Sir Hans? It don't look none too safe a spot to me.
Oh, don't be such an old woman, Oates. Bring some wine to warm our blood.
You know, we're not on a trip to the baths here, Sir Hans.
Henry's right, sir. Duty first, fun later.
God's wounds. I haven't been away from Rattay in ages. So, here, I intend to live a little. Blasted iron shirt. Oh, what a relief. I feel like I've just shed 40 pounds.
Ah, Christ. Will I ever live to see his young lordship finally grow up? He's got a good heart, but he doesn't have the sense that he was born with.
Well, responsibility will catch up with him soon enough, though.
there's more chance of me becoming a monk.
Foreshadowing to the first scene that is now weeks from now.
That's a view fit for a king.
Whew. You were right about our stench.
Let's hope this water isn't too cold. You wouldn't want your pride and joy shrinking.
I'm more worried about it being too deep.
Come on. Oh, that really shrivels the old ball sack.
What's the matter?
Females! Let's go to them.
Sir Hans!
Oh, shut up and let's go. But quietly. We don't want them to spot us.
Hans!
I wonder if this is where we're gonna meet. There's clearly a girl that is going to be a major part of this game, so I wonder if that's what...
We've got to sneak closer.
That's where we're headed.
Follow me. Carefully. No sudden moves. Don't give us away. Hear that singing? They must be close.
Then again, this is probably a normal Hans escapade. What are you getting me into this time?
Hear that? Do you think they might be bathing? Come on, let's get closer. Shit! One of them's doing laundry. We have to get closer to the others. Only she's blocking our way, right in our path.
What, are you gonna have me knock her? Okay, that is much preferable. I thought he was gonna have me like knock her out. Oh goodness.
Hmm? What is this racket here? All right. What was that?
Game NPCs, man. I was kind of hoping I could make a bounce off. Okay, it's kind of working. Oh, I missed him.
Go even closer, but carefully.
Na poli na chvilku rozhalila košilku, vidět byl jen kousek, báby křižujou se, aleluja Domine, aleluja Domine. Pana je u muziky, směje se na chasníky, jen pijou jedí, Pána sama sedí, aleluja Domine, aleluja.
Henry, I told you to...
Uh-oh. And these guys have no armors and no weapons.
We've got to do something. Stay down, for fuck's sake.
Oh, is that guy from the previous game? I can't tell. And Henry is definitely going to jump in here.
We don't stand a chance. We'll wait till they're gone, and then head back to camp. Maybe some of our men got away.
Hey! What the fuck are you doing? Hey! Hands off her, you brute! What the hell's going on here? Let her go, you pigs!
That bastard's with them! Fucking hell! You couldn't just leave it be, could you? Come on! Run!
Catch them! Enough!
Yeah, none of them have a bow, apparently.
Fuck! She's mine!
What are you gaping at? Shoot! Well, don't just stand there, you idiots! After them! Along the bank!
Christ! When did you learn to swim?
He's not doing it very well. Oh. So yeah, I think this is probably where he's gonna get captured.
Cut them off on the other side! Off his horses, quick!
Probably gonna end up getting a little bit, little interrogated, perhaps. Just slightly.
Oh, Mutt.
Oh, Mutt. Oh no. Better not kill Mutt.
What the fuck was that,
If Mutt
Henry?
dies, we riot.
You're rescuing a damsel in distress.
I'm done with running.
Oh, really? And what exactly do you call... Oh, shit. Oh, you've been hit.
What? Oh, shit.
Well, we can't leave it like this.
No, wait! Ah! Fuck!
We've got to flee. Can you walk?
Yeah, I'll manage. I'd lead the way.
Oh, it is him, I
Pull
think.
yourself together.
Forgot his name now,
You've got to
but
vanish.
Ishvan, I think. Sure looks like him to me. And we are a wanted man. Get
We'll
away
out of the
with
woods,
Hans.
find someone. Then we'll get that shoulder of yours fixed up. So,
Yeah, I don't seem to be very affected by it now. I mean, I have low health. I'm walking totally normally. Come on, you keep up. I'm gonna bleed out here, but you keep up with me, okay? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do... Yes, I see that,
They
sir.
mustn't get away. Got that? Call out as soon as you see them.
Do I need to throw another
And then
pebble?
kill them. No fucking around. You, watch the middle of the gorge. And keep your eyes peeled, right? You two, go up there. Get a move on. You watch this side of the rocks. And you, go to the pond. Stick behind me. They didn't succeed in swimming to the other side of the pond.
Wow,
I want to know.
he's really being bossy today.
Then come back.
He's always bossy, but especially today. And also today.
you'll see us. We'll have to wait.
You honestly think
Get
you
to
can
work.
swim all the fucking way across? Shut up, or the chief will hear you.
It's still easier here than that skirmish on the other side.
Stumbling about in the pitch black. when all your talk doesn't blind you. Leave it out. Catching some naked men in the forest is better than getting killed in a skirmish. Maybe. But I still can't see your blood. We'll fuck.
We've got to get to that tree trunk up ahead, quietly. There's more of them up top. Fuck!
So it does seem like I can at least make myself walk slower than him with the caps lock. I totally forgot about that. Helps me to actually trail him a little easier.
Run! Quick!
I see more lights up ahead. Yeah, how did you not see that?
Oh, fuck, they're in front of us! Quick, into the rocks!
They're fleeing into the rock. Hurry!
And there's more people up there.
Run around. We'll catch them at the top.
Of course, yeah, let's not follow them right here.
What now?
We'll just go around. And what are they even going around?
Shit!
Oh no.
Where now, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, we're definitely getting captured. This just seems impossible.
Here!
Huh? Oh, talk.
Damn it, they're everywhere!
Yeah.
What are we gonna do? How should I know? We can't go climbing into the rocks at night when we can't see shit.
But they'll catch us.
Oh, you don't say, genius.
Calm down, for fuck's sake.
Stop it! This isn't going to help us. You know what? Go and look into that gorge behind me and see if there's a way forward. Then come back to me. At least we'll know if it makes sense to go that way. If we can get out of the rocks. I'll stay here meanwhile and watch out for them.
Is he talking about this? No. Well, or if he is. Okay. I'm assuming not here. Oh no.
Where's Capon? He must have fled from them through the other gorge. We have to find him.
Assuming it's this way. I don't think it matters much now. I think we are absolutely getting caught.
Oh, this looks like a way out. Hans!
Here!
Okay, he actually fled.
I didn't manage to warn you when those soldiers popped up in front of me. I only just avoided being seen. And I only found my way out of those bloody rocks a while ago.
A while ago? It's been
Hurry!
2 minutes.
We'll climb.
Oh. Oh, now you just gave me a weapon. Ah, you didn't give me the one that I wanted, though. Oh, it's just a bandit? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't think there was anything I could have done there. I think I blocked it. Alright, Mutt. Yeah, looks like we're just doomed here. Oh. Well, that wasn't good.
You know the trouble with an adventurous life, son? It can end before it gets started.
Oh, is this
I might teach you how to handle a sword.
Our blacksmith
Someone will
father?
shoot you
Our
with a
second
crossbow
father?
as soon as you set foot outside the house. If you want to convince someone that they're wrong, try using your mouth and not your fists. We did a fine job.
Wow, a lot of the cutscenes have already looked pretty good, but this looks absolutely amazing.
Being a blacksmith might bring no glory, but it has its benefits. Like keeping your head on your shoulders.
Pa.
Ah, come now. I was the one who raised you, but you know how things really are.
Am I dead?
Not yet. I'm dead, though.
If I'm not, then how come...
You chose a different path than I wanted for you. And maybe that's how it was meant to be. But once you've chosen the path of adventure, you have to fight. You have to fight till the bitter end, with all the strength you can muster. You still have a long way to go till your work is done, Henry. So pull yourself together and wake up. It's not over yet.
For the love of God, wake up! Pull yourself together, Henry. Oh, thank Christ. Oh, I thought you were done for.
Well, he clearly got himself
Where am I?
a change of clothes.
You dropped out of the sky like a shot down hawk.
How is he still... Wow. I thought there would be at
landed
least
with
a hill. Oh,
You
okay, he
broke
stole
your
his
fall nicely,
clothes.
otherwise you'd have ended up the same as him.
What are you wearing?
Well, you won't be needing it. We can't be running naked through the woods. If you're capable of running at all.
Now, where's Mutt?
I've no idea. Just don't worry about your dog. He can look after himself. Right, we've got to disappear. Right, come on, I'll help you up.
I have no idea how he's still alive. It's crazy. Okay, and the main quest to start. So I haven't actually decided if we're going to go with main quests all the way through, or if we are going to do the side quest stuff along the way.
How are you holding up?
You know, pretty bad.
Not good. I feel like it's all up for me.
Just hang in there, damn it. As long as you talk, I know you're hanging in there. Henry, what are you staring at?
I think that's an army.
They're here.
It ain't real, but...
Sigismund's army.
The only army here is the one-man army of Sir Hans Cable.
Ah!
Jesus, don't do this to me. Pull yourself together and let's go. We have to go.
But the gate is closed.
Don't worry, my name will open any gate.
Fuck.
Humans. I see humans.
They're slaughtering everyone. They'll kill us.
Christ, Henry, stop yelling and move your ass.
Bianca.
Come on.
I don't think Henry's doing too well. I can't look around at all.
Listen to me, Al. Listen carefully. Take the sword, go into the house, and grab anything else important from the truck. Go to the castle. Hurry.
What about you? Are you
My
mad?
mother is in the village. I'll fetch her and we'll follow right behind.
I'll go with you.
No. You do what
Come
I
on.
say right now. Give the sword to Sir Roger.
Christ's sake.
Anything happens, he'll take
Come
care of you.
on.
Promise me.
Oh, you can hardly stand, damn it. We'll make it together. You'll see.
So I think this is starting to explain how Hans ends up alone, maybe. Oh, is that...
Henry, focus.
Take me away.
Henry, pull yourself together.
No.
Please. There's nobody here. You're just imagining things.
The way they're blending this into the natural environment is actually pretty impressive.
Hang in there. We'll make it together. You'll see. You're a warrior. You can do this. It's all right, Henry. I've got you. Just a little further. Henry, wake up.
The linden tree. Just like Father always wanted.
No, we can't stop.
And Pa. Dead. They're all dead.
But we aren't yet. Henry, a light. Look.
I see it.
We've got to go.
I have a feeling that's not the kind of light you want to see, though. Hopefully it is their compatriots.
Hold on. Hold on. We're here.
Pavlena, is it you?
Oh, it's just some
Greetings,
random
good wife.
people.
Fear not. We mean you no harm. My friend needs help. Please.
Right. I'll see what I can do for him. Let's have a look at you. It's all right.
My parents, they're...
That was just a dream, Henry. We're in the woods. And we were ambushed. But don't worry. We'll get you fixed up right as rain.
Oh no.
Now I've got you, whore sons.
Think again, strong.
Alright, are we getting up? I have a feeling we're not. Oh.
Hey, lad. Are you alive, lad?
They burned it to the ground.
Slaughtered everyone.
Who? Who burned it to the ground? A huge army. They attacked without warning.
Get all the people inside the gates. We have to prepare for the worst.
So it looks like this is probably how they're going
Make
to
all the
lead
necessary
into Henry losing a bunch of his skills. Because he seems like he is pretty much at death's door here.
I am Sir Marquardt von Aulitz.
And it's probably going to be what causes him to just lose so much ability, is going into maybe a coma, I guess? I thought he was going to get captured and tortured or something. This is pretty close, but...
Get up now. There's work to be done.
Mother?
I ain't your ma, laddie.
Maybe they're just faking me out again.
May all the saints be praised. I was afraid you'd never wake up again.
What? Where am I?
Where would you be? Here in my cabin, where you and that pal of yours burst in last night. Slowly, lad. Slowly.
Oh, so he must have gotten stabbed by that guy as well. He's not doing any better. Oh, this is going to be considered our bed. Okay.
What happened? What about Hans?
He's taken care of for now, but he was on the edge there for a bit. And so were you, lad, so calm yourself. Last night you were 1 foot in the grave already. You were lucky you happened to turn up here.
Well, I have to talk to Hans.
You won't get much out of him now. He's lost a lot of blood and he has a fever.
What happened to him?
That cutthroat that followed you fellas cut him up bad. Hans was fighting him outside, then he came staggering in, said something about Fortuna and collapsed on the floor.
And what about that cutthroat?
You can go out and have a look at him. Hans gave him a right hammering. I didn't get a wink of sleep with that corpse in my yard.
I understand. I'm sorry we caused you such trouble. But
Wow,
you'll save Hans.
go
won't you?
Hands, man.
God
Wow.
willing. Well, I managed to pull you out of death's grip, so maybe I'll be blessed again. I'll go check on him as soon as I'm done with you. How
It's
are you?
a heck of a fake out. Oh, I'm definitely hurting.
There's no part of me that doesn't hurt. Inside and out. Mostly my shoulder where I took an arrow.
Little wonder then. But you're conscious and talking. That's a good sign. Ah, your shoulder is looking a lot better. I did my best, but I don't see good no more, especially at night. So I didn't do the best job. It just wouldn't stop bleeding. And now you've moved about, it started up again. Take this and bandage it up. Not much else we can do with it now.
Thanks. I reckon I can manage that. But I need to get a breath of fresh air to clear my head.
You slept through half of God's bright day, lad. So, if you feel up to it, go ahead. At least we'll see how steady you are on your feet. While you're at it, you can stop by the trough and wash all that nasty grime off of yourself. I found an old tunic. Put it on so you don't catch a chill. It gets cold here by the water. No doubt you'll be famished and need a bite to eat. There's some hot soup in the pot on the fire.
Oh,
if
our
that ain't
soup.
enough, I put some bread
I
and
missed our
cheese
soup.
on the table outside for you.
Henry is definitely
And
feeling
you'll
quite
find
hungry
some
by
of
now.
our home-brewed liquor there, too, in case you need bucking up. Don't overdo it, though.
I won't. Thanks a lot. May God reward you 1,000-fold. What's your name, by the way?
Bushenna's my name.
Well, I'm Henry.
I know. Hans told me. I'll go and check on him. When you're done with everything, come and see me and we'll figure out what to do next.
Terrible fall. Miraculously, you survived the terrible fall, but you lost several main level. Okay, this is it then. So it's really due to... This isn't really what I expected, and I have to say, maybe a little anticlimactic. As far as all things go, I expected we would be captured and somehow have to get out, and just barely managed to do that while getting too injured and everything, and maybe getting, like, starved a little bit or something like that. I mean, a fall would do this, but I feel like if you survived and were awake the next day, you wouldn't lose all of your fighting ability. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those things we'll have to suspend our disbelief on a little bit here.
Better bandage it up quick before I bleed out.
Oh, yes. We might want to do that. Might want to worry about not dying. Do we just use? Okay, so normal way there. Use 4 of them. There we go. You are hungry. Find and grab something to eat. Yeah, so I definitely can see how this would temporarily
say no to some more.
Temporarily hinder me, but I don't know. I don't know why this would cause us to just lose all of our fighting ability. I feel like that's very, very difficult. Did she say there was like alcohol somewhere? I think she was talking about savior schnapps, maybe. I could pick that and start stealing all of her stuff. I don't think we're gonna do that though. Well, she said there was alcohol. Maybe we're just gonna go outside for the moment, or maybe it was upstairs. No, this is the bed. Another lockpick. Okay, let's go outside and get some air. Oh, is that no? Okay, that's Growler. Dead bastard. Heck of a name. Okay, so do we need any of this stuff? I mean, it's always good to loot things that are going to be worth some money, so I guess we'll do that at the least. Oh, we'll take everything. Transfer all. And is any of this stuff that we should wear? Probably. Can we even wear this? No. Okay, we can wear that though. Equipping a pouch will open up slots that you can put potions and food into. You can quickly consume these during combat. Okay. Oh, a nice little tool belt. Okay, that is new. Okay. And so I definitely can't wear this, right? Does it go in the same slot? Yeah, okay. So we'll prefer this one for sure. Miner's hood, I guess we will put on as well. Torch, we'll put that there. And they did definitely redo the equipment screen as well. This is definitely quite interesting. So you do have some jewelry slots and things like that. And we already ate, so we don't need to worry about that. There is drinking water, that is good. And a spade. Oh, so what, am I supposed to bury him? Is that the idea here? Maybe. But I think that is where we're going to actually end up calling it for the moment.
She's got a damn good setup here.
This is pretty much where we're set up, so I'm gonna go ahead and will this allow me to save? You can't delay, no time to lose. Huh. Okay. So, save it, quit. Okay, yeah, so this is probably where we're gonna call it. So that was an extreme amount of cutscenes, even for, we're gonna wash, even for Kingdom Come. A lot of it felt like
a new man.
Maybe some of it more could have been done without all the cutscenes. However, it seemed like it was mostly necessary. But that was almost an hour and a half of mostly cutscenes. So hopefully in the next episode things will pick up and it will be a little bit more about the action of the game and everything. But I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you in the next episode. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now, in the last episode, we basically managed to get to this little house, and we fell, and we went from being a very capable warrior to being next to useless. So this is apparently going to be how the game goes from this point on, is that because of this fall, Henry has lost a lot of the capabilities that he would have gotten from the previous game. Now, I did mention I wasn't super pleased, maybe, about this particular choice. We knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly how. I don't know if I like the fact that we fell and then we just, you know, lost our ability to do... What are you doing? Okay. And we just lost all of our ability to do everything, even though we only really were, like, asleep for maybe a day. So it was a pretty big fall, but they kind of underplayed it. Anyways, so I did mention also in the last episode that this may hopefully be the end of the prologue, and what I decided to do, after the episode ended, I decided to play a little bit longer on my own, but I just started a new game, and I went through and basically got to this point, and then I went a little bit further while skipping all the cutscenes so we can watch all those together. And it does seem that this is the end of the prologue, basically. So from here on, we will basically be able to make our own choices. We have a little bit further to go here, but basically I just wanted to make sure if there's going to be a lot of cutscenes, then I will just be quiet during those, if it was going to be a whole lot of them. But if they're not super majorly narrative intense, then I probably will do a little bit more commentary over that this time. Additionally, we do have some decisions to make once we get a little bit further. I will talk about those later. And another note, I did notice when I was playing back the recording from the last episode that there was some little bit of issue with the UI. So basically when you scroll, there is some blurriness. I think I mainly got rid of some of it, but there is some blurriness, and that's on my side. I don't know if it's the game intentionally doing that. I think it is. But there was also an issue where it would get blotted out. I think I have resolved this. Let me know, but basically when you stop scrolling, or when UIs stop moving or anything like that, it will kind of do this blotting out kind of thing. And I think that's just from the bitrate. I'm not used to playing 3D games on a recording, so hopefully it is a little bit better from this point. Now, otherwise, I did change just slightly little bits of graphic elements, so hopefully everything runs just a little bit smoother. It's not too bad though, so either way, I think, did we do our washing already? We did not. Okay, let's do that. And I also did find the alcohol. It's right here. Some weak Savior Schnapps. So if you're new to the game, basically Savior Schnapps, it's an alcoholic beverage, but it also, if you just drink it, it allows you to save your game. Now, if you're also new to the series, or yeah, this game series, there is also now a save and quit button. I think that already existed. I don't remember exactly, but either way, it is there. So if you don't have Savior Schnapps, you can still save normally. But basically, you have this save game button, and that is only usable with Savior Schnapps. So that is something to keep in mind. Now, we already robbed this guy, and Henry is already feeling quite hungry. Now, we're going to take the spade. We're going to need it later. I think I already stole all of his stuff. Did I pick up his sword? He has a sword here. Let's take that.
By the bastard who cuts up Sir Hans.
And I'm also going to take this over here. It's a work axe, and that will be completely important later. Now, additionally, I did actually install a couple of mods, so I will be linking those in the description. One of them I need to actually make a change to, otherwise it's going to be a little bit too OP. And yeah, I don't want you guys to have to watch that. I don't want it to be too over the top, so I will actually be right back in just a moment once I have fixed that. Okay, and here we are back. So basically, the reason I wanted to do that is there is a little bit of a mod that increases your gathering speed and gets rid of the animation that you do when you gather herbs like this. It was a little bit too high. It was like 25 times, so you would gather in like a big radius around you that just doesn't even make sense. But I do not want to have this tedium in case we do gather herbs to make money. It is a decent way to make some early game money, and it just takes a while, and I don't want to make you guys watch through all of that. So we are going to have it increase, but we're not going to have it super ridiculous. It's about 5 times right now. And like I said, I will be adding these into the description if you want to use them. I also did a little bit of a reshader. Maybe you've already noticed it, but Kingdom Come and Kingdom Come Deliverance II here, they have like a little bit of a yellow filter to them. I don't know how else to put it, but this is basically a shader that makes everything look a little more lifelike. I think it looks very nice. And otherwise, the only other one that we have is like a no intro, and I believe that's it. I believe that's it. Oh yes, and we do actually have one that gets rid of the fog of the war on the map, which is just a big cloud. I think it looks pretty ugly is the only thing. I don't mind unlocking stuff, but I just think it looks bad. And otherwise... Oh yes, and we do have one other one that is basically increasing the amount of random encounter NPCs. So we may see random encounters that you find on the road. We may see those going up to around 16 people at once. So that may end up being super interesting as well. Now we're going to go ahead and eat, because Henry has been feeling quite hungry for a while. And I also did change the overall volume settings a little bit. I didn't really test this too much before the first episode. And so I had to edit it a little bit in post.
I did what you asked.
So it may have looked, or it may have sounded a little inconsistent. Hopefully that is improved
I had
this
to
time.
pour a whole Lethean potion into you last night. That's what I call medicine. It can either put a dead man back on his feet, or make sure
oh, yes,
he never
that's
gets
my
up
favorite kind
again.
of medicine, the kind that either kills you or
consider
completely heals
yourself
you.
Lucky.
I will. But what about Capon?
Well, he's less lucky. That brute really knocked him about before Hans beat the life out of him.
Is there any way I can help? I owe it to Capon, and I want to do whatever I can.
You owe him, all right. I've got a bit of that Lethean potion left. It ought to work wonders on him, same as on you. But I can't just give it to him now. First, we have to deal with that fever. The best and fastest remedy for that is chamomile decoction. Luckily, it ain't too hard to brew, but we'll need some fresh sage for it. And, of course, chamomile. You ought to be able to manage that. You've got young legs and eyes, and I reckon a bit of a stroll would do you good.
That is actually probably true. Now, I know about herbs, how do I recognize? Now, one other thing, people may have been kind of yelling at the screen if they are fans of the series already. I didn't go through all of the dialogue options. I also didn't really explore during the prologue. There was actually a little cavern behind that that dice table we used where you could have gotten a free dice. But basically, as long as nothing has changed, you get speech XP just for going through these dialogue options, so it is a good idea to go through as many of them as you possibly
white petals
can.
with a yellow center. At the back of the hut, there's a footpath leading up to the rocks. You go along there till you reach a sort of small meadow. You ought to find both of them there.
Great. I'll be back in a jiff.
All right. Seeing
I understand. Maybe I...
the look...
It doesn't look like this is... Oh, okay. It is kind of... It's kind of going to let us go through some of this stuff.
Trouble.
Some of this is just
And a
kind
bit
of
effort,
flavor
even if
text.
it's a dirty job, is the least I owe you.
Well...
For the most part, I
you
want
think
to
you can
at least
manage
hear
it,
most
good.
of it.
But
Where should I put him?
this right here in
grab
particular.
the spade by the dung pile and bury him.
Yeah,
When
we'll
you
just-
head and
we'll
when
just be
you're
burying
done,
him. True.
I'll sort.
All right.
We're just going to be burying that brute and basically gathering a little bit of sage and chamomile. And we just go up this way. Like I said, this game just
shoulder still
looks amazing. I just
now
wanna,
it'll tell me
I'm
when
going
it's
the
gonna
wrong way.
rain.
I'm doing that on purpose. Just take it in, right? All right. I'm not gonna sit there and make you do that for too long, but it really does just look amazing. Alright, and this is
Purple
the
flower.
sage. As you can
Sage.
see, we
Very
are
good.
gathering in a radius. That would not normally really be the case. We're also going to pick some of this nettle, just because nettle is very... Oh, I'm sorry, got it? Okay. Just because nettle is usually abundant, and pretty much all these herbs and stuff like that, they all sell for like the same price. So just gathering a lot of them, anything that's in bunches, like
That's it.
chamomile, chamomile,
I've got all the herbs I
and
need.
things like
It's about
nettle are
10%
usually
on the
bunched
double.
together.
The sooner Hans gets that remedy,
That is
the
usually
better.
an easy way to gather a little bit of gold. Or Groschen as it is called in this game. Let's see, is there anything else in the immediate area here that we can gather before we head back? A little more chamomile. And I think that's probably it. We'll head back now. Take another little look for more nettle. Okay. We'll go ahead and head back then.
It happened, it was Ennis. I should have some weapon at hand, in case there's any foul play.
Do we have a weapon? Yes, we have a hunting sword. Now, do we want to use that or the work axe? It's actually... Okay, that's not quite as good. It's actually still pretty good on the swinging, though, and I would like to use the heavy weapon just because that is the character we are going for here. Now, do we have everything equipped that we can equip? It looks like we do. We want to be ready because I think I'm going to try to take both of these guys out, if we can make that work.
Don't try my temper, crone. It wasn't a broken
So I think what we're going to do, we're going to actually, hopefully everything just continues. We're going to hide over here. Hopefully he will come up this way, at least one of them. If we can take one of them out on their own, then we don't have to fight two at the same time. Now, now I did wait, but they are still talking, so I kind of want to see what they're... Oh, they're actually identifying me here.
It's your own doing. And what happened next? Where's that pair? Your awful things will get nasty.
Okay, is she telling them about us? Those bunny ears tell me that they're actually kind of identifying me. Okay, so they can kind of see me. It's not good.
Noble, you say? Then you better get his lordship fixed up. Then we'll take him with us. You'll forget you ever saw him or us. And you'll keep the roof over your head. Get to it.
Wait, is she selling us out? I think she might... That's not good. I hope that's not what just happened. Is he already coming up? Shoot! Ah, no. Hopefully the other guy doesn't come. He didn't seem to call him. Oh, don't even need to worry about defending. This guy isn't very good. He does have a mace, though. Oh, man, that guy should definitely be dead. How are you still alive? Not no more. Alright. He didn't even call his buddy. Wow, I screwed up the... This is the thing, I'm not very good at stealth in these games. Which is why I decided not to even bother trying to go for a stealth character. We'll take his bludgeon. Should we use this bludgeon instead of the axe? Ooh, that is actually very, very good. We may just put the work axe over here for now. We probably won't end up using it again. Okay, now we'll just go and run this guy down. Huh? Oh, well, I already used up all my stamina doing that. Oh, he's running. Get out of here. I was gonna run you down and take all your stuff, but it's honestly fine.
Getting mixed up in all sorts of nonsense at my age.
Did they hurt you?
No, but I think they would have if you hadn't come along.
Who do you think they were?
I don't know what you heard, but when they turned up, they found that dead fella and recognized him as one of theirs. So, they must be with that brute who caught up with you here yesterday. Look here. I almost got slaughtered twice in one day on account of you two. God be praised that my Pavlena wasn't here. Heaven knows what they'd have done to her. So, I'd like to know why all this is happening. Your friend was talking in a delirium in the night, saying you was knights. But if you two are knights, then I'm the Queen of Sheba.
Well, I must bow to your ladyship. Sir Hans is the young lord of Leiper and Perkstein. I'm Henry of Skalitz, son of Sir Radzig Kobyla, and I'm his bodyguard. We were heading to Trosky to deliver a message from Sir Hanush of Leiper and Margrave Jobst to Lord Bombergov. But we were ambushed by bandits yesterday down by the pond. And you already know the rest. And as God is my witness, we're no bandits. I swear to you, I'm thankful to you for saving us. And I'm sorry it caused you trouble.
Well, you sound sincere, so I'll take your word for it. I hope I won't live to regret it.
You won't. I promise you.
Promises are made to be broken, but thank you for dealing with them.
Sure. No need for thanks. What about Sir Hans? How's he doing?
He's holding up, I'd say. I treated his wounds, and I'll change his bandages shortly. But what he needs most now is that remedy. Have you got everything for it?
Here. Chamomile and sage, like you said.
Excellent. Now to brew the potion from them. I gave you two the last of my supply during the night. But fresh is best anyways. It's a shame my daughter Pavlena ain't back yet. She'd get it done in a jiffy. But we'll just have to manage without her. But you can do it too. It ain't nothing hard. My eyes are so bad, it'd take me all day. But at least I can tell you how to go about it.
Me? I thought you'd do that.
I will not. It'll be done.
True enough. Well, I've been at the alchemist bench.
That's grand. And not to... I have a book here with the recipe.
I can read as well. I'll take the book just...
Of course.
Alright, so... she is going to want us to brew now. Let's go ahead and come in here then. This little alcove. And this is alchemy.
Everything's prepared. There's an alchemy bench in the alcove.
Yep.
Go to it and we'll get started.
Oh, okay, I have to actually start. That makes sense. So hopefully this is a little bit better than in the first game, because it was kind of annoying to have to actually
now find the recipe for chamomile
deal with alchemy most times.
And
Okay, so
remember what you have to do.
We'll need wine, 2 handfuls of chamomile, and a handful of sage. So that's actually pretty easy. So the first thing is always to go for your base, which is wine.
You have to pour the right base into the cauldron.
Pour some
Choose
wine.
the right pitcher from the shelf on the left.
And now we need...
What did you pour in there?
Wine, of course. Like it says in the book.
Glad to hear it. Now try moving the cauldron over the flame, so you know how it looks when it starts boiling a bit.
Okay, so now we move the cauldron over the fire.
Hear that bubbling? It's boiling. Remember that well. For most potions, you just have to simmer the herbs for a bit. But sometimes you need to get it good and hot. So you have to get the fire blazing under the cauldron using the bellows. Try fanning it with the bellows to get it boiling.
Okay.
It's boiling. To keep it going, you mustn't stop with the bellows. If you want to cool it down quick, take it off the flame.
So take it off the flame.
Try it. Move the cauldron up. Good. Now we'll start with the brewing. Get all the herbs that you need ready. The ones
we'll
you
set
picked.
chamomile.
Put them there on the shelf.
And sage.
So you've got them at hand.
And escape. And
right.
now it's
Let's
2
get
of
to
chamomile.
it. First, throw 2 handfuls of chamomile into the cauldron.
And a second one.
Before you put it on the flame, turn the sand glass so you know how long you're brewing it. It's got to be exact. Every grain of sand counts.
Typically, I always move it down
When
first
the
and then
sand
flip.
has flowed out, that's 1 turn. That's how long you have to boil the chamomile. Move the cauldron to the fire and wait until it starts bubbling. Then turn the sand glass. As soon as the sand runs out,
And then you just wait.
take the cauldron off
And
the
watch
fire
it.
again.
And move it up. And I don't know how much this actually matters. I think it affects the quality, maybe? Why can't I move it up? Okay, there we go.
Take the cauldron off the
I don't know if I
flames.
had to rehover or what that was.
Alright.
Okay, now it's
Now,
sage.
take 1 handful of sage,
Grind it with the mortar and pestle.
grind it with a mortar and pestle, and drop it in the cauldron.
So as you can see, it is a pretty easy process to do alchemy. However, it
ground
is
it?
rather tedious.
Now, drop it in the
it's rather
cauldron.
tedious.
You don't have to boil it anymore. All you have to do now
file.
is decant it. Get a file and pour it in.
And there we go. Now,
Done.
that entire pot
Now,
fits in
let's see
one
what
file
you've brewed.
because why not, right? Actually, I think technically you can make multiple files. Yeah, okay, so 3. We managed to get 3 files from that one file.
Here it is.
Well, now, judging by the smell, I'd say you brewed it perfectly. Thanks for your help, Henry.
Happy to help.
This should help Hans get better. I'll take care of it now.
All right. Is there anything else I can do to help?
Well, if you feel up to it, I'd be right grateful to you if you was to rid me of that damn corpse what's lying there.
Sure. I'll do the best I can.
When you're done with that, go get some sleep. You won't miss anything, and you need the rest after everything that happened.
Okay. Now, let's take this dead guy down to the river.
Ah, shit! Oh, my shoulder. Oh, this bastard's hard work. I'll put him down somewhere for a while so I can start digging.
Okay. And... oh, not loot. Put you in this grave. You know, you may have been a little bit of a jerk, but we are still going to bury you properly. Because we are good Christians. Good Christian people. Now, let's go. Oh, hey, there's a boar right there. I have been seeing these roaming around. They seem friendly too. What's up, dude? Hi. They're very friendly. So now, is there anything that we can do? Got rid of the corpse. Yeah, this is just gonna be more
When's the last time I
text.
ate something?
I'll
Hans,
check on you.
Can you hear me, friend? Christ. In the end, you bore the brunt for both of us. May all the saints watch over you. And over Bajana, too.
Oh, we can pray for him. Learned prayers. Okay. Let's see what this is.
Lord God Almighty, look down on a poor sinner and hear my heartfelt prayer. Protect Sir Hans, and don't let him die. Just as he didn't let me die. Preserve his life. Because he's a young gentleman. Brave and just and a good Christian. And look down on Bajana too. And let her save Sir Hans. And deliver her from all evil. And grant her grace. Because she herself is merciful and didn't turn us away in our hour of need. Amen.
Oh, well, that was nice. And he just says,
Amen.
That's a perfect timing for that. Henry, please stop.
It's empty.
Can't eat from this. No. Okay. Actually, I took some food, I believe. We'll just eat that then. We'll eat a couple of apples. Get our nourishment. You want to keep your nourishment as close to 100 as possible. You don't want to go over 2, which you can do. You can go over, and that'll get you over full, which is something you also don't want. So we'll just... well, okay, so we went over a little bit. That should be okay, though. So we'll sleep and save. And we'll sleep through the night, if it'll let us. We'll sleep to 5. That's 12 hours. But we need our rest. We are a injured person. And we're gonna get another cutscene. Oh,
A sword
okay,
such
we're
as
getting
this
some
will bring
flashback.
honor to its bearer.
True, Sir Radzik. If I'd have had its like back in Nicopolis, things would have worked out differently.
Where's my fucking sword?
And I found it. Everything I take now will be mine. And I plan to take everything.
Rotted hell!
Why would I miss one sword?
Because it's the last one my father forged, and I promised him I'd deliver it to you.
The stronger dog fucks the bitches. And war is a nasty business.
Where's my fucking sword?
You know what? I think I'll keep it. As a memento.
This isn't over. I'll find you!
Yeah!
Don't disappoint me.
Wake up, Henry. It's past sunrise.
Hallelujah. I thought you'd never wake. Were you having a nightmare?
Bad dreams. You must be Pavlena, right?
That's right. I came in the evening while you were asleep. Ma told me what happened to you. Then I helped Ma take care of your friend that night?
Hans? He's alive. How is he?
Have no fear. He's alive, all right. Maybe too alive. Ma knows what she's doing, and that's the truth. I reckon she could bring the dead back to life. She said she dosed you with the strongest remedies she knows, and it looks like they did the trick. On that other fella for sure. Since he came to this morning, he hasn't stopped talking.
Yeah, that sounds like him, all right.
And what about you? How do you feel?
Definitely better than yesterday. Thanks.
That's good. Ma will be glad, but I heard you yelling in your sleep and went to check on you. Bad dreams?
I dreamt of Istvan Toth, a villainous, murderous whoreson who stole my sword. The last memento I had of my father, and I swore to get that sword back and avenge my parents.
Oh, that oath must be serious if it even torments you in your sleep. Dreams shouldn't be taken lightly. They can have real meaning, however hard they are to understand. What strikes you as the most important part of your dream?
What's the most important part of your dream? Well, he's obsessed with the sword, but is that's mainly because of his actual father. At least in this, because we are actually not really so much of a swordsman in this playthrough. We're gonna say my father.
I hope his soul and Ma's find peace.
Dreaming of a dead parent is confusing. It could mean you cling too much to the past, and you ought to find a new path. But I think it's a good thing he's more important to you than that murderer.
Thanks, Pavlena. I never thought of looking at it like that. It's a lot to think about.
You're welcome. But remember, it's only my reading. The only one who can really understand you is you yourself.
I expect you're right. So in the end, all the hard work will be on me. But this is all too much heavy thinking at once. Right now, what I need more is a little sunshine and fresh air.
Aye, that's the best remedy for many ailments. And a full stomach will help too. Breakfast is on the table, and I've got something else for you too. Come along, and we must save Ma from the clutches of his lordship.
Alright, and I guess we do also have some perk points now. Let's see how much this actually works. Like the old... Okay, yes, it looks like... Yes, there is a list of various perks that you can actually get. Now, is there... Okay, there is ones for skills, and there is ones for combat. So we are going to need to decide how we want to do this. Wait, what is going on? What's going on there? Is there... Why is it like that? Hold on just a minute. You guys apparently can't Can't see that too well? Okay, maybe I just needed to move over again. Okay, that is a little bit weird. I don't think that I have ever seen that. I guess you can be slightly over. I don't remember the previous game being like that. Okay, never mind. I thought I messed up the resolution or something. Okay, so one of the best ones I remember, at least for the earlier game. Let's see if is it even here? Oh, maybe it's under, let's say, survival? No, oh, leg day. So if you, in the previous game, you wanted to make a point of gathering like everything because you needed the money. I think we're only hopefully going to need to gather right at the beginning. And it looks like we still have some pretty decent skills. This is definitely better starting than the previous game that I remember as well. We have 7 strength, 6 agility. This seems pretty good, which means we are probably going to be fighting a lot better people as well. So actually, maybe I stood corrected a little bit. I thought that we were just going to be sent all the way back to 0 because of a fall that we had, which didn't make a lot of sense to me, but this actually kind of does. You know, we've gone through an ordeal, and now we are less powerful overall, but hopefully we can gain that strength back in time. That does make sense. So it doesn't start as 2-0 entirely. So leg day could be good because basically whenever you collect herbs, you also get a small amount of strength experience, which can definitely be good. But it doesn't look like we can get that yet. We need level 10 in survival. So for right now, do we want sell herbs, game, hides, and trophies for double the price? That could be good if we're going to do some hunting as well. Night training. Melee attacks from horseback will cost you 15% less stamina, and it will be harder for enemies to unseat you. That seems very good. Cobbler's kit repairs, yes, so you basically have to repair all of your equipment over time, or you have to keep buying new ones, or you end up having a lot of really damaged gear that is basically useless. Additionally, because you know pouches and satchels as well, you have a +1 bonus on the thievery skill if you pick pockets. Now, I haven't decided if we're going to do really any thievery. I think we will do a small amount, but I'm not going to be going and stealing from everybody's houses all the time. It's really too easy to end up getting caught, especially in this game. From what I understand, you can even more easily get caught just because of people deducing that you committed a crime because they saw you. So I don't know if we're going to be doing too much of that, but the cobbler's kit efficiency seems like it would be very good. We also have 11 total perk points that we can use here. So I'm just going to take another look through the rest of this other stuff, but that seems like one that we're going to want. Okay, this also seems very good, all of these. Basically, it makes it so if you repair your own stuff, that they will be more efficient. Now, if you sharpen a weapon on the grindstone, are we going to be doing that? I mean, if we use axes, then potentially. But if we're using a mace, do we really need to sharpen our mace? I actually do not know. I don't think so. That doesn't seem like it would make any sense. The weapon gains a bonus effect that increases its slashing damage by 10%. Yes, I don't believe you had to sharpen maces. That wouldn't make any sense. Maybe certain kinds of bludgeon items you could sharpen. So I don't think we're gonna need that. I think we do need, though, I think this one. If you wear boots repaired by yourself, sprinting will cost you 25% less stamina, so you can run longer and go further. That seems very good. We're gonna just take that immediately. For our purposes, we're going to want to move fast. So the only other one right now, carrying bodies. Carrying them will no longer... I feel like this one's going to be very niche, but I feel like it's going to be very, very annoying not to have if there are quests that are going to deal with it. Because if you are carrying somebody, whether they're dead or not, and if you're carrying them, they will basically take a ton of stamina and you'll have to keep stopping and everything. So that could be very annoying. We're not going to take it now, but we may take it soon. This one is very, very good. The required strength for all weapons will be 2 less, And in general, if you have a lower strength than the weapon requires, you will do less damage. Conversely, if your strength is higher, you will do more damage. With this perk, you'll reach that state sooner. That is an instant take for us. Required agility for all weapons will be 2, so it's basically the same thing, but for agility now. This one will be good, I think, because certain weapons that we're going to probably want may require agility. Let's take a look here. Agility. Does this require agility? I don't actually know. Min agility is 6. 4, 3. So this stuff doesn't seem to, but it probably at some point our bludgeons may end up taking enough agility for that. In general, if you have a lower agility than the weapon requires, you will find it more difficult to fight with. So it'll be a little bit more difficult on the handling. Now, featherweight could be good to reduce fall damage, but we're just going to try not to take fall damage. That seems a little bit too much of a waste of a perk for us. Now, if you are wearing a helmet, blows to the head will cause 20% less damage. Okay. Blocks will cost you 20% less stamina, and your shield and weapon will wear down 20% slower by blocking. That is an instant take. You always need to actually block, so that is going to be an instant take. Now, Shield Breaker will be very good for us. When you hit an enemy with a heavy weapon, their armor will count as 10 lower. Ooh. Okay, so this is basically like Shield Breaker, but it's like all the time. Instead of needing to actually damage the shield, this one will just kind of hit through armor. It doesn't seem like it actually will do it to the shield, though, so that is something to consider. If somebody does have a shield, then Shield Breaker is probably better. Sundering Blow is otherwise better just for people in general. I think we're going to take this one. We don't really need any of this other stuff, so I guess we can go back, and we're definitely taking Night Training, I think. I don't know how much we're going to fight on horseback. It seems like it's going to be very difficult to hit somebody with a mace from horseback, maybe. I didn't do a lot of mace work in the previous game. Actually, I don't know if I did any. So we're gonna go for it, but Saddler may have been the better choice here, and we're gonna go with quality of bed. Seems way too good not to go with, because you get bonuses just for good sleep and everything. So we're gonna go with that as well, and we will go ahead and take the Deft Hands. Okay, and that seems to be all we can do for the moment. How many perk points do we have left? 4. Okay. So even when we do further level ups and everything, we should be able to make use of that as well. I'm glad we got this mace so quickly. Doesn't look like the best mace. It really doesn't. And how's this axe? We can make use of this for sure.
Look who's finally up! Henry! Good morning, Henry. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Come join our banquet in the midst of these exquisite woods.
I'm glad to see you, too. I see you're in a surprisingly good mood for someone who was at death's door yesterday.
It's all the more cause for merrymaking. Even this water now tastes like the finest wine.
Of course. I did bring it all the way from the spring.
And for that, I am in your debt, fair maid. And I'm grateful to you too, Henry. Bojena told me what happened here yesterday. That's the 3rd time you've saved my life. I suppose I'll have to give you some estate or something.
The 3rd time? What in God's name happened the first 2 times?
Now, Henry, don't make her beg. Tell this good maiden of your heroic deeds.
Well, there was this time when me and Hans had some fisticuffs in the tavern, and for punishment, I had to accompany him on the hunt.
And I shot a boar.
And made it mad. And when Hans chased after the wounded animal, he got caught by a Cuman patrol.
Humans?
They come from somewhere in Hungary. Sigismund brought them here to Bohemia as mercenaries. They're a very dangerous bunch.
I told you about them, though. The fellas in the tavern in Zheleyov We're saying there's some foreigners like that camping in the rocks down by the pond.
What?
It's just what I heard.
Whoa, that's all we need. I hope they don't turn up here. What could us two do alone against them?
What could they want from us? But if they did come here to rob us, I'd shoot enough arrows into them to make them think twice. But the thing I want to know is, how did it end up with young Sir Hans?
Well, as I said, they took him captive.
There must have been 10 of them. I hadn't a chance.
You must have been seeing double. As I recall, there were 2.
That just proves how well you can count. Besides, they were armed to the teeth and had bows and armor. It might as well have been 10.
Whatever. Anyway, with a bit of luck, I managed to free Sir Hans.
Why the modesty? You got them. Maybe a stroke of luck, but as we know, al dentes.
Fortuna juvat.
See now, you've finally learned it.
What?
It's just this kind of motto of ours. Fortune favors the bold.
Maybe they're really telling the truth about who they are. Who but a lord or a priest could know Latin? And priests they ain't. I can tell.
And as I recall, you already got a pony from Uncle Hanush as a reward for saving me. Your pebbles. So I'll save myself a few groschen.
But you never gave me anything for Talmberg.
For Talmberg? What was that about then?
The foe took the castle by subterfuge, and we planned a counterattack.
Under the cloak of darkness, we scaled the mighty walls of Talmberg Castle to get inside and open the portcullis to our brothers in arms who were poised and ready to attack.
And we almost succeeded. Only, along the way, Sir Hans here took an arrow to his noble seat.
Seat? He got shot in the backside.
My upper thigh, actually.
Backside it was. But that's no joke either. It's not easy to run with an arrow stuck in your arse. If I hadn't carried him...
I admit it, you saved my arse.
Well, now, you two have been through a thing or two. As far as I can tell, it really was his backside and not his thigh. I examined Hans and saw the scar for myself. But I reckon you paid off part of your debt the other day, sir.
True enough. Hey, how did you manage to get the best of that cutthroat the other night when you hauled me here?
To be honest, by a stroke of luck. We were fighting outside, but that fucker got a hold of his falchion and let me have it in the guts. I thought I was done for, but I groped around and found a pail and whacked him with it with the last of my strength. And luckily, I hit him a nice crack right on the noggin. Can't remember a thing after that.
My word. Fortune really does favour you. You chose your motto well.
Once we get back to Ratai, I'll have it inscribed on my shield.
Do tell. What else did the two of you encounter?
Quite a lot of things, but I'm afraid we don't have much time for storytelling right now. We came here on an important mission, and we cannot afford to dally any longer. We have to get to Trosky as soon as we can. How far is it from here?
Not far. Once you climb the hill above Geleoth, you'll see the castle.
All right. I think we should get on our way as soon as possible.
I'll prepare a bit of food for you, for your journey.
Oh, Bajena, I don't know how to thank you for all this.
But I do. Once we've settled our business with von Bergov, I shall reward you as befits a knight. You have my word of honor.
Now you've got me curious. I never got a knight's word before.
For a start, you can leave me that axe and spade. We can't manage without them.
Yes, of course. And thanks for everything you've done, Bajena.
I have something for you, Henry. Ma had trouble because of you, but I know you didn't do it on purpose, and you protected her when she needed it. I want to thank you for that. Take this potion. It will help when you're in danger or don't know which way to turn. Have a little sip each time, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. You'll see. It's not all that hard to brew. With a bit of practice, you could manage it yourself.
Thanks, Pavlana. This'll come
recipe
in
for
handy.
saver schnapps.
No
I
doubt.
do not think we're ever
But
going
we
to
better
actually
get
make
going
our
now.
own.
Hans is right.
I'm going to try to just make enough
We're very
money
glad
to
we
not
met
have to
you.
worry about that in this,
And we're
this
obliged to
particular
you for your
game.
help and hospitality. God bless you.
I
And
did
you
a
too,
little bit too
sirs.
much alchemy in the last game,
As Henry
and I
says,
did not
may God
actually
bless you
enjoy
for
it
your
all that much. And
generosity
it
and
seems
your
that they have
healing
not
arts.
really made
And
it
you have
more
rightfully
enjoyable.
earned the gratitude
in my
of the
opinion,
House of
it still
Liber
seems
for
to be
all
about
time.
as tedious. Can I?
If you
can
should
I take
ever
that
find
apple?
yourself in need,
Are you
the
guys gonna
doors
eat
of
that? I'll
Kirkstein
take
shall
that onion
always
too.
be open to you.
Thank you.
I always
sir.
just eat entire
Though,
onions.
I'm not sure I could find the way
Oh,
to
you got bread.
Kirkstein.
Okay.
Hopefully
Can
we'll
I
never
take
need to
that
take
too?
up your offer.
Oh, and bacon. Okay, yeah.
Sorry for coming late, Ma.
We're gonna talk to you and just do. Tell me
Can you
something
tell
about
me
this
something
domain.
about these?
We're not
What can
gonna
I
go
say?
too
The
quickly
village of
through it, but we are going to
Shelioth
skip
is
a little bit
nearby,
of this.
and to the north of Shelioth, there's
do
no
wanna
love
know
lost between the folks from Shelioth
Some
and
names of
Tarkov.
places, like things that have stables. That's mostly what I'm
Well, I don't
actually
suppose-
It
interested
ain't
in.
far from Shelioth. The biggest.
there
Then there's
anything with a
Nabakov, but
stable?
Pavlena knows more.
Because we're
How
going to
come you
want a
live-
horse as quickly as
just the
possible.
way-
Ah. All right.
Now, I did kind of question if Pebbles exists in this game. I was lying. I know
What
that
about
he
those-
does.
Liam,
However,
take care
it's
now.
kind of going to be a pain to
Go and
actually
wash
get him,
up a
so
bit.
I'm just going to
You look
assume that
like
he
it.
is dead. I don't
Are you
think we're
managing
actually
here?
We don't we mostly
not going to actually
sometimes
try
folk
to do that. Now,
How come you live
this is
here?
mostly
that's hard to
mostly
explain.
flavor
Ma
text.
and look,
In the future, I will probably
Is anything interesting happening around these parts?
read most of the
But-
stuff.
You got that
However,
right.
and there's to be a big wedding.
Oh,
That's
big
the
wedding.
big-
However, most of the
You
stuff
said
right
you'd-
now,
Yeah,
I just want to get
I
through.
train
I
up
would like
there,
to play
and
the
if they'd
game.
let me take part
This
up-
has so far been almost
See you
3
soon,
hours
my
of
friend.
mostly watching things, and that's cool. I love the narrative in this game.
Good day.
However, I'm just getting kind of stir crazy, I suppose you could say. So, I would like to actually get some things done. So, is there anything else we can steal from you that you will allow us to take? Can I eat from this again? Yes, I can. Did I overfill myself? I actually did not check if we had the... Okay, no, we're actually good. I think you have to get above 110, or maybe it's 125. I don't remember the exact nourishment you need in order to get over full. Okay, he's right here. Let's get going then.
Nothing against the hospitality of the good women folk here, but I want to get to Trosky Castle right away.
Okay, so the first thing we'll probably do is talk to him
Hold on a
about
bit.
Toth.
Before we hit the
So
road,
apparently he
there's
actually
something
did
you
see
should
Toth.
know.
I'm no longer being gaslit
I have a
on
hunch that one of that
I know
band
for a fact
ambushed
it
us
was
at the
him.
pond was Istvan Toth.
Toth? Are you yanking my pizzle? He's long since over the hills
Yanking
and
my
far
pizzles.
away.
I like that saying. I know it sounds strange. You don't believe me. No, I
tell
saw
you.
him.
I saw him there.
Of course, Henry. I know you have accounts to settle with him, but that's nonsense. Toth is in Sigismund's service and is harassing his opponents. And Otto von Bergov is one of Sigismund's allies. So Toth's hardly going to attack his people. It was dark. God knows what you saw.
I saw him, the bastard, and I'll get him.
Yes, we'll surely get him one day. I promise you. And your sword, too. But I don't think either of them are around here. But I see you haven't wasted any time and found yourself a weapon to replace that sword. That's good. You never know when you might need it around here. Come on, let's get going. Your mind will turn to better things along.
Okay, wow, that's peak cinema. That that kind of, it almost sounded like Kingdom Come's version of like the Curb Your Enthusiasm music.
Oh, I hope they've got a good physician at this castle. Or at least a barber. I mean, that old crone got me on my feet. But I don't believe much in herbal remedies. You can't beat an educated man of medicine.
And I can't wait to sleep in a proper bed.
And some wine!
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, it's closed. Open up! I bear an urgent message for your liege lord. Hear me! Open the gate! I am a messenger from Sir Hanush of Lipa. Fucking shit! Fuck! You fucking cunts! Do you know who I am? No, we fucking don't! I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein, heir to Ratai! Now, look here, you filthy beggar! I'm not here for your amusement, so get your stinking, ragged asses out of here on the double. The pair of you!
What's all this about? Why don't you send those beggars packing?
I did, sir. They say they're messengers. I am Sir Hans Capon of Perkstein. Envoy...
I heard. Nevertheless, I doubt Sir Hanush would send two vagabonds covered in excrement as emissaries. Apart from which, Sir Hans Capon is dead. We found his body by the pond. His company was ambushed by outlaws, and they were slaughtered to the last man.
Yes, they ambushed us, but we managed to get away.
Sir, we met your Captain Thomas on our way. He can testify to who we are. He saw our message and its seal.
How terribly unfortunate you are. The captain's company was also ambushed by outlaws. The captain barely escaped with his life and has been delirious for 3 days. And even if he did confirm your story, I am under strict orders to admit no strangers to the castle.
Sir, there's a horseman approaching, in King Sigismund's colours.
Ah, now that's what a messenger looks like. Count yourselves lucky that I don't have time to waste on you. Be gone!
I'm getting in, whether you like it or not.
Your shitty hands off me! No, wait. Wait, one moment!
What the fuck was that?
So now what?
There's only one thing we can do.
Have you two got any groschen?
What do you take me for, wench?
For someone who stinks like a badger.
Look, we've had a tough couple of days, so we'd like a bit of peace and quiet, a beer, and a bite to eat.
Unless you want to share a bowl of gruel, you're going to need more coin than this.
Just bring the best you have, and we'll settle later.
As the gentleman wishes.
Well, she's not far off. We look like a couple of beggars, and we stink even worse.
What the fuck was all that at the gate? You try to talk to them and get shit poured on your head.
Different lands, different customs.
God's
holy I have a feeling that they know what's going on.
They've had trouble with beggars
doing
in the
this on
castle.
purpose.
So they
I mean, they
act
are
without
on
thinking.
Sigismund's side.
Oh,
so
really?
It makes sense.
I'd never have figured that out. I'd rather hear some cunning plan how to get out of this shit. Huh?
Yeah, the very first thing we're gonna have to do is not look like.
First thing we have to do is get ourselves
not
into
look and
decent
smell
shape.
like trash.
Have a good
That is
scrub.
gonna be a
Get
good
some better
start.
clothes. Then they might believe we're actually messengers.
That's all very well, except we can't even pay our bill here. Never mind a visit to the baths and the tailor.
Service is kind of slow today.
We can't go back.
You're right. We're a pair of tramps. But we can't go back.
You're telling me?
It'd be a total disgrace.
Oh, you'd get over it, but what about me? I wanted to use this expedition to show Uncle Hanush that I'm adult and ready to rule Perkstein. But now, there's no way we can go back now. Not in this state. We've got no message, no coin, nothing but our ragged arses.
Chin up. We'll sort it out somehow, and everything will be fine again.
Nothing will be fine, my friend. I'll tell you 4 reasons why. Oates, Tankard, Conrad, and Nicholas, instead of sitting here with us, having a chat and a laugh, they're just food for crows in some godforsaken hole.
Let's go back.
Go
and
back and bury them
That's
as
the
soon
most
as we
important
can.
thing.
Yeah, as soon as possible. They were good Christians, even though it didn't always seem that way.
We'll keep the promise we made at Pagenes. The best way to honor their memory is to finish our mission. We'll get inside the castle. You'll see. We'll avenge our lads and go back to Ratai with our heads held high. I promise you that.
Audentes fortuna juvat.
Audentes fortuna juvat.
Food. About bloody time.
Here we are. Gentlemen.
What is this stuff?
Hey, there's meat in that. And there's more than you gave me coin for. When you're finished, report for work.
Cheers.
What is it? That's that woman from the pond. Or the one you gave us away for?
I bear that witch. Wench!
What I tell you? What are you waiting for? She can vouch for who we are. Go to her.
God be with you. A full pitcher of wine, please.
My word, that's a picture and a half. I ain't seen you here before. Who sent you? Not them nomad vagabonds, I hope.
Don't worry. I've come from the castle. I'm Catherine, and I've got the lovely job of keeping the soldiers' throats wet.
Ah, that's another matter then. Oh my. Ugh. Can you smell that too?
Oof. It stinks like something died here.
That's me.
You're the one from that pond.
Jesus, fella. That's a bit much.
Hey, youngster. If you want to go around mixing with my guests here, go and wash the stench off yourself at the trough first. Stinking up my establishment. I heard some talk about your
Oh, hi. Poor Captain Thomas might never get back on his feet. Him and his men were attacked by bandits. Most of them are dead.
Jesus Christ!
Lord von Berghoff is beside himself and won't allow his soldiers out the castle.
Aha!
You can't expect her to
why
pour
I
it
want
down
you
the
for a
drain,
while.
can ya?
Go and sit down.
But the stuff's undrinkable. Leave it out. Once you've got through the first one, you knock him back like his neck.
Sorry to bother you, but I've seen you before.
Oh, eh? I don't remember. Hold on, are you the boy that cleans the pit under the castle shitting hole?
We saw each other by that pond.
What pond? I haven't been at any pond.
Yes, you were. You were attacked there by some bandits. You, some other women, and us too.
I have no idea what you're on about. I work at the castle, and
You
I wasn't at
lying.
any pond.
Unless you got a twin, but I bet you're lying.
You were washing laundry, and these bandits attacked you.
I would
I
have
was
tried
in
the
the
skill
water,
check.
and I distracted
That's what
them from
those
you.
ones with
That's
the
nice
little
of you,
emblems are.
helping
But our,
some unfortunate
our
girl.
skill at that is pretty terrible.
But it wasn't
so
me.
It probably wouldn't work anyways.
You're mistaking me for someone else.
Here's your wine. Is this vagabond bothering you?
I can handle the likes of him myself. Thanks for the wine. Bye.
Please, I don't know what's up with you, but I know you were there. I need your help. You owe me that much. But we need to get to von Berghoff, and you're the only one who can confirm who we are.
You can't get into the castle. And even if you could, that was the king's messenger. Von Berghoff is getting ready to ride out.
Shit.
If you want to speak to him, the best place would be Samin's wedding. He'll be there. For sure.
No, wait.
And don't ever lay your hands on me again!
What are you gaping at? Have you nothing better to do?
Why are you standing here like a pillar of salt? Are you ready?
What for?
To get to work. You pair ordered a lot more than you paid for, so you'll work your debt off, like I said.
Can't it wait? We've got coin, just not at the moment.
Oh, why? We'll pay you back when we see you again, which is never. Over there by the gate, there's a cart with sacks of flour from the mill. My old man was meant to take them into the house. But as soon as he got a sniff of work, he vanished into thin air. The second door in there, you have to... If you just chuck it, 2 men can...
All right, for sure it's left.
I like it or not. Is that...
All right.
Glad to hear. Where are you actually...
Rat-eye.
Rat-tie. I ain't been further than... But I know this...
What's life like here?
Better now. Truth the but then there's a shortage of folk.
Where can I find work here?
First you gotta carry them, but otherwise, try Radovan. Come to mention it, and that fella next to him is Miller. You know what they say. Well then...
Is this the only tavern here?
In Troskovitz it is.
You must be doing pretty well.
I'd be doing a lot...
Where do you want the sacks?
To the... But I'd...
Where's the...
Second door inside the tavern.
I heard some talk about some wedding being planned here.
Ah, nobody's talking about nothing else. Young Lord Samin is marrying Agnes, the daughter of Thrush, our Troskovitz bailiff. And it's going to be a grand affair. When rich folks get married, That's a feast that's a lot different from when some tanner gets itched to a bathhouse wench.
Will Lord von Berghoff be at the wedding?
How should I know what his lordship's plans are? But most likely he will be. Samine is his...
Who is this Semine?
Can't you tell by the name? The Lord of Samine. The fort and the village belong to him. Old Jan Samine is the head of the family, and his son's called Olda. There used to be a rich family.
Where's the wedding going to be?
At Samine, of course.
Could I get...
I don't know about that. What's that?
Oh.
If you want to find out more, there's a couple of invited guests having a young Svarta there. He's...
Is that all you...
What else is there to know?
I'll go and discuss it with...
As I said, I am going to be going through most of the dialogue choices.
Right up.
Maybe if some of those feel completely pointless, maybe I will cut some of them out. But that's most of what's going on in this game, is a lot of dialogue choices that are basically just there for a little bit of flavor and give you a little bit of speech experience. As long as I want to actually take a look. So speech, it does look like we are getting a little bit of experience from this. So I'm going to keep doing that. It's not very much,
that woman from the
but
pond.
speech does appear to be an important part of the game.
It didn't look like she was too pleased to see you, though.
The main thing is, she denied ever being at the pond.
It's definitely her, though. You don't forget a figure like hers.
I got the feeling she didn't want to talk about it for some reason. I did get something out of her, though.
What? Don't keep me in suspense.
Von Berghoff is about to leave the castle.
Sacra! If he pledges to Sigismund before we can get to him, everything's fucked.
Calm down. Let me finish. There's also going to be a big wedding in the region. Young Lord Semine, a nobleman, is marrying the local bailiff's daughter. It's the talk of the region. It's invitation only, of course. But maybe we could wangle our way in somehow.
Why should some wedding in a shithole near Trosky be of any interest to us?
Because it looks like von Berghoff will be there.
Oh, that's fantastic news, Henry. So all we have to do is get on the guest list. And that shouldn't be a problem because you've got a cunning plan, right?
Well, I don't exactly have a plan, actually.
God's hat, do I have to do all the thinking for us? I suppose we could stand at the side of the road and wait for von Berghoff to pass.
I'd say the wedding's a much better bet.
We'll ask the locals and see.
There's something else we have to sort out first. I spoke to the innkeeper.
I noticed that too.
We can work off our debt. All we have to do is carry a few sacks of flour from that cart to the pantry. If we both do it, we'll be finished in no time.
Lug sacks? Are you yanking my noble pizzle?
I'm serious.
I can't work. I'm a noble.
Should I go through all these? I think it'll just take them off. I don't know if it'll hurt. Do you have any idea what you look like? Nobody will recognize. I'll just.
All right.
We'll just do it
I'm
ourselves.
glad you...
Although, a couple...
Henry, haven't you ever heard of the 3 states of man?
Would that be some aristocratic excuse?
Not so fast. It's God's law. Oratoris, the priests who pray for us. Laboratoris, the plebs who shovel shit and pay taxes. And Bellatoris, the warriors who protect the ones on their knees or in the fields. Now, which am I? So if you find me a sword, I can get to work. But wield a pitchfork or carry sacks? That's against God and nature.
Yep, I kind of expected something like that.
So, which do I belong to?
Good question. Before I'd have said you were a peasant, but it turned out that you're a noble's bastard. And you're pretty handy with a sword. And you've even been in a monastery.
I'd rather forget about that.
You're a bit of everything. But if you get your hands dirty with labor, it wouldn't be such an offense against divine order as in my case. Pure blood, noble status and that. In short, be so kind as to get to work. I promise I'll make...
I'm on it.
Thanks again for accepting it. That too. But above all, as soon as we have at least some gear, we'll head into the forest and find Mutt in a tribe. Although, if you think about the 3 states of man, looking for lost dogs is more like a huntsman's work. But let's pay no mind to that.
That would be kind of you.
I knew you'd be...
What?
You're not the fella who's supposed to carry the sacks.
A large beer for me.
heavy. Oh.
I'm not going to make you guys watch this, so I will be back when I am done with this.
It was their own fault.
What do you mean? They attacked themselves? What the fuck are you trying to say?
Everyone knows it's dangerous around Trosky. Making camp in such an unprotected place is suicide.
Where else were they supposed to make camp, smart-ass?
Somewhere in the rocks, maybe. Not out in the open by the pond. Only a fool would do that.
Stop insulting our dead companions.
What dead companions? You think I'm gonna fall for that cock and bull story?
Pack it in, Henry. There's no point in arguing with this yokel. He fancies himself as a military strategist.
I don't believe a word you're saying. A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but I'm telling the truth. And in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now. And invite me to that wedding.
Oh, you want to come to the wedding, do you? Huh. I'll give you a piece of advice, pal. If you can make yourself useful for the blacksmith or the miller, you'll get to the wedding. You'll see the glorious occasion, at least from a distance. And you can stop spouting your pathetic lies.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. You're starting to bore me, you and your silly made-up name.
No apology, then. It looks like I'm going to have to teach you a lesson.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Didn't you hear? Apologize to him.
Oh, no. Reinforcements! I'm so scared! Take your numbskull friend and get out of our village. Right now!
I give you a chance to apologize, and you keep insulting me? Get ready to pick up your broken teeth with broken fingers!
Oh, I'd like to see that. Come on, then.
You scum!
In for an arse-kicking, you piece of shit!
Beating him!
You shouldn't have fought with us, you bastard! Nice strike! Slice him up!
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp, fucker!
Surround him! For us, fucker!
Hey! Get him!
Let him have it!
What do you want?
Quickly! Nice hit! Come on, then! Don't spare him!
Unbelievable!
Take that!
Fucking scumbag!
Darling, you leave me no other choice.
Yeah! Don't spare him!
Slice him up!
You know much for us, fucker. Yeah, don't spare him.
Zeig, was du drauf hast.
Now, we finish this!
Slice him up. Yeah, don't spare him.
AIs seem a lot more, like, conservative in their attacks in this game. Before they
That
used to all
won't
just
work on
attack
me.
you all at once. They seem to like take their time. They really seem to take their time with fighting now. I don't know if this is only the case for peasantry or like, or not peasantry, but like these kind of like unarmed people, you know, civilian stuff, or if it's everybody who does this. We'll have to see if bandits seem to actually fight like this as well.
Grab them vagabonds!
Bastards! This will cost you dearly. Keep your mouth shut and don't make it worse. What? You behave like a spoilt brat.
How dare you speak...
You know, if you just shut up and done some work, we'd have coin by now and be on our way to the castle, but no, not his lordship.
You've got a nerve. If you hadn't have played the hero, we'd have been there long since and I wouldn't have had to get you out of that mess.
Oh yeah, because this isn't a mess, is it?
Fuck off!
Shut up! Or you'll get a whipping too.
Just who the hell do you think you are? Well, nothing to say for yourself? Just as well. It's your fault we're in this fucking pillory.
I was just defending you. Should I have let that fop beat you senseless?
I only wanted him to apologise. I'd expect my right-hand man to argue my case a bit better.
What do you think I was trying to do? Ah, what an idiot I was to stand up for you.
And what good did it do? Fuck all! If it hadn't been for me, we wouldn't have even been in that tavern. We've been in the shit right from the start because you had to play at being the knight in shining underwear, saving damsels in distress.
I don't believe it. You're trying to put the blame on me? Just like that?
Who else is to blame? You're just a simple peasant who has no idea how the world works.
Oh, and our little prince knows all about it, doesn't he? You only left your uncle's a week ago. All you've known up to now is a tavern on Rat-Eye Green.
Now you've gone too far. I've had it up to here with you. With you and your pontificating. You were supposed to make sure nothing went wrong. And how did that turn out? It was me who had to save your life. You're fucking useless. You couldn't even keep an eye on your own mutt. Lost for words, are you? All right. Have it your way. We really have nothing more to say to each other.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, I am on Han's side in some sense here. He is obviously spoiled, but he is a noble, and it just seems ridiculous that this is happening to me. You know, it's like, you don't normally kill the nobles in warfare, and I would think that there would be some... I mean, he just looks like he is a nobleman anyways, even though he does reek, I'm sure, and he does look like crap. Not many normal civilians tend to, like, hold themselves in this way, so...
If I catch you again, I'm gonna skin
you
your
would
mouth
think that they would
alive.
at least take him in and, you know, try to confirm his story or whatever, so that's why I think that they know that it's Hans, or at least they suspect that it is him, and they're doing this on purpose for some reason. Although, if that is the case, then I'm surprised that they don't just throw him in prison.
Oh shit. Right, where were we? Go on, get out of my sight.
What are we gonna do?
You can do as you like. You can go and carry sacks or dig latrines. I'll look after myself. I'll go and see Lord von Berghoff at the wedding. I bid you farewell.
Well, it looks like we are going to be free from hands for a while.
Bow in your shoes. I'd be glad to be rid of the good for nothing, eh? Yeah. Alright, off you go.
Yes, but he is entertaining. That's the thing. He can be annoying, but he is a fun character to have around. So, either way, we do need him to be gone in order to actually get the more sandbox, or not sandbox, but open world style. Crime and reputation. Oh, yes. So every one of your actions has consequences. If you commit crimes, the world around you and its people will react to them. What is a crime? Anything an honest Christian should avoid doing is considered a crime. You must not kill innocents, steal, break into people's houses, harm them, harm people or domestic animals, and you must not disturb peaceful lives. Consequences. If someone catches you committing a crime, they will report you to the guards or engage in a confrontation themselves. And even if you aren't caught red-handed, you still aren't safe. They may deduce it was you who did it. You can find your information about your reputation in the player reputation tab. Reputation affects how people treat you. If someone likes you, they'll greet you kindly, and merchants may even give you discounts. On the other hand, if they hate you, they may not even want to talk to you. You can improve this by completing tasks. You could make it worse by committing crimes and acting dishonestly. The way you behave also spreads amongst people. A bad reputation can always be remedied by paying an indulgence or a penitent pilgrimage. Yes, I do remember doing that, which can be imposed by a priest. If there's a lot of crime going on in an area, people will become more vigilant, arm themselves, and guards will call in reinforcements. Once things have been settled down, everything will return to normal.
I really do need to find some job. I'll find muck without you.
And it appears we have gotten to the open world aspect now. So I think we can go ahead and go just about anywhere. As you can see, the map doesn't feel that large. Maybe it expands in time. Is this supposed to be Kudenberg? There's no way, right? That does not look that big. So maybe we actually haven't gone to the full open world. I'm not too sure. Maybe this is just how the map looks when there is not the fog of war, but we haven't actually found anything yet. So we'll have to see. Now, what do we have for... So, okay, we can go find Mutt. That may be one of the first things. So I did mention that I wasn't totally sure. Yes, okay, I'll talk to you in a minute. Okay, so I did mention that I wasn't sure if we were going to do all the side stuff first, or if we were going to go with the main quest. It seems to me that everything is kind of set up in a way where the main quest isn't, it doesn't feel urgent, you know? I don't feel like I have to...
Where are you going?
I don't feel like I have to actually go and do it right away. So we might... Oh, wait.
Just ignore me.
Okay.
What could I know?
I guess we'll take care of this really quick.
It's about...
What do you want?
What do you want from me?
I don't want anything from you.
Thank you.
I should actually be thanking you.
Who are you? Do I know you?
For what?
I've been begging for alms here for days, but I didn't make any real coin till today. And that's thanks to you. The scene you made brought out nearly all of Trosky.
We made a scene, yes.
You're welcome. At least it was good for something.
Oh well. Not many people can make such a strong first impression. But look on the bright side. Now things can only get better.
I suppose you're right about that.
Probably right. It doesn't get much worse than that. Unless somebody tries to kill me. Again.
You're still alive in one piece.
Okay, it doesn't seem like any of this is too
It's a new day
important,
and the
so...
sun is shining.
Basically,
Like
I do
always
think we'll
says,
do most of the
bruises
side
build
stuff
character.
before we go for the main quests. What is your name?
Hey, you.
And we will basically just
What'd
skip.
you do?
There is
I'm
like
Bara.
a
Just Bara.
because I
like you
pre-ordered,
know
I
your
did
way
get
around
kind
here
of like a
pretty
side
good.
quest. I've heard that
You're
the
from here, right?
reward there
I
is a little
I'm just
strong, so I
passing
think we'll
through.
go ahead and skip that for the moment. But otherwise, we're
Something
going to try
like,
to do most of the
a
side stuff.
wanderer.
We'll probably go
Yeah,
for Mutt first. I think
usually
that's.
find work with
I have a
someone,
feeling
stay
that that
for
is
a
going to be
while,
a
and
very
once I save a
roundabout
bit,
kind of
I
a
move
quest that's
on.
going to take a
And
while.
why are you begging here?
So we'll try to get a
Sometimes I
horse
collect
first,
herbs for the
which means we're
apothecary,
going to
or
need to
help
make
in the
some
tavern,
money.
but
I don't know
I'd
how
like
much
to go
a
somewhere
horse is going to
else,
cost. Maybe
so I'm
we'll just try to
scraping
get
up whatever
pebbles.
I
Maybe we
can.
can
But
hopefully
on the
purchase
whole,
him.
you could say
I know
I'm
that
a
we will
traveller.
probably fail the
Or
speech
a
check that
nomad.
you have to
But
do
don't
for
say it
that.
too loud. The locals
But
don't take
yes.
kindly to them.
We'll just go ahead and skip the rest
Because
of this, I
they're-
think.
Like to see what they're
It doesn't
up
You
really
can
seem
go-
like any of this is too important.
Where are you?
For work, they all with the city.
You said.
I'd like to go to Prague, but I don't know.
Aha.
Well, but I won't be.
Why exactly?
Why? I've been in the ship.
What do you want to?
I'll find something.
Don't get your hopes up.
You mean they? I appreciate.
I'm practically.
At least you're not walking.
Ah, very funny.
And what do you have in mind?
Yes, so I think this is what it is. Sir Brunswick's armor. I think that is the thing that we're going to skip for the time being. Should I ask about it?
I could use some armor.
And
Well, yeah.
wow.
Uh,
Well,
Oh, I'd have to go stealing. I'm just gonna say
Thanks.
that we're not gonna
Well,
steal,
not
but we might go steal.
I really need something.
Hopefully, I still got the marker for it.
I have no money.
the hell. Here you go.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn. I could use a horse.
Don't exaggerate.
Still, it would be faster.
There's a stud farm in Semi.
And which way is?
Southwest from here. Not once you see the though.
Do you know where I'm?
Betty in the tavern.
I'm not going.
If you find.
My main concern is getting to that wedding in Semi.
Well, yeah.
How much time?
From so.
Do you know anything more about Tomcat?
They say he's a master swordsman, but a real joker too. He loves showing off to girls.
How does he show off for the?
With his muscles. He ricks, but to be fair to him, he Stanislav's.
And Tomcat.
And not just that, he crawled down to get it. And when he found the poor thing had a broken leg, he carried it on his back all the way home.
Where might I run into Tomcat?
In the camp by the tower. That is, by Rock Tower Pond. He watches the camp.
Should I watch out?
No, try not to stare.
Do you think Tomcat might teach me a few of his?
No offence.
I don't want to pull wagons, but if you...
Well,
Well, sure.
more like some trick he's got that our watch doesn't know.
Okay, it doesn't seem like any of this is even that important either. It's also another side quest, but it is for combat training, which will actually be good for us to probably get some of. Okay, so like I said, we will probably go ahead and start on some side quests. We will probably start that in the next episode. What we may do, this episode is going a little long, but that's okay. The last episode did as well, and that is totally fine. I'm thinking that these will all be very long episodes, and that will... I've heard that this game is exceptionally huge, like over 100 hours kind of huge, so if we're not doing 1 hour plus episodes, then it is going to take us months to finish this game. So we will probably at least try to do 1 hour episodes every day or every other day. That is my plan. We're going to try and basically harvest all of the herb stuffs around here, and we'll sell that. We'll try to equip ourselves. It looks like we are probably, yeah, we're hurting on equipment now. Looks like we do still have most of that stuff that we collected from before, though. That's nice of them. They put us in the stocks. We're just gonna go with the best armor stuff. Now, one thing with armor in this game, as you can see, not only does it affect your armor ratings, but you will have things like conspicuousness, noise, and visibility. So we're not worrying too much about a sneak-based character, so we are just going to try to go for the best armor. Now, speed is also another thing you have to consider, but I'm not too concerned with that either. We just basically want to go for the best armor-based stuff. Now, another thing with equipment is that it can increase your skills. Now, at some point, it would be nice to get equipment that helps us with our speech skill. and have a set for that. So we would basically have our normal fighting gear, and then we would switch into stuff that is a little bit better for speech when the time comes. So as you can see, we do have a decent amount of items here already. That is actually a lot. That is a lot. Okay. We need to find... Where is somebody that we can sell to? Okay, this looks like it would be a weapon shop of some kind. That is a tavern. And you just look for the signs, of course. I mean, nothing too fancy there. That is like any RPG, really. This is the trader. Okay. And is there anything else here that we can pick up in the meantime? This is why I wanted the at least 5 times gather, because it definitely cuts down on the time, and you have to get rid of the animation. I'm telling you, if you play this game for a long time, absolutely get the animation mod, which basically, when you normally do this, when you normally gather, you have to wait through like a 5 to 10 second animation every single time that you do it. And without the radius as well, you will be gathering for hours.
You can
for
buy
literal
everything.
hours.
A few days.
And it is no fun at all, if you ask me. Did you have any? Oh, he had like a wagon tip over.
And where did the wagon tip?
On the roads near the cat. I can't tell you how much it's still.
Probably not. I'm gonna. Did you
Were
have
there any
anything
valuables? You bet. Lord Simine ordered all
Precious
sorts
spices.
of delicacies. And for Taylor Bartishak, I was carrying expensive fabrics to make dress. If you only knew how much.
Okay.
Well,
maybe we can
nothing.
go find that. What's over there?
I wanted to. I'm not from here, and I'd like.
Ja, natürlich, you're not from here. Aber das ist also.
Okay, so yes, like I said, we are going to basically be trying to make some money, and then we will go and buy a horse, and that will probably be where we call it. If this hasn't gone on, if that doesn't take us more than a half an hour, maybe I will continue to try to get mud, but we'll probably do that next time.
Where can I? If you want, Herr von Berger does have it. We do not the grave when once.
More explanation of
Can
what
I
things
zum
are.
Glück nicht, junger Mann. Oh, natürlich. There is Bartok, the apothecary.
Taylor.
What do you mean by that? Nichts weiter. Along the scribe guide. But of the three,
okay, that's where we can get
is there
books
anyone
and things
else?
like that.
Rest of them.
Which, by the way, nobody
Where
is
do you go for
really
wares?
literate at these times
closest
except
town?
for nobles, so
close
you
half of
actually
that one
have to
belongs
learn
to
how
her
to
from-
read,
Is it
although it
far?
seems like this Henry
But
already
we must-
knows how
I
to
do not
read,
think-
which is good.
Is there anything
Glad
I
that
should
they
avoid?
didn't make
Certainly.
that, like
Stirring
an
up
optional
here in
thing.
the
I would
village.
prefer to
I
know how to
understand.
read already.
That is all because of the
So
war.
otherwise
So
it is
you've
a
already
big
heard
pain
about
to
those
actually
ones.
learn
Every
how.
time I go to.
So the road.
Ja, das kann.
Okay, this is nothing really too
What do you have
interesting. Let's just go ahead. Now we have the shop. So shop screen consists of 2 parts: the merchant's inventory for buying goods and Henry's inventory for selling them. Selected items to buy and sell are placed in your basket, blah blah blah. The bottom bar will display information about the current transaction. You can then buy them. Yes, okay. And you can also haggle, which is also quite nice. Now, we just want to, at the moment, get rid of all these extras. We don't need an extra torch, for instance. We don't need... Wait, hold on. I thought I checked this already. Okay, I guess we're selling the... And this one also needs... Okay, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe this one just needs to be... cobbled or whatever. So we'll keep it for the moment though, just to make sure. And we'll get rid of the beggar's hose, we'll get rid of this vagrant's boots, we'll get rid of... We actually really don't need most of this foodstuffs either. Yeah, we don't really need most of it. We'll keep the mead maybe, just because that will help with health pretty well. Something that can be used for that. And things like bread we don't... Well, actually, we'll keep the bread. No, actually, I don't want to keep anything that has a low durability, really. Like things like even bacon and stuff like that. We'll get rid of that. We would only really want stuff that is going to last a long time. So things like dried perch, that last forever. Basically, any dried food will. I don't really want to worry about drying my own food either, if I can help it. And we're probably not going to make our own savior schnapps. This is not a very good thing to sell, but we're just going to do it because I don't really want to spend time on alchemy, so we're going to skip that. And that's why we are also selling all these alchemy ingredients. We are probably never going to actually make use of this. I'm just going to try to make enough money on its own, and hopefully that will work for us. And we'll just sell all of this. Okay, and bandages. We will try to keep a good amount of them, but we're going to get rid of these ones that are already pretty much falling apart. We also have a blacksmith kit, but we'll probably want a new one, because I don't think this one's going to last very much longer. Burger's hunting sword. Let's actually take a look. So, this one is quite a bit better than the hunting sword we currently have, which we can actually just sell anyways, because we're not going to use it. They don't appear to have any bludgeons, but we will take these bolts. I do want to get a crossbow. So we're... Wait, hold on. So 49 is what we would get. Okay, 28. That's actually just fine by me. Can we also maybe try to get this Wanderer's Pouch? Having something to put things such as food, we would like to probably put our water in there maybe, or something like that. Maybe bandages. Bandages might be better. So we'll try to buy that. Now we're going to be paying 25, so that's not good. Okay, we need to get more things to sell first. Is there anything else here? We do want probably a spade at some point, because you can like rob graves and stuff like that. It's not a nice thing to do. But there is sometimes valuable things there. So we're just going to go ahead and haggle on this.
Let's talk about the good.
Now, we don't have a very good speech skill. So basically, you just kind of set a price that you would like, and we will probably, normally it would be 28, so we're going to try to go for 32.
Satisfied? That's more like it.
Lower the price a little bit. We'll go to 30. And you'll convince... Okay, cool. So we received 30 groschen from that now. And we're just going to go back, and we'll just gather until we are completely full of items. And I will be back with you once I have done that. Okay, so back for a quick moment, and I think I mentioned already that nettles are pretty good of a thing to try to gather. I'm not totally sure if I did mention that. However, it is, and as you can see, there is a whole lot of them that just kind of run along. So anything that's like a wooded area of any kind, you will see a lot of them, and that makes it... So if you're kind of following along with the series, that is one thing to kind of keep in mind, because, I mean, if you see any other kind of herbs, for sure, just gather those as well. But if you're really specifically looking to gather things to sell, nettles are a very good option, in my opinion, because, like everything else, they pretty much cost the same amount, or make the same amount. So if you just kind of look around areas, you will find tons and tons and tons of nettles, and that makes it a lot easier to gather, and we are already overloaded, but I do not want to leave any of this stuff, leave any of it behind, so we are going to gather as much of it that's right here in this area really quickly, and we're going to head on back, and there's even more nettles right here. So as you can see, it is just, look at that, 29 nettles just like that. Of course, we do have the radius mod on, so that makes it a lot easier as well. So yeah, if you're going to use that mod especially, but either way,
what do you have for sale?
Nettles are just a very, very good option for making money. And we're going to go ahead and just sell this, and I also managed to get some honey as well. There was just some beehives going on, and it was free for the taking. There was no rob necessary, so we're going to sell all this stuff. Now, I might be wrong. Okay, you can actually just press the W key to sell everything. There we go, that is a lot easier. Oh, there's only one sage. Alright, Thistle, Valyrian, and this is going to, look at that, 91 gold. Groschen, whatever you want to call it. That is good for us. We will buy this Wanderer's Pouch, and we also want... I don't think we really need anything else. If there is anything that is infinite durability, I don't really want to carry beer, though. Something like dried beef, yes. Something like that's cheap, but never expires. Because having that, we could actually just keep the honey. What is that on nutrition? Oh, 31. Okay, we're gonna keep the honey that we just got then. How do I completely take it off? Oh, remove from basket. Okay. E? Oh, okay. So you hold on. So you go like this and take it all off. Okay. And then we could actually just buy some honey, but I think what the honey that we have is actually going to be perfectly enough for us. So what we're also going to do, okay, the scrolling by hand there is kind of a pain. We're going to take a spade. I think we got given a lockpick, so we actually don't need one right now. It might be good to have, but what we do want... Which kit did we have? Blacksmith, okay. Should we sell this one and maybe get a new one? It's 0.7 worth, and a new one would be 53. Okay, we're going to try not to do it then, but we will want a cobbler's kit, and we will also want an armorer's kit at some point, but right now at least, this is all we can actually do, so we're going to go ahead and haggle.
I'd like to discuss the price.
And
Naturally.
it's going to be 15 gold, or groschen, normally. We're going to try to actually...
How's this? That's quite a
might
sum.
be upset with that. Okay, not too
Why?
bad. Alright, so we actually
What did I do to
only
you?
have to give him 5. That is actually pretty good by me. Now we're going to go back and just do the same thing. So I will be back with you when I have a full inventory again. And really quickly, I am just going to check on this again. Okay, so we could try and actually cobble on that. So cobbler's kit, as you can see, you just basically... Okay, so wait, hold on. We can only do it with the... We can only do it with... okay, it's probably the armor's one then, I guess, that we would have to use it on. Or use on it. I'm just going to assume that this one's better for now. And we'll check on it later. I managed to already find a big, area filled with all these nettles, as you can see. We've already gotten 140. 140 just like that. Doing pretty good. Okay, so I am back, and I am a little bit over encumbered here because I am getting greedy and I'm just gathering everything on my way back to the trader. Now there is a guy right here. He's a carpenter, and I think he probably sells some stuff that we might want as well. So we may end up trying to do a few more of these inventories. He has a work axe. I don't really care too much about that, although it is pretty good on the swing, but it's not as good as a blunt weapon. I would like to go with the blunt. Would be quite nice. He has shields, though. Even just getting a really weak shield here would actually be super nice. What is it? Are they all the same stats? They are. Okay. That might be nice. And he has a crossbow. Ooh. Either one of these would be awesome to go ahead and grab. Did we end up getting those bolts? We did. Okay, and I need to also equip this. Need to not forget that. And he has a marksman kit as well, so we're gonna try to get that. Ooh, he has dice. Are any of these good? Holy Trinity is usually pretty good. So I did poorly explain as well the dice. I'll try to explain it the next time we actually play it. It's a little easier to actually show you guys how to play it better. Basically ones, and you can get all these balanced dices that are made to be rigged. I can't imagine that people were like thrilled about this. Wouldn't they just like have house die and like everybody has to use the same ones? You would think. Instead, everybody's allowed to cheat by having loaded die. I'm sure that was also pretty common in like house games, but you would think if people were gambling that they would be a little more intelligent about it, but who knows. Anyways, dice like Holy Trinity dice are usually pretty good. Okay, so this one actually rolls 3s. Okay, the ones that you want are ones that load up the 1s and the 5s are typically the best way to actually win. So otherwise, that seems to be all here. We basically just want to try to get a shield if possible. I don't know if we're necessarily going to need it with a mace, but it would be good to have. And an old field crossbow would also be superb. That is going to be expensive overall, but if we can make it happen, then we would be set up pretty well right here at the early game. So we're going to try to do it. Each one of these inventories is making us a fair amount of money, so I don't think it should be too difficult, actually, to be able to afford everything that we need. What is that? Maybe we need like another 150 gold. Should get it for us. So, let's go ahead. Well, actually, it'd be about 200, actually, but either way. So we'll go ahead, and we're going to sell all of this stuff again. Won't make you watch it every time. Okay, and 95 groschen is what we can actually get from this. Now, I did go ahead and put that miner's hood on, so we'll just sell this beggar's one. It's only 0.1, but it is something. Now, the only other thing we need from this guy. Go down. Well, let me scroll. The scroll bar is kind of annoying. Armorer's kit. That is all we need here, I believe. Yes. Okay, so haggle.
Worried about the price.
Good.
Haggle. We'll try to go for 55.
You accept a smaller. Nine, so I'm done.
Oh, wow, he actually was super upset about that. Okay, we'll just close the deal then. That's fine. A little bit of a reputation loss if you fail to haggle like that, but that is just something that we'll have to deal with. So I'm going to do at least one more inventory, probably two more. So I'm not going to make you watch that at all. I'll just go ahead and do both, and I'll get back with you once we have about 200 groschen. Okay, so we are back, and the only reason I am not skipping even further forward is because we did get some further perk points. So I did want to go ahead and look at those with you guys. So nourishment will decrease 30% slower. Actually seems very, very good. That actually, yes, should be very good. In other words, you will last longer without food before hunger starts bothering you. Normally I would just keep that because I like hearing Henry say that he is feeling quite hungry, but it's not the most important thing. So Silver Tongue, this is another good one. We get a +4 speech bonus whenever we are haggling. That will be quite nice to get a little bit more money. Maybe Polished Wares may have been a little bit better because if we get good condition equipment, then we could sell them for a little bit better, but usually the equipment you get tends to be a little bit damaged. Now, when collecting herbs, you'll also gain a small amount of experience and strength skill. This is going to be important for us. We're going to take it. What else looks particularly good here? When in the forest, your scent will be halved, your stamina will recover 15% faster, your strength, vitality, and agility will... Wow, this is just great. Anytime you're in the forest, you are much better. Okay, faster flying bolts sounds pretty good. I would normally not have taken anything like this in the first game, but with crossbows, they fly faster, travel farther, and have more penetration, all bolts, so that actually seems pretty good. Shots to the chest, having better damage, would actually be pretty good, but small chance to find an additional herb or a small treasure. Now, this only seems like it counts for herbs and not necessarily all alchemy ingredients, but that seems pretty good as well. Master Cook, we don't really need that. Flower Power is quite nice because it increases your charisma by just having 30 fresh or dried herbs, but they have to be herbs and they can't just be anything. That's the only problem with it. And I'm not very good at what actually counts as an herb in this game. It is not always entirely clear. To me, anyways. I mean, obviously these are not herbs. These are flowers. I think nettle would also count as a flower, really? Or not a flower, but just like a... Maybe it does count as a... Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. However, I don't really want to use a perk point if it's not going to be a good choice, so I think that's all we can really do for the moment. Okay, now, we do have about 220 groschen, so I think this is probably enough for the immediate. We will go over to the stable area and end up gathering a little more, but I think I've mostly gathered most of the spots. It seems like things do grow back rather quickly. We will gather a little bit of stuff just on the way over to this guy. This should be enough to get this stuff, and we just need to make them
I'll have a look at the
that we need for a horse. And we will take... The most important thing is the field crossbow, so we'll take that. And that's going to be 69. And we will take this marksman's kit as well, so we can actually fix it up if it gets damaged. And we will also take a heater shield. Which color should we go for? Is there... Okay. I think that red's a little off. I'm not too big of a fan of the black on this Henry, but it looks like the best for now, so we're gonna go with it. And that at least gives us some form, so it's gonna be 100. Okay, that's not bad at all. Shouldn't that be a lot? Am I selling something to him? Okay, lousy gamblers die. It's quite noticeably unbalanced. Do we even need it then? I'm a little confused. Why is this only 100? Oh, I didn't select. That would probably help. Okay. That was confusing me. Okay, 216.
Let's talk
yes,
about
that's
the pure.
a lot more what I was expecting here.
Well. Aye. You're good.
Okay.
As you're doing
205. We can do that. And I'm going to gather a little bit of nettles here. And it's time to start making our way. We're going to start making our way to... We may want to come back for these other quest tips and stuff like that. We'll probably do that much later, though. I think these are just mostly... They're not... I don't think they're Radiant quests exactly, but they are kind of generic. So this is where that stable is, as far as I know. And Mutt, we have to start seeking for him over here. Now, the only thing I'm not too sure of, I don't know if there's actually going to be a trader here. Hopefully there will be one here. So we're just going to go find out what the actual amount that we're going to need. And at that point... Oh, we need to equip this as well. At that point is when we will go and probably gather some more things and sell it in order to pay for our new horse. Okay, that all is set up now. I do just want to make sure everything is all nice and repaired, because while we are out, we could get attacked at any point by bandits, and we want to be ready for that. Okay, I need to make sure I'm not actually pulling out my weapon in the middle of the town. The guards will not be happy about that. Bunch of cabbages. Alright, let's go ahead and head out now. We are going to just... We'll gather anything on the way that looks interesting. And like I said, nettles, so one way to get them is definitely around houses and things like that, but you can also just find them on any really hilly area. Tends to have them as well. Or like in between like cracks. Usually there would be like a little bit somewhere right here, but there doesn't seem to be this time. That's okay though. And yeah, just kind of all over the places where you can find nettles, basically. That is why I like looking for them specifically, because they are very distinct, whereas some of these other flowers, there are flowers that look just like them, like from far away that looked kind of like chamomile. Luckily there was actually chamomile there. But that is all we're going to gather for the moment. Maybe if I just see a big patch like that, like marigold, that was 35 of them. But I don't want to gather too many, because if we do end up getting in a fight here, I would like to be able to loot and not have to drop anything. So that is the one thing, is that these herbs are very heavy for the price. They basically weigh the exact same amount as how much grosh you would get. So basically 0.1 is how much they weigh, 0.1 is how much you can actually sell them for. So typically armor is a lot better of a use of your inventory space. And we are not sticking to the path because we are on foot. When you are using a horse, I highly recommend sticking to the paths as much as possible. This is Bohemia, okay? And it is very, very rocky and hilly, and you can easily get yourself thrown off a cliff or stuck and having to go a majorly amount around in order to get to a place. And even when you are on foot like this, I would highly recommend sticking to paths if they are going in your immediate direction. Like, now we're veering off of that one because it was kind of going around too much. But for the most part, stick to paths if you can, basically. It's not really like Skyrim. You can try to jump up cliffs if you would like. It's very difficult, though. It's very difficult. And you can even run into impassable terrain like bushes and things like that you just cannot make it through, so would not really recommend. And as well as that, even though sticking to paths can get you into more fights because that is where bandits are going to stick to, you can still end up just having so many issues off-road that honestly it would be a very good idea to just fight bandits if you have to, or run away from them once you have a horse. But once you're on foot, it can be better to stay off the paths just because you're less likely to get involved in fights overall. At least that's from my experience. It's possible that somebody knows much better and like, okay, maybe you do get into fights all the time. But as you can see, I haven't seen anybody. And I feel like I would have seen at least one party on the way here. But we've gotten pretty lucky so far. So we are almost there, luckily. And that is about all I've got for this moment. So I will speak to you once we get over to the stables. God be with you. Okay, so we've arrived in Semen, or Semine, however you want to pronounce it. I am absolutely going to butcher all sorts of pronunciations. And then there are some, like I called Hans Capone. That is more of a joke rather than a mispronunciation. However, here we are at the groom, and we're going to talk to him, and we are going to try to get Pebbles here for free, but I'm assuming it's not going to work. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. What? Do I have to find him first? Which one? Oh, yeah,
wait,
that's you.
What did I do to
That's
you?
my Been a while. I forgot what you looked like. I guess I walked right past you.
I thought they killed you down by that pond.
Oh, we can just trade with him immediately. And let's see what his wares look like. Okay, he does have some nice comparisons and things. That looks really nice. This one, both of these actually look pretty nice. Okay.
Take care then. Thanks for nothing.
Chat? No, talk.
What can I do?
That grey horse you have grazing here is mine.
What do you mean yours? I bought it fair and square. I admit, it was only for a few groschen from some... But that horse, so it belongs to me now.
Should I tell him to be reasonable or take a good look at me? I'm just gonna say
she's
I
my
wrote
horse in the retinue.
Right. You happen... Does it have... It does
I
not...
have a feeling this isn't gonna work for us.
Who sold it? I told some... What did he look? You're a bit... He had black and it's... But I couldn't...
Well, it looks
Look,
like
it's just
reasonable.
one.
What do you mean? I sell horse.
Ah, well, a horse.
It makes a difference to...
Oh,
well.
I knew it. And reputation loss.
Look at me.
I
Let's
am...
see if this
Take
works.
And what you say?
A sim...
Yeah,
Fine.
That's more...
Okay, so we'll have to end up haggling with him.
I changed my mind.
It's 150, so at least we know how much it costs now. And I'm assuming every single other one of these is going to be more expensive. Now, if you steal a horse, you can do that, but you can only use them for transportation, unless something changed and they made it so that you can end up calling them later, which I hope they did, but I don't want to test it right now. But I think that was a kind of a terrible choice. Yes, it makes sense that if you steal a horse, it's going to be registered as stolen. Yeah, sure, somebody might see like a brand on them, and then they'll try to arrest you. However, it doesn't make much sense to me. Like, that is our horse. We should be able to steal Pebbles, and he will come to me if I were to call him. But as far as I know, that is not how it works, and I don't really want to take the chance. So what? Let's see. Is there? Okay, it doesn't at least show a marker yet. Hopefully there is somebody that we can sell these herbs to around here. I don't want to pick any more up until I know for sure. If there is, it's probably going to be over here. Okay, this is a produce. Maybe this guy will... maybe they will buy it? I do not remember what people buy what.
Show me your wares.
Exactly. Okay, cool. So we can sell all this stuff here. That is good. And I'm just going to sell all this and see what we get. 40. Okay. That is something. That is something. Now, we don't have anything else, of course, that we can sell, so we're just going to haggle.
A word about the price.
Sure.
Do we have a...
That sounds real. You see?
Okay, we got 40.5s now. We need... In total, we need about 95 more groschen, and then we can go, and we could probably only go with like 90, and we should be able to actually haggle him down, but I just want to get the full amount. So I am going to, once again, go and harvest any amount of alchemy ingredients that I can find. Okay, so now we did get another perk. We're going to probably go, let's see. Pack Mule would be good to have that extra 12 pounds. Strength will make it easier to win fights in the clinch because it will be harder for your opponents to react to your actions. That could actually be pretty good. But I really like Pack Mule just to have that extra carrying capacity. And this one actually also gives us the 8 plus that lack of debuff to your stamina when you are carrying somebody, like a person. That could be good as well, but I think we're going to go for the pack mule at first. And survival. What else is here? Oh. Oh, this is like the upgraded version of that other one we got. Okay. We'll take that for sure. The effects of the Leshy and Leshy perks will now apply not only in the forest, but in any... Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, those are... that's looking like an OP selection right there. If you hit your target, we already looked at that one. I don't think we're going to do much cooking, so we're not going to go with that one. We'll go ahead and keep the rest of our perk points for the moment, I think. And just to notify you guys, if you are planning on, or if you've been following along so far and are planning to do things similarly to me, I would strongly recommend staying at whatever that previous town was even called, which I don't remember already. Troskowitz, whatever. I would stay there and gather everything that you can from there and try to get yourself the extra amount of groschen you need, because this place is a little bit more dry than Troskowitz, and yeah, I mean, there is some things, but I am having to go much farther in order to get it, so it is up to you, of course, but I would do the gathering there and get the money that you need first. Another thing, I do strongly recommend that you actually make use of these troughs whenever possible, because the thing is, if you look like crap, then that will actually make people's opinions of you generally a little bit worse. I don't know if it always affects haggling, but I think it does for the most part, so you will want to clean yourself up when you can, so that hopefully people don't think that you are a bum, and that you are not worth paying much attention and mind to. So we're gonna go ahead and sell all this now, and hopefully this is getting us pretty close now. I don't want to be doing this for much longer if I can help it. Okay, 88. It's pretty good. Do they have the money to actually pay? Oh, they don't. Oh no, they don't even have enough money for me. So yes, definitely stay where you were before. Would be much better. And there's nothing really that we need besides money. So, okay, I guess all we can really do is remove. Keep removing, I suppose. Okay, we can definitely sell a little bit of this still. We'll add another 22. Okay, actually we need to remove because we can haggle them further. Okay, so 16. Haggle.
I'd like to do some... Sure.
They have 16.7.
Do you accept?
We're nearly... Finally. Thanks. And have a nice day.
Okay, so now we need to figure out what to do with the rest of the stuff. Is there anybody else who counts as a trader around here? This is going to... Yeah, no, this isn't going to work. Nope, he's a saddler. He's not going to be willing to buy any of my stuff. Pretty sure. We'll check anyways, because maybe he has something that's useful. Not so much at the moment. No. Okay. Yeah, this is not great. So we may have to call it here, because I'm going to have to actually make my way probably back to Troskowitz, or maybe over here. This is a little bit closer. Maybe I can check that. Or even here. This is actually pretty close, and it may have something. And we can also go ahead and, I guess, take care of that little quest item. But we will do that in the next episode. So, as you can see, we are, Henry is making his way up slowly. We are going to just be taking care of a bunch of quests and hopefully getting our dang horse back. That would be nice. This actually would have been a lot easier if we had just had the horse. And you basically only had to do a very small prologue, and then you immediately had a horse in the first game. So it's kind of actually a little bit annoying that we are not allowed to have our literal horse that we already own. We aren't allowed to just have him back. It's somewhat disappointing. But either way, I am very much enjoying this game overall so far, either way. I mean, the gameplay itself so far looks amazing. We'll have to see what it looks like once we have more fighting experience. Yeah, I should probably put that away, but it kind of intimidates people. But we'll see once we get into more combat situations how that actually plays out. I think it's going to go very, very well, though. It's a little simpler. We'll get through some combos and things like that. Combos are very, very good to actually know and to actually do whenever you can. It seems like they will be a lot easier too, because there is one less directional to actually worry about. But we will just have to see, because combos can be a little bit difficult to actually pull off constantly. You have to have, well, you have to have a good sensitivity on your mouse and everything like that to actually be able to directional properly and everything like that. But I'm not going to make you guys watch this next trip, so at the beginning of the next episode you will see me actually at our destination one way or the other. So I thank you guys very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. And in the last episode, we were trying to sell enough goods in order to actually buy our horse back, and unfortunately the trader that we wanted to sell to did not have enough money. So I just made my way back over to Trosky, and I managed to sell all of our stuff, and we are back in Semine now with 157 gold, so we should be able to afford actually this horse now. And as well, in the last episode I mentioned that I would put down a mod list in the description. However, I went and played around with it a little bit on my own time, and well, unfortunately there were crashes. So I went ahead and deleted everything, and I would just recommend maybe waiting. I figured because most of the mods were just ported over from Kingdom Come Deliverance I, that most of it would be okay. However, there were crashes, and I don't know if it was the shader mod or what, and I actually think I may have installed the shader mod wrong. And anyways, as you can see, everything I think looks about the same, so I don't really know. So I would just recommend playing on native for the time being, and hopefully in the future we can get some good mods. We're now here at the Groom. Oh, wait, hold on.
What can you do?
Talk.
What would you like?
And we will just go ahead and
like
buy,
all you have to, I will take,
Pebbles
to be honest,
back.
then make sure you're first. Of course, I will say, have you taken, you do. I've already, tell me.
I'm sure. How's that?
More. I'll take it.
Great.
I trust you'll be satisfied. I'll get the horse ready for you. You to call him over. It will take a... Don't forget to get some proper tack as well.
Do we have tack? Yes, we do. Okay. Just basic. Now, this is one of the cooler parts too, I think, of Kingdom Come, is that you really get to design what your horse is going to wear. Of course, we have just crappy gear right now, but hopefully we can get a nice comparison at some point. And now, what is our plan? Now, our plan, we're gonna go look for mud. That is our first goal. We're gonna wait on the main story stuff, which is what's here in the red. We're just gonna untrack it, because we don't want to do that yet. We want to do everything on this map first. And let's see, we have combat training. We could go and see Tomcat. Now, another thing in the last episode I did, I was basically going through and just doing like, I was thinking that all of these perk points counted to everything, but I totally spaced. And actually the way it works in Kingdom Come is just that you just have perks based on that particular skill. So basically, we just have a perk point for main level, for instance, and of course we want to use that. If you lose reputation, the drop will be 10% less, or gain is increased by 10. And I think we're going to go with kind of a chivalrous playthrough, so that makes a little more sense to me to take. And survival, of course, we do want to take one of these. If you cook, dry, no, we don't really want that. Now, this could actually be good if you have more than 30 fresh or dried herbs not spoiled in your inventory. Your charisma will count as 2 more. Those are usually pretty good to have, because charisma can be a pretty important thing to have. And we also have Heartseeker here. If you hit your target in the chest, your shot will do 10% more damage. The effect will also apply when hitting from behind. This is pretty good. Because most of the time you're going to want to aim for the chest in this game. Aiming with a crossbow or even a regular bow or any kind of ranged weapon, it can be pretty hard to actually hit somebody in the head. So if you're targeting their chest, that makes it certainly a whole lot easier. And then I wasn't taking these perks, but we're just going to do that. So if we are using a sword, we'll probably just want the opening strike. If you successfully wound an opponent by a strike to an uncovered zone, it will be more difficult for the opponent to block your subsequent attacks. We probably won't be using a lot of swords, but just in case. Now, I don't really care if we're using a polearm and it gets damaged faster, because we're not going to be carrying a polearm for most of the game, so we will just go ahead and go with the blocking, costing less stamina. And as far as unarmed, after the first strike in combat, this one is probably better than this one. This one is basically if you're fighting unarmed against armed opponents a lot. We probably won't be doing that. This one allows it so that after the first strike in combat, subsequent unarmed attacks will cost you 20% less stamina, and it will be 10% stronger for 30 seconds. That's okay. It's not, I mean, it's specifically for brawling, so it's nothing too important. Now, of course, reputation does matter, and our reputation right now in Troskowitz is pretty terrible. Otherwise, our reputation seems pretty good everywhere. But that is another thing. It will affect how people talk to you and everything like that. So it is kind of important to actually do that. So we are going to be going to take care of Mutt. And the first place we have to go is way up here in the boonies. And that's going to take a minute. I don't know if you guys prefer to watch all the walking around and stuff. Probably not, so I will probably just be skipping this part out.
Nice and slow.
And I will talk with you guys once I get over there. Okay, now, we actually just found the Nomad's camp, and this was not something I was expecting to actually come across just yet. I've heard about it. I've heard it's a pretty major location and everything, but let's just see, is there anybody really around? I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people. We'll just see what their whole deal is. There's a soldier. Huntsman. Okay, is there anybody that okay, we can talk to these nomads?
What's life like here in the camp?
Free, my friend, free. Your settled life, that is not for me. Being cooped up in one place all day would be the death of me. Nic nane prepuf aisosaro manolilo.
What did you say? It almost sounded like a curse.
Ah, that was just a bit of wisdom.
You mean a proverb?
Najanav, maybe. We have wise sayings for everything, Gajo.
And perhaps a bit of magic, too, eh?
Kora chacho. But they are not spells. We're very superstitious folks, that's all.
Nomads, you mean?
Ha! Romale. You will not find a more superstitious people than us.
How do you make your living when you're constantly on the road?
Everyone does the work he knows. Usually things to do with horses, trade and blacksmithing.
And what do you do?
Me? I make sure our luck does not run out.
Right. That must be tiring work then, eh?
Tell me about it. Playing dice requires wisdom.
Isn't luck more important?
Solvakeres, Gajo. There is no luck involved. When you have wisdom and a free mind, you accept fate. Lady Luck only smiles on those who know how to accept fate.
Why is your camp here?
Because we found a gold mine here, but we are so humble you would never know it.
I'm glad you've been so lucky. Would you invite me to a feast?
Nah, you might tell everyone. Then we would have to pay taxes.
You're right. Taxes are the worst thing since the plague.
Right. But if you do not have anything, you do not pay anything. And nobody will be any the wiser. Bokali Richni and Nakalel. That is why we have to keep moving. So the high and mighty do not realize that they have not yet squeezed us dry. Aye. Our kind are birds on the wing, not cooped up hens. I would rather be hungry and free than have a full belly and be chained like a dog.
How do you get along with the local villagers?
Oilen Kaiser Baraminjahin.
I don't understand. Is that something bad?
They are always unhappy about something. But it is because they are afraid. They are afraid of everything they do not know and understand. Then when we turn up, strangers with a strange language and strange ways, they shit themselves. They are more afraid of us than foreign armies, I tell you. And why is that? because they know what to expect from an army. But they do not know us and think the worst of us.
I'm looking for this friend of mine. A big, fair-haired young man. Likes strutting about and speaks like a noble.
Look, you know what? That sounds like the gacho we saw in the forest the other night. But he's scarp and sharpish and vanished in the darkness. I ain't seen him since. Sorry.
Take care, friend.
Okay, so these guys are certainly characters. Now, as I mentioned in the last episode, I was just trying to get through a lot of the dialogue and everything, but this time, and from here on out, I do think that we will be going through all of it, and I'll just try to be quiet during cutscenes and things like that. That's what I tried to do in the last episode as much as possible, compared to the first episode, and that's pretty much what we're going to do. We're going to try to actually enjoy all of the narrative of the game from here on out. I just wanted to actually get to a point where, you know, I was actually able to move around and everything. So I did skip through some of the flavor text and everything, but most of the flavor text in this game is actually fun to read and listen to and enjoy and everything. We're just going to see if there's anyone else here.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
you are that chavo from my dream, Jalas Mangesuno. You came to me, the Eterno Gajo, friend of the Roma with clear eyes, the one who has suffered much. A stranger to take on the task that shall unite our familia once again, or divide us forever.
What? What's a chavo? What am I supposed to do?
Go and see the Voivod, he will tell you more.
How are you doing?
Laches Gajo Mishtes. What can an old woman like me do for you?
Where did you come from?
Ay, Gajo. From God, of course.
I mean, where were you before?
Ah, I see. Well, in the winter we are always in the south. And in the summer we go north.
And over again, like that?
What do you mean over and over? There is the East Road and the West Road too, right?
Wait, you really don't know where you'll be next week?
You guessed it, Gajo. We do not know, and we do not want to know. God always takes care of his children.
Why do you travel the world? Why don't you settle down?
And why do you not settle down? Instead of jumping from the frying pan into the fire, Gajo.
Oh, that's different. I'm serving my lord.
While we have no master, just the sun and God above us, and the grass beneath our feet. So hincha chipen andro jivipen.
Tell me something about the Roma. I realize I don't know anything about your people.
What can I say? We are people and Christians, just like you. The only difference between us is that we live on the road, while you are cooped up in the same cottage from cradle to grave. It is a free life for free people. Though it is true we often have to move on, because we are driven out.
How do you get along with the locals?
It's always different. Sometimes the women folk could kiss my feet when I cured their pains. And sometimes they are more likely to burn me at the stake just for being different.
And what makes you nomads different?
You know, Gajo, nothing and everything. We live our lives as if each day could be the last. That is all. Try it. And you will see every sunrise like it is the first time again.
What can you tell me about your husband, the Voivod?
May cholera strike him down, the scoundrel. The last thing I needed was a man like him. But I did not have any better ones at the shop.
Really?
Oh, yes. Like I always say, the best barochero under the sun. But his stubbornness will be the end of me one day.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I hear you know some magic and tricks. Is that right?
Kotuke penja. What magic, Gajo? I am just an old woman who knows how to ward off trouble and hold on to happiness. My old mother, may she rest in peace, she knew all kinds of things.
You see, and I thought you were really, well, in short, a witch.
Not at all. Fortune-telling and spells are far cry from black magic. Black magic is a path every honest Manush avoids like a plague. My power comes from God, and I use it to serve only him and good folks.
How do you know when it's black magic?
Simple. Black magic is only used for the selfish benefit of fools who think only of themselves.
And is there another kind of magic?
Oh, Devla Miro, of course. The good kind that helps and comes from God.
And is it true? Do the spells really work?
So hincha chipen androji vipen. If you have faith, then it will work.
I'd like to learn a greeting in your language.
There are all kinds. But if you want to say how are you, then it is Sartukejal. And if you want something a bit less ordinary, it is Kaijazmore. But that is only said by man to man, mind you. We women say, Sotavez mrichai.
Aha. And what does that mean?
It is simply asking if the other has enough to eat. This is good manners among us.
Okay, I don't know if we're gonna go through every single person here, but we just learned witchcraft. I wanted to kind of take a look at that. If does it not show up anywhere? I'm not too sure. Okay, that seemed new, and it doesn't seem like it actually shows up anywhere. Okay, I guess we just learned about it. Okay. Either way. Oh, here's that Master Tomcat guy. Yes, of course. We will probably talk to him, but we'll come back later and do more of this. I want to get back on the road a little bit and make our way over to Mutt. That's kind of our main goal, is to get Mutt, and he should be able to help us a little bit in combat too. At least in the first game, he was rather useful. If nothing else, he distracted people. But yes. Now, I did say I'm not going to go through all the walking and everything, and that is probably going to be the case for the most part. However, if I do have something to actually say, then I will come back and talk with you guys. But otherwise, I'm just going to make my way over to this marker, and as you can see, it's kind of an interesting... I'm going to probably try to go down here and see if I can get into this ravine and go around like that. Otherwise, I may have to backtrack a little bit. Okay, now I am just arriving here at the quest marker location, and... I did run into a couple of bandits. Nothing too major, I just ran away from them.
Oh, a nice bit of venison. And something took a good bite of it.
And there is also a guy right here. Is he going to attack us?
Now you're going to get it.
Okay, I guess he is.
Fuck that! You want to try me?
We don't really want to carry too much of this stuff unless it is... What I try to do is anything that is very expensive for the weight. Maybe this, but honestly, probably only like the boots. It's something very, very low weight, and we actually did get a badge. I think that is for dice. So basically, only things that do not actually
just like
weigh us down too much, because we are away from civilization right now.
Around. Someone must have taken him in. It's not far to the herb woman's place. Maybe I should ask her whether she's seen him.
That guy probably already looted him. Yep. Okay. So we have to go to this herb woman. That looks like it's along this path right here. Now, for you, where'd our horse go? Okay, right here. Now, for you, you may not want to actually travel around at night. I'm used to doing it in the first game, and for the most part, I know how to run away from bandits that are outnumbering me too much. But if you decide to do this like I am, make sure you have a torch, make sure you equip it, and then you can just press the R key, assuming you are on PC, and you will be able to have out, and we'll go ahead and put our weapon away. And you'll have this torch out, and yeah, that'll make it a lot easier to actually travel around here at nighttime. We'll just follow the path. And yeah, if you see any more than one bandit, you should probably just run away, especially in this early game, because you are either not going to be able to take them at all, or they will just be extremely difficult to take out, and you will almost get yourself killed. So I don't really recommend that. So we're just gonna follow this path along, and I'll be back with you once we get there. Okay, so we arrived. Back here again with the herb woman, and she's not wanting to talk to me, and she just closes her door in my face. Hello. There we go. And we don't have the money for our day yet.
Have you seen a stray dog around? I thought he was dead, but he's likely still alive.
I'm sorry. I haven't seen any dogs around.
Oh, sucker. Do you have any idea where else he might have gone?
If I were a dog, I'd go to where there's food. There are plenty of fishermen around the pond, and they're always throwing out leftovers at the tavern.
Do you think he'd go and steal leftover food?
I don't know much about dogs. He could have run into the woods and started hunting. He wouldn't be the first or the last. There's a whole pack of wolves near Samine these days. Maybe your dog's gone feral and is running around with them.
Thanks.
Now another thing you may have noticed, I didn't go through that other dialogue because I like to stick to one quest at a time, and I'm almost entirely sure she would have just given me another quest if I went through with that dialogue. I'd rather just come back for it at a later time. We do want to go through all the side stuff, so it would probably be good to just collect it all now, but I do like to kind of stick to one thing and then come back later. There's not a quick fast travel, which is the only unfortunate part, but we're going to go up here. We're going to ask about Mutt at that tavern. She said we could go to Samine, but I don't see anything over there, so we'll go here first, and then it looks like we're going to have to travel around most of the map, actually, to find Mutt. It seems like he is very far away. Now, another thing I'm going to recommend is before you set out on foot, or on horse in this case, to actually go anywhere, make sure you are actually planning out your little path beforehand, so you're not having to keep jumping between the journal and everything like that. So I know I pretty much have to take this right and a left and then another right, and we'll end up over here. So I will be back with you guys once I make it over to the new quest marker. Okay, so we have arrived, and we're gonna have to see if we're even able to do this right now, because it is nighttime, of course, and it is actually, yeah, about almost midnight at this point. So we're probably not going to be allowed in here, but we're going to try. Okay, that's not him. Who is this? Oh, yeah. They're probably not going to be happy about that. Okay, we'll just talk to him.
My dog got lost not far from here. Did you see him by any chance?
I haven't seen any dogs round here for a while, but I hear there's wolves in the forest causing problems. Just the other day, a shepherd boy from Copenina complained that his sheep were being eaten by the flea-ridden beasts.
Where can I find this shepherd?
Siegfried? He has a hut at Copenina. It's just below the castle, on the back slope of the hill.
And you haven't heard anything else about wild dogs?
Here, in the tavern? No, but there was a fella here who gets by doing a bit of poaching. He said once he was hunting when, right in front of him, a large pack attacked a deer. A mix of wolves and dogs, he said. That's not something you see every day.
Do you know where that was?
How would I know where he goes hunting? But I'd say it was in the forest.
I need a place to sleep and something to eat.
And for how long?
I'll just stay the night.
It can be arranged. Payments in advance. And I don't want to see any tomfoolery.
I'd like to discuss the price.
All right.
Is this enough?
You really won't. I knew we'd... Your bed's ready. Farewell.
Okay, so I did decide to go ahead and rent that room. We don't really have a lot of groschen. Now, where did he actually even say it is? But basically, I don't want to keep roaming around at night here. Hopefully it's right here. No, it's not it at all. So I'm going to find the bed, and we'll go to sleep, and then we will go ahead and set out. You said by a castle? So that's probably here, yes. So we'll probably go to this marker first, try to ask the fisherman first, and then we will head up and ask the shepherd. Okay, so I managed to find my room, sleep for the night, and if you're having trouble, you basically just go to this door with the wreath, and you just go upstairs and to the left, and you'll find your room with the door wide open, and you just sleep there. If you are following along with the series, that I highly recommend sleeping at night. The only reason I didn't was I didn't have a room to actually sleep in, so I didn't really want to go all the way to find a place to sleep, and I don't think you're able to go over to Troskovitz and actually sleep at that tavern because the lady is all mad at you. So yeah, not able to really do that. So I'm gonna make my way over to this marker now, and as you can see, we do have the Fog of War back, so I don't even know which way to go. I'm just going to follow this path, and hopefully it leads me there at some point. Now, for what it's worth, I did find this camp right here, and I believe, yes, it's just a camp by the road, and you do find these across the map and everything. So as you can see, I could just sleep here. So I could have just skipped that in and came here instead. The only issue with that is sometimes you will be woken up by bandits, and that is never fun. So I usually try to sleep, of course, in a society. I like to sleep in the society if possible, but you can camp if you so choose. It's not the worst option. Just be prepared for a fight and having to flee if necessary as well. Okay, so we are here at the pond, it looks like. So we should be finding that fisherman just right off here. We'll just get off our horse from here. Let's see, yep, it's in the house, okay. There you are.
Welcome. Since you're always walking around the ponds here, did you notice a stray dog wandering about?
What? A dog? Do you think he came here to poach fish? Now, sheep? Well, that would be another story.
And why did you specifically mention sheep?
A while back, I heard Siegfried the shepherd complaining about them. Or about the gamekeeper. Or both. Why didn't you go and ask him yourself?
Where will I find that shepherd?
Siegfried? He lives with his sheep not far from here. On the other side of the water, up on the hill, towards the castle.
Thanks. I'll try and ask him. Otherwise, you haven't heard any talk of stray dogs around here, have you?
No. If it doesn't have fins and scales, I'm not interested in it. Though one night I was way down on the southern end of Rock Tower Pond, the big one, I've a spot there where I catch catfish. Well, I'm fishing, and all of a sudden I hear howling. Not just any old howling, mind you. There must have been at least 50 of them howling in the woods. That noise like an avalanche. I ran straight home and haven't been back there since.
Such a large pack.
Take care.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to go to the shepherd anyways after all. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna have to do every single one of these quest markers in order to actually find him. I'm not sure what would have happened if I just went over to the shepherd first, but that's the next thing. So it looks like I'm gonna go up this way and hopefully, actually it kind of looks like that veers off this way, so maybe go across right here. But either way, I will be back with you once I make it over to the shepherd. Okay, so we are getting close now to the shepherd, but we did actually just get a perk point, so we'll go ahead and show you what I'm going to go ahead and pick up here, and we will probably go ahead and go with this Towering Menace. So the Saddler is basically for if you want to cobble your equipment, your horse equipment. Let's say if you use this would actually be pretty good too. If you use a quick start double shift, your horse will briefly run faster than the wind, but Towering Menace, if you rear your horse, then you will be able to actually frighten your enemies just from that. And I don't know how much exactly we'll be doing horse combat. I'm not very good at it, but I would like to get a little bit better, so I will be trying to do that whenever it gives us the opportunity. But now I'm just making my way back. Yep, okay. We are on the right path now.
Quick!
Make our way over there.
What are you doing here? You can't be here.
I hear you have some problems with wolves.
You can say that again. Those fucking mangy beasts are eating my sheep. They take them like they were for sale at the market.
Did you notice an ordinary mutt amongst those wolves?
You know, there might have been. I didn't get a close look at them, but one seemed to be smaller and was a strange colour.
That could have been Mutt.
If I understand you, you're looking for your dog and think he might be with those wolves, right?
That's right. I'll have to find that pack to see if it's him.
I'll say, since you're already going after that pack, would you mind doing a good deed? If you kill those furry fuckers, there'll be a reward in it for you.
Why not? I can kill 2 birds with the 1 stone.
That's great. It'll be well worth your while.
I hope so. Where can I find that wolf pack?
I was grazing my sheep up on the slope last time, by the forked birch, and those monsters learned to go there. I don't take my sheep there anymore, but those fuckers still go sniffing around over there.
So we'll bring your flock up there again and wait and see if they come.
Are you fucking mad? I don't want to lose any more sheep. I think you just need some bait.
Not even 1 single sheep? I promise I'll look after it.
Well, I could lend you Ignatius. He's the stupidest ram I've ever seen. Or the brightest. Depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean? Can he do somersaults? Does he know how to count?
That'll be all I need. The only thing that little devil knows how to do is piss me off. When I want him to move, he sits still. When I want him to sit still, he fucks off to where I can't find him.
I know people like that.
Right. But you can tell a person to fuck off. But when it's a sheep, you're wasting your breath. And on top of that, you have to take good care of him.
So I'll take Ignatius and use him as bait?
Right. But he's so stupid he's smart. I'm certain he'll come back to me.
All right. I'll take Ignatius and go and have a look around that forked birch. Will he come with me, or will I have to lead him up somehow?
That bugger will follow you himself. Just wave a carrot in front of his face. He's mad for carrots. I can't even count the times he's rammed his way into my house to get some. I happen to have one here. If you take it with you, he'll follow you around like a loyal dog. When you get to the pasture, just throw the carrot and then go and hide. Ignatius will stay there.
Where can I hide there?
There's a thicket across the road. But don't worry, if the wolves go after the sheep, they won't notice you. But you'll hear them from far away as they get closer. I don't know anything more horrifying than the sound of their damned howling.
Okay, so we're gonna take Ignatius here. Oh, we can chat with them. How
Why
amusing.
do they call you Ignatius? All right, keep it to yourself.
Now, it looks to me like we can probably just go right through here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and walk up there. And we're probably gonna be going a lot faster than Ignatius here. Try to let him keep up. And I'll be right back with you guys once we make it over those birch trees. Now, hilariously, if you walk a little bit too fast for him, even if you just get a little bit too far ahead, he will start walking back. I guess he's not very interested in chasing down this carrot. However, he will follow. You just kind of have to lead him slowly.
Forked birch. I think I've found the spot. Well, Ignatius, I'll put your snack right here. Now, come and eat it up. Once you see a wolf, just out loud, and then run away. All right? I'll be hiding in the bushes, and we'll jump out to save you in time.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's not going to happen. I don't know. This seems like a really bad plan, to be quite honest. Get your carrot though. This is kind of like you know, it's kind of like your last rites or whatever. This is your final meal, Ignatius. I'm like 100% sure of it. But, you know, hopefully we can save you. I don't know how that's gonna work. We go hide here now, somewhere. Just right over here. Lurk on the wolves.
They're coming.
Okay, can we save you in time? No! Stay away from him! Stay away from him! No! Get away! Okay, it looks like we've drawn their fire, and this is just a wild dog. Okay, not doing such a great job here. Honestly, wild animals are a lot easier to fight than people. Once you dodge them, they usually have no real way to actually defend themselves, so they kind of just run backwards. Makes it pretty easy, even if you're fighting multiple. Okay, got one. I hope they're not going after my horse. And I lost one of the wild dogs. Or one of the wolves. That wolf really just ran away. Oh, immediately. Okay, here he is. Okay, there's you. Now we're gonna need to grab our horse. So I don't know if he's gonna wander back now. Looks like he is. Okay, I'll just try to get him on foot. There we go. Got them all. Okay. And I'm pretty sure Ignatius survived, unless that dog ended up, or that wolf went and chased him back down, which I don't think he did, but we'll just have to see. I don't see his body. Is that you? That's not Ignatius. Oh, is that you, Ignatius? It looks like you survived. Okay. I'm glad to see that. I believe that's him. No, wait. No, it's not. There you are. Okay, you survived.
Good day. What a nag.
I'm back because of those wolves of yours.
Ah, I'm glad to see you alive and healthy. How did it go?
You don't need to worry about them anymore.
You don't say. What a relief it is to hear that. Here's something for your help, just like I promised.
I didn't find my dog among them.
Did you try to ask our gamekeeper? He might be a drunk, but he'd probably notice a stray dog in the woods. He doesn't live far away. Down the hill here along the road. Right on the rock above the pond.
I wanted to tell you something about Ignatius.
Did something happen to him?
No, nothing happened. He survived. And he's probably back with the flock by now.
I'm glad to hear that. He's a stubborn fool, but I'm fond of him.
Okay, so I was a little worried about that, but it seems that as long as you run towards the sheep, or Ignatius, and draw the ire of those wolves, then you will actually be able to take them out without Ignatius dying. So that's quite nice. Now, he made it seem like this gamekeeper is actually really close, but it's all the way back over here near the Vidlac Pond. So I will go ahead and make it back over there, and then I will be back with you. Okay, I think we are here at the gamekeeper now.
God be with you.
What happened? You look worried.
My husband Vostatek left to go hunting and hasn't come back. I'm worried that something happened to him. He's von Burgo's lead huntsman, and the forest is full of poachers these days.
Maybe he just got caught up somewhere.
Not a chance. We're invited to young Lord Semin's wedding. He wouldn't dare miss that by wandering around the woods for so long. What would Lord Simming think if we didn't show up? It would be a disgrace. He sometimes loses track of time out in the woods, but I've got a really bad feeling about it this time. One time, Vostatek didn't come home for 4 days after his horse broke its leg in the woods. I had a feeling right away that something bad had happened. And I have that same feeling now. Do you reckon you could help me?
Does that happen often? That he gets lost in the woods?
He disappears for a while from time to time when he gets orders from Lord von Burgo. And besides that, well...
What is it? You can tell me.
He drinks a bit sometimes. Then everything takes him longer. His job isn't easy, so I understand when he does, and I don't get upset with him.
I understand. But maybe you're right, and it really is something else this time.
Exactly.
So your husband got lost when he was out hunting, and you want me to go and find him?
I'd go myself, but Vostatek doesn't want me going to the woods on my own. He says it's dangerous. But you look like a fearless lad, and I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts.
All right. I'll bring Vostatek back to you.
Thank you. I wouldn't send you if I didn't think it was necessary, but I have a really bad feeling about this. Before you leave, please make sure to talk to Vitek. He's our son. Vostatek takes him on the hunt with him sometimes. He might know where he was headed today.
All right. I'll let you know as soon as I find something.
Be careful out there.
Take care now.
Okay, so it looks like we need to go and talk to this guy's son and figure out where he is headed. So we can't, we cannot finish that part of the quest, which makes sense. So we have to do this now side quest in order to do the side quest that we're doing now. This is seeming like a very, very long quest just to get Mutt back. I feel like they did this now with Pebbles and with Mutt, where you can't get Pebbles back without doing a whole thing, and you can't get Mutt back without doing a whole thing. And these were just staples of the previous game. I don't really understand the choice here, honestly. Seems like a very roundabout way of doing things, but
what can I do for you?
Hopefully the rest of this quest is actually good.
I'm looking for your father. Did he mention where he was headed?
Ma talked you into it, didn't she? I'd be willing to bet he just got wasted as usual. He's nothing but a drunkard. It's no secret.
I don't have time to argue with you. I'll pay you. Take this and talk.
You're mad. Pa doesn't deserve any help. But do what you want. Just don't tell him you gave me any money once you find him. And just take it from me and spend it on booze.
Where did he go? Tell me.
The last thing he said was he found a dead deer near the pond, and he wanted to go and see if there were any wolves about. So I'd go down below the cottage, walk along the shore, and then turn north into the old forest. If you didn't get boozed up and forget, that is, wouldn't be the first time.
Be that as it may, I'm going out to look for him.
No need to rush. At least it would give him time to sleep it off and come home on his own.
Okay, so I guess we need to go look for him down by this pond. And where'd our horse go? Now, I should probably be spending a little more time going through all of these dialogue options as well, but some of them feel like they might give me reputation loss, which I would prefer not to actually end up with, and then most of the skill checks we are just not good enough yet to actually make that work. Am I even going? Yes, okay. I'll take this right. So we will probably be doing more dialogue options in the future, but I want to be careful not to actually take any reputation loss either. Okay, so I am getting close to this guy. I believe it's him. And he is being attacked by wolves, actually, and of course, I meant to get off first. Well, that happens. Okay. At least they're easy enough to deal with, usually. That could have ended badly, but I'm usually pretty good at handling wolves, so I wasn't too worried. But you do gotta be careful because Pebbles is a bit of a coward, so he does get spooked pretty easily. Now, luckily, other horses in the game are actually a lot better at dealing with combat-based situations. But Pebbles is, yeah, he's a bit of a coward. I always forget about that. Oh my goodness. I'm not doing so strongly against these wolves this time. Keep missing the dodge. Okay, that's one of them taken care of. Wow, I am losing way more health than I actually should be here. Okay, there we go. Well, if I hadn't gone bucked off the horse and got prepared for that fight, it would have been a little easier. Do I have a marigold decoction? I do not. Maybe, let's see, what do I have that even gains a little bit of health back? Pretty much nothing. Okay, we'll drink a little bit of meat, I suppose.
What the hell are you doing? I'll break my legs if you don't make room for me down there. Watch out! I'm coming down! Jesus! Mary Joseph! And an arse! My foot! Sacra!
Do we have that perk point still? We're gonna have to carry this guy. We do not. Which one was it? Was it strength? I think it was strength, right? Yeah. Oh no, this is gonna be so difficult.
You alright?
I fucked up my bloody ankle, damn it! Thank God you were passing by. Otherwise they'd have eaten me for sure. I'm forced to check. Huntsman.
Your wife sent me.
My dear Zlata. Thank God for her. What's your name?
Henry.
And thanks to you as well, Henry. You've got to... Ah! That hurts. You've got to carry me. Christ in heaven. Of course this happens to me.
Is it bad? How do you feel?
How the hell do you think? Like old Black's prick.
What?
I can't get up either. Oh! Ow! Kurva! Ow!
Jesus Christ. I heard you're a bit of a drinker. I see that's true.
Not as much as I'd like to be. At least then it wouldn't hurt so much.
Where do you want me to carry you? We're a long way from the nearest sawbones.
I've got a hideout, not far from here.
What are you going to do there? Someone should have a look at that foot.
No! First we have to pick up Pepik at the hideout. Then you'll take us... Fuck! Ow! You'll take us both home.
Who's Pepik?
Pepik is my best friend.
Oh, right. Wait, what?
What's so hard to understand? You've got to get me there. I left Pepik tied up in the camp when the wolves came after me.
Where is that hideout of yours? Is it far?
Not far. But not all that close either.
That's just great.
Look, the best thing will be if I give you directions as we go.
I'll help you then.
Throw me over your shoulder, and I'll tell you where to go. I just need a drink first, or I'll pass out from the pain. Do you want some?
I'd rather not. I might end up dropping you along the way.
You're bloody right. At least there'll be more for me.
Okay, so here we go. We have to carry this guy. I'm definitely not going to make you guys watch this because I know this is going to be
For
a
Christ's
whole
sake, I can't see
thing.
where you're pointing.
Turn away from the pond.
So I'll just get back with you once we make it over to his little camp. Okay, so it was annoying. He made me bring him to a tree and then an anthill, and then tried to make me bring him to the tavern, and finally up here to his little hideout.
We're here. Put me down.
Sure.
Where's Peppy? Shit. Let's see if I can stand up. Henry, come here. We've got...
What now?
Oof. I need a drink. And to catch my breath, here, take my water skin. Fill it up in that barrel over there. I'll just lie down here in the meantime. I'm dying of thirst here.
Water. Here you go.
Thanks, mate. This will clear my head. I know you've done a lot for me already, but there's something else I need. You've got to find Pepik. Whether he ran off or someone stole him, he's in trouble.
What does Pepik look like?
He's very dark, nearly black. He may not be as muscular as a regular worker, but he's quick.
Who could have taken him? We're in the middle of the woods. There's nobody around.
You're wrong. There's been a band of poachers wreaking havoc around these parts for a while now. I haven't managed to find their camp yet. But it can't be far. I'm sure they're the ones behind it.
So, who is this Pepik, anyway?
He's one of Lord von Burgo's subjects. He's very kind, but can't be on his own. Especially not in the woods.
Let me guess. Pepik is a horse?
What the hell did you think he was? My personal servant? Of course he's a horse! And not just any horse. Like I said, he's from Lord von Burgo himself.
What are we gonna do about it?
You'll have to track him down, because I'm useless in this state.
All right, I'll find him. I can't carry you all the way home on my back. Where should I start?
I tied him up by that sickly tree over there. All that's left is the cut rope. I'd start over there. There must be some tracks. Once you track him down, hop on him and ride over. He's very nice. I'm sure he'll let you. Just watch out for those thieves. If you were to take care of them as well, I surely wouldn't mind.
I'm more interested in those thieves. Who are they? And where did they come from?
In wartime, fellas like that pop up like mushrooms after the rain. And all they want to do is prey on others. Don't overthink it too much. They're a bunch of fuckers, and nobody will miss them.
Do you have any idea how many there are?
Definitely not many. Judging by the tracks, maybe 4.
That's all I need to know. Will you manage all by yourself?
Who do you think I am? A little girl?
What if some more wolves show up?
Why would you even say that? Get out of here and stop scaring me!
I'm on it. Rest up in the meantime.
Thanks, friend. And another thing. I had a hunting crossbow on the saddle. If you find that as well, keep it, for your trouble.
Okay, so that is where we're going to call it for this episode. It looks like we're going to have to go and take care of these bandits. I'm assuming that they are. And we're just going to take basically all of the stuff that he has here that he's willing to give me for my trouble. I'm not going to use any of it, but since there are going to be 4 of those thieves, it's going to be necessary for us to actually kite them and try to take out 1 at a time. There's no way I can take on 4 at a time right now. I don't even need those. There's nothing else here. And we don't have any perks available, so that's going to be up there. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to take out these thieves. I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to bring my horse, and I will just try to sneak up there and survey everything and see if I can't take one out at a time. That would be the preferable way to do it if I decide to do that. And otherwise, I think I will be sticking to trying to do about 1 hour episodes so that I can hopefully put out one every day, and hopefully then we can make it through all of this, all of these side quests and everything, and hopefully get to the main quest before too long. But otherwise, I thank you guys very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Hello, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now, in the last episode, we managed to make it over here to the Gamekeeper's little camp, and he wants us to go find his horse for him. He thinks it's with some bandits or something like that, so we are going to go ahead and go find his horse and bring it back to him. Now, if you don't remember, we were actually after Mutt in the last episode, and this is kind of one of those quests that we have to do because this guy happens to know something about Mutt, and so we need to actually help him out before he'll help us out. So we're gonna go ahead and make our way up, and you can go ahead and actually investigate
the horse and led him along
if
the
you would
path.
like, but I think we should just be able to run right up this road, and we'll probably make it over to the little camp of theirs. Okay, now here we are at the camp, and full disclosure, I tried a couple of times, and unfortunately, I was unable to do it through the sneaking method, trying to get over to the horse. I actually tried to just mount the horse and then run away, and they knocked me off and they basically just killed me. I also tried sneaking around and trying to execute them one at a time, and they basically caught me every single time. Now, basically, what we're gonna do, we're gonna try and do this kind of a little bit of a stealthy, but at the same time, bit of a aggressive style. We're basically just going to try to kite them a little bit, but it's going to take me a little bit of focus, so I'll just show you and not actually talk too much.
I give up.
Alert! To arms! Hey! Get him! Mercy! Leave me be!
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp, fucker!
Okay, he's doing some serious damage to me.
Mercy! Leave me be!
Okay, there should only be 1 or 2 more left. I'm gonna see, do I have any... I don't have any marigold decoctions, which is not great.
Don't fuck with us, you prick!
Quarter! I'm wounded!
Now, if possible, I would actually like to deal with this guy without the weapons or armor first. It's usually a little bit easier because the people
I've
with
been
armor
waiting for you.
usually last a lot more hits. Whereas this guy without armor is going to be a little bit easier. And then you can just focus on the guy with the armor when he's the only one left. Especially when I have low health like this. There we go. Alright, we'll just see what he has. Ooh, he has a very nice helmet. I'm probably just going to take basically everything that this guy has on him, because any of this may actually be super useful for us. Where's his weapon? I can't really see it. I thought he dropped it right here. There we go. Hunting sword. We don't actually need it, but there's the other guy. It's always hard to see once you get hit like that, but we'll take those chosses, and we'll take the gold. Okay, so now we are gonna go get the horse. And there are other things that you could look around here for. There is like bread. I don't really care about carrying bread. However, I believe there is like a chest somewhere here. Yes, right here. We'll take the groschen for sure. We'll take the silver chalice as well, and I guess we'll take the salt. Other than that, nothing's really too useful here as far as for the amount that it weighs. But there is another little area over here, and there's the horse. There is another area right here, though, and you could take whatever you want from here as well. We're going to take just the groschen, and we'll take the simple Waffenrock, and we'll take this old hunting crossbow as well, and the bandages. There we go. And there's actually another one right here, I didn't even notice. Okay, silver brooch, enameled. Okay, there's actually looking like some decent amount of money lying around in here. I think that's everything? Not totally sure. Okay, I think that is everything. And I'm going to go ahead and look at the equips here. So, common warhammer, that is definitely better than the bludgeon we currently have. As well, we have this new crossbow, old hunting crossbow. It's no better. It's definitely not better. So we'll just keep the one that we're using already. And we're going to go ahead and use these bolts, though. And we'll just drop the torch. And everything else, let's see, is this... Oh, is this really not... Oh, okay, we can't wear EX. We need to place the male coif first. And then we can place that. Well, look at that, now we have some pretty good head protection. Which is nice to see. And we'll put on the hunting coat. Or, yeah, the long gambeson. The hauberk. Waffenrock is actually better than that hunting coat. Okay, there we go. And we'll place these chainmail gauntlets and upgrade all of our leg protection. There we go. And I guess we even got a jewelry item that we can go ahead and place. Now, I have actually been trying to make use of the pouch, but it hasn't been super useful to me, and I just pretty much end up going to my inventory whenever I want to use items, but that's that. So, unfortunately, we do not have very much health now. Hopefully, we will restore some of it. But I'm just going to make my way back over to the
Alright, Pepik.
Vostatek guy. Okay, so here we are back at Vostatek, and his horse is right there. Hopefully that's good enough for him. Apparently not. Okay, so we'll just walk him right over. Is this close enough for you? Yes, there we go.
Found Pepik. The bandits had him, just like you said.
You have no idea how glad I am to see you, lads. Thanks, Harold.
You're welcome. And my name's Henry.
Ah, whatever. What did you do with those horse sons?
They're dead. Down to the last one.
Serves them right. You're one hell of a fighter. You're a real tough fella. I mean, you stink, and your shoulders are pointy. But a tough fella nonetheless.
Enough already.
All right, then. Will you ride with us? Or will we meet back at my place? We've got a lot to celebrate.
I'll ride with you. We wouldn't want you falling off that horse along the way.
Henry, you found him. I knew something had happened.
It's all right, Zlata.
Vitek, come here. Pa's home. Thank God you're all right. What happened?
Ah, nothing much. Some wolves went after the carcass I had and chased me up a tree. Good thing Henry here showed up to save me.
Mother of God, that could have ended badly.
What is it, Ma? He's fine, just like I said he'd be.
Vitek, don't be rude.
He's right, though. I'm mostly fine.
Don't talk rot. What about your leg? Don't tell me a wolf bit you.
Nothing like that. I did that jumping down from the tree.
Are you sure there were even any wolves to begin with?
You reek of booze.
Again, he was drunk, wasn't he?
Those wolves were really there. Whether Vostatek had been drinking before that had nothing to do with it.
Right. So he was off his head.
That's enough, Vitek. I won't have you speaking to your father like that. Pa! Quiet. Apologize to your pa.
Give it a rest. Both of you. Please. Vitek is right. I'm the one that should be apologizing. I was drunk. But I promise you, I'll change my ways.
I don't want any more of your promises. But I'm sorry. I'm glad you're all right. But I've got to go. We have some work to do.
What are we going to do with that boy?
I'll have a word with him later.
That's enough talk. Henry, we've got to reward you somehow. If you ever need a place to sleep, our door is always open.
That's right. And you deserve a big pile of groschen. You saved Pepi and even dealt with those poachers on top of it.
What poachers?
Oh, nothing, Zlata. Thanks, Henry. Here you are.
Happy to help.
Now, if you'll both excuse me, I've got to sleep it off.
Thank you, Henry. Truly. Stop by sometime.
I'm looking for my dog.
What's that got to do with me? Everyone's looking for something.
You're a huntsman, so I figured you'd have some idea if there's a stray dog roaming around here. It's possible he might have joined a pack of wolves.
Now that you mention that wolf pack, I've got it in for them. And I'm not the only one. They've been wreaking havoc around Simeon, chasing after game. It's driving old Lord Simeon mad. But you're telling me an ordinary mutt joined up with them?
I'll have to go and verify it. Thanks.
Folks say they're always prowling up in the woods and rocks above the pond in the evenings. If you want to find them, try looking around there before dusk.
Okay, so it did actually have a lead for us, and it looks like... Okay, so we do want to go ahead and untrack that. But it looks like he is going to be right over here, and luckily we have this nomad's camp that we can actually just fast travel to. Now here's one thing, which is during fast travels you will have things like this come up. He's searching for something worth taking, he's yet to notice you. Stop and decide what to do next. Now we don't have much health, so I'm thinking I will just try to ride around. But our horse is a bit of a coward, so I really don't want to ride right on through if there's not a way to get around. What? He should be right here. Okay, I guess not. Alright, we'll just go on our way then. This time we're probably just gonna... we can't really avoid it. Poor bloke surrounded by wolves. This actually shouldn't be too bad. We could help this guy. How many wolves are there?
Get you!
Alright, there's one. Is this...
Ha ha! Folks,
Fortune is on my side!
Oh, he's a mercenary. Okay.
Holy shit. That was a close one. Thank you. I'd have been shredded to pieces if it wasn't for you. Jesus Christ.
It was nothing, really. The main thing is you're safe.
Nothing? No, no. I have to repay you for your bravery. Here, take it. It's not much, I know, but it's the best I've got. And thank you again.
All in a day's work for a Knight of the Kingdom. Well, I guess I'm not actually a knight, but close enough. I won't do that every time, but just to show you how some of these fast travel events can go.
What?
Mutt, come here. Good boy, good boy.
Get it.
Sick! Come here.
Okay, so Mutt may have actually gotten himself beat up a little bit, and he may have ran off. He will come back, though. It appears to be what happened, though. Okay, maybe not. Usually Henry will give you kind of a message, like, oh no, he ran off again, but either way, he's not here at the moment. But we did finally find him, which is definitely something. Now, we actually get decent little bit of weaponry and armor and things like that. Now, we just survived, just barely. We have 1 health. 1 health, so we need to get to a bed and try to sleep this off. Is any of the stuff that we got any good? Well, definitely not the swords. Let's say Servant's Hood. Mended Cuirass. Okay, that's actually pretty good. We'll use that. And probably nothing else that we got. Well, we do get a ring. We'll put the ring on. It will help with our charisma. And the tin cross will not be very good for us right now. We will go ahead and just drop this meat because it will just go bad, and if I forget and I decide to eat it, we'll actually get food poisoning, so I will just get rid of that now. Otherwise, we just need our horse, and hopefully Mud will come back soon. And we'll go ahead and put some of this stuff onto our horse and get out of here. Okay, so it was a bit of a journey. I had to make it all the way over to this place here, and there is both a bath and a tavern. Or is it technically a tavern? Whatever. We were able to buy a room here, and I always take the long-term option, and it was only 100 groschen, and so I'll be able to sleep here for the foreseeable future, which is always quite nice. Now, that managed to heal us. However, we now need to decide what we want to do next, and there are some quests up this way. There's some tipsters here at the Troskovitz, and there is a tipster as well right here. If I can't find anything good, then I will probably just move on to the main story until we find some better quests, but I am going to look around and see what sorts of side quests there are, because there is just the combat training right now, and it would be good, because I think this guy will probably teach me how to Master Strike, but otherwise this isn't really a quest, it's really just kind of like a task or a little mini quest that you can go ahead and do, but it's nothing really exciting, so I will look around really quick for some quests, and I will let you guys know how that goes. And as well, we have this chest, which is something that you get in a lot of the rooms or just any places that you're staying. As you can see, there is quite a lot of stuff here. I'm not sure how much of this I want to actually use and how much of it I want to just go ahead and sell. But we'll go ahead and pull it all out, and we'll just play it by ear for the moment. Definitely, I think these shields, one of these shields will be quite nice. I guess it would be the Shield of Spring. That is the best. However, we'll take a look at how they all look. Shield of Winter actually looks pretty cool. So does the Shield of Autumn. The Shield of Spring, I'm not too keen on it. And the Shield of Summer just looks way too small. This actually, I feel like, looks the best as a whole. So we'll go ahead and make use of that. And we'll just see how that goes. Now this crossbow, the only thing I'm worried about is that it won't fire very easily from horseback. But we'll check it out. I'll have to go outside to actually make use of this so nobody gets upset with us. Okay, so I'm outside now, and I'm just gonna go ahead and load this, and it actually looks like it loads pretty easily. Should load just fine on horseback. Go ahead and say. Can't mount up because we're overloaded. Okay, that is fine. We'll just put all that stuff on there. And mount up. Yep, okay. Loads just fine. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and use this crossbow then. It looks like it's a lot stronger. Let's take a look again. And this one's actually 300. So never mind. This one is not stronger. Probably looks a lot better, but we'll just go ahead and keep the field crossbow for now then. And we'll just put this stuff so we don't forget or anything until we can find somewhere to sell that. That Artemis crossbow does look nice though. So that's unfortunate because, yeah, this is just kind of tacky old looking thing. But that is just what it is. So now I'm going to look around for some quests, and I'll be back with you guys when I have something more to talk about there.
Greetings. Hey, you're all...
I came to apologise for the fight that me and Lord Capon started. If we caused any damages, I'll take care of them.
Ah, it's all water under the bridge. You've served your penance by carrying them sacks, and I'm sure you won't forget about the stocks anytime soon either, eh? So we're square. If you want to help me out, though, I do know something you could do. There's a group of humans at the table over there, and they want some food, but, well, I don't know. I'm scared of them.
Should I kick them out?
No, a guest's a guest, and coin's coin, but do you think you could serve them for me? Better to have a fella deal with them.
What are humans doing in Troskovitz anyway?
Beats me. I reckon Sigismund sent them.
But if that was the case, he'd order them to pillage and murder, not sit around in a tavern.
Look, all I know is that they're sitting in my yard, are hungry, and have a pile of groschen.
All right. But I'm not sure I'll understand them.
You'll manage. One of them speaks our language. But be quick about it. They're starting to make the locals nervous. Wojtek at the next table looks like he's about to pounce on them. And no more fighting. I want this to go smoothly.
Bashing their faces in will be too good for them.
Könnyű ezt mondani. Még egy köpés, és nem bírom tovább.
The innkeeper said you wanted some food.
Exactly. We do not want much. Just some bread and something beside. Maybe a bit of sausage.
Do you have money?
We have, and we pay for everything. On my name, not Vashko.
Faces around here.
Someone should teach them how things work in these parts.
I spoke to the Cumans. They want some bread and sausage.
Do they have money?
Well, they say they do. They promised to pay for everything.
Well, all right. I'll believe them. The food is in the tavern pantry. But don't you dare take anything else, you hear?
A fine sorrel just that. Bring me something to eat.
And what can I get for you?
Look at them human horses. They think they can do whatever they want.
Enough of them showing their goat faces around here.
Someone should teach them how things work in these parts.
Like we should be living in...
Here it comes.
With that rabble around.
Bashing their faces in will be...
Here you go.
Thank you. I afraid we leave. Ahesh. Without food.
Corva, why are you even talking to them? They can go to hell.
What were you thinking coming here? Cumans don't exactly have the best reputation around here.
We don't want trouble. We just hungry. We had enough of that. Etel back at camp. We just want to eat something good for change.
The locals don't want you here, and neither do I. The less Cumans I meet in my lifetime, the better.
Not all humans sing. But what you say? We eat and we go.
How come you speak our language so well?
From mother. It is long tertined. Story. Maybe I tell another time. Now we just want to eat.
I wish you good appetite.
Thanks, friend.
I wouldn't exactly say friend.
Mit mondott?
Jó advágyot kívánok nekünk.
Remélem nem mérgezte meg.
You should get the fuck out of here. You hear me, you Hungarian pork sausage?
Easy, fella. They just want to eat their food in peace and leave.
You seem very sure about that. Last time you got into a brawl here yourself, and now you're going to preach to us about peace? Oh shit. I say we smash their teeth in and be done with it.
Do you want to make a fool of yourself? You'd cry like a little girl after these warriors break every bone in your body.
Last time, the only one crying was you, when you had shit thrown at you in the stocks. So stop acting tough and run along. Do I make myself clear, you cunt? Out, now!
Jobb, ha megyünk, vagy leütöm.
All right, we go.
Picsa!
What did you just say? Fuck that shit! Hey, where do you think you're going? Did you really just spit on me, you scum?
He not mean it. We go too far.
And who's gonna pay?
We no eat anything. You take food back.
So our food ain't the gentleman's taste, eh? Maybe they'd rather wear it on their heads instead. What about you, lad? Will you help us kick these pigs out of here?
Leave them alone.
You're defending those horse fuckers. Birds of a feather, eh?
You don't even know who they are.
You think I don't? They're fucking humans. They burn and pillage every village they come across, and you're standing up for them. You fucking traitor.
Fuck you!
Oh, rip your ass open!
Nice hit!
Bad luck.
Vagy nem fogom vissza magam, és az rossz lesz.
Nem volt rossz ötlet.
How are you doing?
Rendben lesz. Thanks, friend. I not expect. No worry, we repay you. Come to our camp. We will drink together.
That sounds great. Can we go right away?
Right now? All right. Here we are. Welcome to our camp.
You hid yourselves well. I'll give you that.
Better not be seen by people. People not like when we are close. Oh, and thank you for you help us in tavern.
Don't mention it. I've had my fair share of dealings with locals. I think it'd be best if you avoid the place next time.
But now that almost sound like threat.
Threat is too strong a word. I'd call it a friendly warning.
First you help us in tavern, and now this? You're very strange. I mean, not like most men. You take their side. But they treat you no better than we. Than us.
Well, I may not be from around here, but I'm nothing like you. People like you destroyed my home and killed my parents.
People like us?
Humans.
Fuck. I sorry hear that. What is your name?
I'm Henry.
You Henry. All right, Henry. Come then, Henry. We drink to memory of parents.
Have you heard of Scallis? It was a nice little village.
Come on, boy. Open old wound is not good. They not heal.
So you have heard of it? You were there, weren't you?
Henry, I am sorry, but I not change past. Let past be past.
If only I knew how. I know there's nothing I can do about it, and I should move on. But it still hurts.
And it will, for a long time. But one day, it will go. Time will make better, you will see. So come. Past is past. But now we have drink. Then pain go away.
I'll drink to that.
Feneki.
Szereted?
Strong, yes. This booze, it make by nomads from up there. But no worry. Only 2 men go blind so far.
Not bad. It's got an interesting aftertaste. What does it remind me of? Maybe plums? No, apples. Definitely. There's apples in it, right?
Only if you have some stuck between teeth. But no worry. You will not care what is taste after you have few.
Where did you learn to speak our language so well, anyway?
Oh, from parents. Father travel a lot. Meet mother like that. She half German, half Czech, but she sing and teach me Czech. Me too. Travel everywhere.
You've traveled a lot. Because of the war.
Much worse than war. For love.
Love? How so?
That is long story. And I am not drink enough to talk about.
How'd you get on with those nomads up there?
They sometimes drink together. But anyway, they not fuck with us, we not fuck with them. All outlaws, no bad blood. Maybe, how you say, on other hand. Oh no, opposite.
What do you mean?
Well, Yoshok here fall for love one of the women. Ugye Yoshok. Arra a nőre fene fogad, mi?
Hagyj békén. Tudod, mi jár a fejemben?
But nothing come from it, I think. Difficult. No one understand word what others say.
And is she interested in him?
How I know? I have own trouble with women. I do not put nose in other people's life.
Nah, I don't know. It sounds like trouble.
Women always trouble.
I have some experience with courting damsels. Maybe I could help. If he comes with me, I'll talk him up to her so much, she'll fall at his feet.
Hallod? Henry meg akarja szerezni neked azt a nőt.
Duma az egész. Hidd el nekem.
Menj vele, és mutasd meg neki, hogy melyikük az. Aztán majd csak lesz valahogy.
Jól van.
Quick! We must make iron when it's hot. That is saying, yes?
All right, just tell me. How do you say beautiful in your language?
Genyeru.
Genyeru. If someone said that to me, I'd think they were trying to insult me.
Cut it, Kitty. Go already.
Kenyér illat van. Basszus. Még az anyám is hiányzik. Meg az asszony. Hanem teljesen meglepett. Ha zavarba hozol előtte, megkeserülöd.
No question about it.
Borzasztóan nevetségesen hangzik a beszédetek. Inkább fogd a szád.
Absolutely not.
Istenem!
You look to me a lot like the one Aranka was talking about. The boy what will want to talk to you.
Would you look at that? A visitor.
Can I have a word?
Even two if you would like. It depends who you are.
I'm a friend of Yasak here.
This fella?
That's right. You see, Yasak here wants to tell you something. But since he doesn't speak our language, I offered to translate for him. Am I right, mate?
Mit bámulsz rám?
What's he blabbering about? Christ, you're drunk out of your minds, aren't you?
Well, maybe a little bit.
I should have known.
But just to muster up some courage.
Courage? What for?
Well...
Spit it out. What does he want this Arsiak?
Yasak.
Yasak, right.
Miért egyeztem bele ebbe?
He says he'd do anything for you. You like a piece of jewelry? Yasak will gladly steal it for you. Someone's bothering you? He'll bring you their head on a silver platter.
I see he knows what a woman's heart truly desires.
Csak mondd meg neki, hogy szép, és hogy tetszik nekem.
He's had dreams about you, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
I really don't, but I like to.
Well, you know, you were together. Alone somewhere. No humans, no nomads, no clothes.
You pig! He can fuck Sigismund in his dreams for all I care, but he doesn't have to tell me about it.
Gyerünk, nem éri meg.
Now you should give Yasak a chance. You're not getting any younger, you know. And just between you and me, your breath smells like a horse's arsehole.
What?
But he doesn't mind at all. I reckon the poor bloke lost his sense of smell or something. At any rate, it's your only chance to find yourself a man.
Only chance, huh?
So what do you say? Will you give him a chance?
Think again. Go and bother a girl somewhere else. I've dealt with worse than you. Off with you.
Mi van? Mit csináltál?
She's just not into you. Can't say I blame her.
Csak nem mondtál neki valami hülyeséget? No, várj csak.
Look at him, that guy.
What the?
Aranka described somebody just like him. Go
Da.
and see the voice.
Hey! Stop fighting!
These days, no one's ever really safe.
All good?
Ne ér hozzám, te kutya! Nem ezt beszéltük meg! Leszarom. Szóval, szóval ez a Harry, igaz?
The voivod
Visz,
will want to
takarodj.
talk to you.
I talked to that nomad woman. I have to say, it wasn't easy.
So? How did it end up?
Well, it seems Yasak and I, misunderstood each other. So we had to set things straight.
I see. Well, a little friendly violence never hurt no one, eh?
I suppose.
So, we have something to drink to.
You can bet on that.
This time we drink beer, make change. Cheers!
Oh, fuck. That's nasty.
But you know like? We not in tavern, must drink what we have.
Where'd you get it, anyway?
Well, it like this. When we run away from Sigismund, we borrow something.
You mean stole it?
Borrow for a long time.
Sigismund won't miss it too much, will he? He'll steal some more anyway.
You have to. Now has army by Kuttenberg. Lots of hungry mouth.
Kuttenberg? Is he planning to conquer the city?
He already did a long time ago. Now he is preparing something else.
What?
I do not know. But I hope we gone when it happened. Far away. Anyway, that is not matter. We have another.
All right, but just a small one. Rumor has it blacksmiths never get hammered, so try to keep up.
I see it. You never drink with humans.
True enough. Ugh. I'm having trouble getting it down today.
Oh, you just have to drink through it.
Well, I have a feeling I'm gonna hate myself in the morning.
Let the Henry of tomorrow worry about that. Eleg, enough. Like this drinking, we dead in morning.
A warrior like you afraid of a little booze?
A real soldier know when to wait for fight.
So what happened back in Scallis? Did you fall back there too, warrior?
Hey now, what we agree, eh? I tell you about Scallis, but not now.
How long have you been camping here?
1 week, 2, 3, 5. From Sigismund, we ran away just after. You know when.
What about your beloved? Was she Bohemian too?
No, not. My family make lots of travel in different countries. We ended up in Italy. In Milan, yes? Most beautiful city in the world. I grow up there, get into service of Master Muzio. He sell cloths and have enough coin, he pay people like me. People who can hand out beatings.
You were his bodyguard?
Well, the bodyguard of his whole family. But that was the problem. Daughter of his sister was Julia. Menie sep Julia. Bellissima, as they say there. I fall in love. Not notice she have eyes on money of uncle. But others notice. And they use her to get hands on money.
These kind of stories usually end in death.
I killed her. I had to protect Muzio.
What? My God!
Meg mindig fai. But he not believe me and accuse me of murder. I must run away from Milan and go back. Then I join army. And after that, I am doing only thing I know how.
It wasn't your fault. You shouldn't blame yourself.
There is saying, man can run away from anything, but not his past. Minden elo sucets, chocamuta delunem. Shit. I need drink.
I'm afraid we've drunk everything.
No worry. Good soldier can smell drink like a dog smell bone. I know one place uphill where woodcutters hide bulls.
Ah, fuck that. I've still got something with me.
You keep it. Wait when you try their drink. I do not know where they make, but Corva, it has balls. I go with you. Rocks here very dangerous. Ah, yes! Beautiful Bohemia!
You planning on staying long?
I stay no problem. But men want go home already. I do not know why they do not like it here.
That's all because of the war. Nothing's how it used to be.
As he does. You are right. It destroys the body and tires the soul. Do you hear those dogs? What about we sing something? Sing loud and strong. Segin, shege, shehin, sheg.
Singing, shagging, singing, shag.
Jij kenne shake it, shake.
I ducky now, shake its egg.
Jen McCain, share not greenok.
K.Y. King, shield not green ops.
On jij sheer barbarol knock.
I like sheer barbarian luck.
Melje Yen heave embark.
Minion heave ho amber egg.
Elvesity key to cat.
Elves all hate to hit a cat.
Barky orky take knob out.
Barking no he take nap yet.
Hold na pramarel and yes.
Hold nap rub more oil on knees. Singing shagging. Sing and shag.
Yai de cane shake it shake.
I ducky now shake its egg.
Jer McCain share not Greenock.
Care I king shield not green ox.
On like sheer barbarol knock.
I like sheer barbarian luck.
Million heave embark.
Minion heave ho amber egg.
Elvesity key to cat.
Elves all hate to hit a cat.
I've been waiting for you. Is there
You're on the right path, but you have not reached your goal yet.
My goal? You mean the moonshine?
That too. But more importantly, your life goal.
What's my goal?
You tell me.
I want revenge. For my parents, you know?
Be careful not to let your anger consume you. Your destination is right in front of you. But be careful.
I will. I will. Don't worry.
Kuvest as Orodat.
Did that dog talk? Where the hell is that? He was just lying here a moment ago.
Let's get out of this forest quick. talking dog. I reckon we've had enough. What? What's the matter?
Henry, that must be some kind of important message, you know? Dogs. They have special meaning for us.
What meaning?
No, they're not just animal. We treat like people, like you and me. Because of loyalty, they show masters. Not like fucking lazy cats. If you're in trouble, they only watch. We bury dogs in the same graves as people. And some, they talk. That is big sign. True, I do not know what sign, but still, it is sign. After a big event like this, we must drink.
Ugh, that's damn strong. Oh, Christ, that's rank. Those woodcutters must brew it from horse shit.
That does not matter. At least it will make us drunk, or is too strong for a hero from tavern. Maybe he prefer buttermilk.
Oh, shut up. It just caught me off guard. I've drunk worse, and it didn't do anything to me. I can drink like a fish.
Really? Show how you can drink.
What? I can do anything I turn my mind to. Got that?
Like what? Tell me.
I could pick you up like a stone. I'm strong as an ox.
Wait, no pick up. I get angry.
I get angry all you like. You're no match for me. I once took down a giant.
Azt állítja, hogy puszta kézzel ölt meg egy óriást.
Ez egy bunkó. What did he say?
He asked, what giant?
Runt, they call him.
You kill Runt with bare hands?
No. I shot him in the eye with a crossbow bolt. You should see me in the saddle. Put me on a horse, and I'll cover you with dirt flying from its hooves. You should have seen me when I rode from Scallis. I was riding so fast, none of those bloody fucking comrades. I reckon you're not interested in such a stupid story, are you?
No. It is just getting interested.
No. Now I've lost the thread. It's because you keep interrupting me. I'm the best marksman with a bow.
Wait now. Everybody know humans are best shooters.
Aye? Ha! Like fuck you are. I'm the only one in this region who can shoot a bow with one hand while blindfolded. I mean, I can't hit a hare. Nobody's that good. But other than that, I can handle anything. Come on, let's do it. Put an apple in your mouth and I'll shoot it out.
No! Your hands are shaking like a swallow's tail.
Above all, I'm smart. I dare say I'm smarter than all of you put together. And there's, well, a lot of you.
Oh, Buzzmeg. What they put in this booze, I never seen nothing like.
One time, I even had a dispute with an inquisitor. One Yaroslav of Benishov. You should have seen how learnedly I spoke to him. I mean, if you could measure smarts, mine would be the biggest of all of you.
Thank God it cannot be measured.
To sum up, I'm simply the best.
That, Kosot. I cannot believe this.
What did you say?
You certainly best in talking shit. I hear a lot in my life, but this...
You don't believe me. You don't fucking believe me.
Calm down now, friend.
Like hell I'll calm down. Come on, let's take this outside.
We're already outside.
Well, doesn't matter. You don't believe me? Choose anything, and we'll see which one of us is better.
Oh, really? How about swimming?
Well, I can do that too.
Asmondia, usikaleg joban.
Oh, Fossilmat.
I'll show you, Fossilmat. You'll see. Let's go to the pond. I'm the greatest!
Oh, Bosmag. Don't fall, you idiot!
Who you call an idiot, You gotta be shitting me! Where am I? How did I get here?
Be careful!
Jesus Christ! Oh, God! I'm gonna fall! I'm gonna drown here!
Calm down! You'll not move!
And how the fuck am I supposed to do that when the world's spinning?
Ez egy őrült! Ha meg fog fulladni!
Oh, God! What am I supposed to do? I want to go back!
Henry! Be careful!
Bloody...
You are madman, Henry!
How do you say madman in your language?
Bolond.
Bolond. A blonde madman. Now, one more beer, and I'll start speaking your language.
Bottoms up! Agus Shigedra.
To all the bolons and busty blondes. Oh, fuck. Being in the water seems to have sobered me up. Well, will you tell me what you were up to in Skalitz now?
Kurva, you not give me peace, eh?
I'm not. I mean, I won't.
But you must know we only come at end, when all is over.
Were you there when they killed the blacksmith?
Blacksmith? We kill blacksmith?
Aye, the blacksmith. And his wife. He took lots of yours down first. But in the end, Owlitz himself finished him off.
Oh, I did not see that.
Well, that's how I lost my parents.
Oh, Kurva. To their memory.
To their memory. What about the looting? You had fun? Women, coin.
Henry, what you think? Why you say that?
What do you think? You lot killed my girl.
Ozlot. Az megdugtad a Skalitz kocsmában.
Kizárt.
Not me, not Yoshok. We did not touch hair on head of any girl that day. Understand? Understand.
I understand.
I know you are good man, and I am very sorry. War is shit. Drink with me.
War is shit. Do you know the bastard who was in command?
The man with no hair. Bald.
Aye. Markvart.
He is bastard. Death to him.
I'll drink to that. Did you kill anyone in Skalitz?
Why you ask like that?
Because.
You really want to know?
I do. Many?
No.
How many?
Bosmeg, I'm not counting. I am soldier. What do you expect?
Nothing, I suppose.
I'm sorry. Kurva elet. Chainalum.
I believe you. I do. You know what? You were right. Fuck it.
You are right. Bosmeg.
Why did you desert?
Desert? Desert? Nobody desert. Sigismund not pay, and Vashko not want plunder.
Sigismund not pay?
You bet not pay. War long and no pay. War is against soldier, not people.
You did the right thing.
Duck mindej. We drink.
My thoughts exactly. Listen. How's life back in Hungary, anyway?
Now, that depends on who you are, friend.
Mit mondott?
Tudni akar valamit Magyarországról.
Akkor mondd meg neki, hogy jobb ott, mint itt.
Yoshok say it is not like here. Beautiful.
You're right. It's beautiful here.
but our home also. But different. Here all hills, bushes, cannot see nothing. Our home flat, steppe, wind, cloud. Man is alone. You ride days and nowhere. Nothing.
Oh, well, that must be beautiful.
Come with us. I show you.
I can't. I still have work to do here.
When work finished then. Come to Kishkun village, Haza, and try our wine.
To kiss... Kiss... Kunda... Hazel? Where?
Kishkun village, Haza. Not far from Szeged.
Sure. Soon as I finish my work here, I'll come to kiss cunt feeling arse. I promise. What do you actually think of Sigismund?
What I think? He is our king. Fuck him!
Fuck all kings.
Bazd meg az összes királyt!
How did you fall in with the nomads here?
We go same way. You're not like them, you're not like us.
Are you surprised?
No surprise. War and not all humans same like my band, even here.
Even here? Are there some other humans here?
Oh, yes. The kind of human Bohemian think of when he hear human.
Where are they?
You won't look for them?
Oi! You bet!
Not good idea. They're not same like us.
Now, don't worry about me. Where are they?
Well, it is your life. They are in rocks over road to Nebakov Mill. Do what you want.
Let's get serious. What are you gonna do? I mean, what are we gonna do about Trosky?
What about it?
Do not go back. That's all. Fenyagatesh.
You threaten me?
I warn you. If you show your faces there again, they'll send someone a lot worse than me after you.
All right. We have one more, and I promise you what you want.
All right. Give it here, then. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. Something wants out.
Mirfoss. Ah, Franzpa, Henry, you puke on my boots.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, friend. I'll clean it up. Show me your foot. I'll wipe it with my sleeves.
Ugh, just leave it.
No, you have to clean it right away. Before it dries.
Sacra, that's enough. It is tiny fogok. I should not give you so much drink. But you drink, and I make promise. Nobody see us in Troskovitz again. Megadom Savamat. But you, Baratok, you are always welcome. Come see me someday in Kishkun village, Hosman.
What fucking Baratok? And what kiss cunt fell on his arse?
It's not far from Szeged. And if you want to learn fight with saber, only say.
Ahey kvelnek töletek. Sörn ju dolgakat mondanak rolatok.
Mi a fene az?
Henry, you're beszéled a nyelvünket?
Mit mondasz? Te vesz? Te beszélsz csehül?
Ez őrült.
Te vagy az őrült.
No argue. I mean, ne vitatkozz. Inkább menjünk aludni.
Okay, so that certainly was an experience. I'm glad that I decided to go ahead and come with them. That was It's one of those situations where you really get to see how war is, it's a two-sided affair, and it has nothing really good happening to anybody. So these are the Cumans that, you know, they kind of raided us, of course, and took out our parents, but as you can see, war is just a nasty business, and I think that is where we're gonna call it. So in the next episode, we may go and check out that Cuman camp that they were talking about. I have no idea where it is. This may be it. I think that is it. So we may go take that out, although it's pretty far. It's pretty far, but that may be something that we go do. There is another quest that we can get there. Another one there. Another one there. So we may take those. And there is apparently another one over here as well. So we may check that out as well. And once we get through all of these, we can start on to the main quest. It may be a couple episodes, though. There are some extra quests that we need to do. So either way, I thank you guys very much for watching. And I'll see you next time. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. And on the last episode, we managed to find our trusty dog, Mutt, who's right over here. And we also had a bit of a party with some Cumans that are in the area and are a little bit more friendly than most Cumans are. And because of that party is why we are all dazed and confused right now, as we are still drunk. Now, I just managed to make myself my way over here to this merchant guy who I can't even talk to right now, but he is a merchant, and I was able to sell some things, sell everything that we had, and I also managed to buy this nice new mace, which is a little bit better than the warhammer that we were just obtained in the last episode. And we do still, of course, have our Shield of Wintron. Now, I did buy some extra bolts, so now we have a total of 61 of some of the best bolts. And like I said, I sold basically everything else. Just have like our honey and our potions and keys and things like that. I also managed to re-up on some of our kits, which is good because I had to use a lot of them to restore a lot of our equipment here. So, with that out of the way, we are just looking for new quests and everything, and there actually is one right over here, so we're gonna see if it's anything decent. Okay, so it looks like we need to find this dude's daughter, and we'll start by searching the tent. No, I can't pick that lock right there. So hopefully there's maybe something else.
Must have belonged to Marika.
Okay, this will work. We can actually have Mutt track with this. I believe that's probably everything. Okay, so let's take a look at where the map is saying for us to go. To the herb woman. Okay. Let's go ahead and head over there then. Okay, so we made our way back to the herb woman, and we also sobered up just a little bit on the way.
Thank you once again for saving Sir Hans's life, and mine. I promised I'd pay you back, and I keep my word. So please accept this token of gratitude on behalf of me and Sir Hans.
Thank you, Henry. You're an honorable man who doesn't make promises lightly. I'll put it aside for Pavlena. And since you're here, would you help an old woman with something? It's about Pavlena.
Has something happened?
My daughter, Pavlena. Remember her? She was here when I was healing you two.
I remember. What's wrong with her?
She's missing. It's not like her to be wandering around like that. She goes to Troskovitz to sell baskets, but she knows I can't manage on my own, so she never stays away for long. These old eyes of mine can't see nothing much. Pavlena has to take care of me. She's a good girl, that lass of mine. I'm very worried about her. You understand? What if something's happened to her? God forbid. I can't look for her myself, but you could. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I've no one else to turn to.
All right, good wife. I'll try to find Pavlena for you.
Thank you, Henry. If I was you, I'd ask in Troskovitz. That's where she was heading last time I saw her. And if she arrived, someone must have seen her. And you can look in the hut in her place in the loft. She keeps her things there. My old legs ain't up to climbing stairs, but you might find some clues there.
I'm looking for Marika, and I heard you know her.
I do. I know her quite well, in fact. But what do you want from her?
She's lost, and I'm trying to find her.
Henry, I think you'd best leave her alone.
Why? If she's in danger, I can help her.
Marika was here with her lover, but he was in rough shape. Blood everywhere.
What? Her lover? What happened?
Aye, with Bohush from Samin. Poor girl. She was terribly afraid of something. I begged them to stay here, said they were in no danger here. But nothing came of it. I went to pick some herbs, and when I came back, they were gone.
Do you know who she was so afraid of?
Everyone, as far as I know. Her own family and the people of Samin.
How come?
Most didn't approve of her relationship with Bohush. Both families took it as an affront to their honor. But that's all I know.
Do you know what happened to them?
Sadly, I don't. Marika was terrified. She didn't want to talk about it at all. And then they were gone.
Do you have any idea where they might have gone?
Marika told me a few times about a cave chamber in Apollonia, but I've never been there myself.
In Apollonia? That's a long way to go.
At least you can see how scared she was to stay here. I fixed Bohush up the best I could. I hope they made it.
Do you know where exactly it is?
I do. You start from Trosky and go in the direction where the woodcutters cleared the biggest gap in the forest. The entrance should be somewhere on the right side of the valley. There should be one little rock wedged between two big ones. I remember that because Marika told me that she sometimes feels just as small, like she's stuck between two big worlds.
Thank you. I'll try to find her there.
Well, that's all I know about her, lad.
All right. Thanks for your help.
It was good to see you, my friend.
Okay, so she's gonna want some help finding her daughter, but we'll take care of that later. So we're gonna go ahead and untrack this quest and just worry about finding Marika. And it looks like we need to go pretty far, but we can at least fast travel up to Troskovitz and then head northeast from there. Okay, so here we are in Apollonia, and we are actually at the quest marker right now. Now Henry said I might be able to have Mutt track that scarf. We're gonna go ahead and give that a shot and see if he can't help us find this girl. Okay, I think we're getting closer because I did find a trail of blood here that Mutt managed to lead me to. And now he's just barking at something. Okay, let's see what he found.
You must be Marika.
Aye. Did Odette send you? I was hoping he would not find me so quickly. Well, at least he sent you and not my prala. They wouldn't not even bother talking.
Your brothers? Why would they not bother talking?
They take after dead. At least Geza. He's hot-blooded.
The Voivod's worried about you. He sent me to find you.
Worried. Now he worry about me. You don't know anything, do you?
What should I know?
Yes, that sounds like Dad.
So tell me what happened.
I ran away. That happened. My father wanted revenge for the insult to his honor, so my prala went after poor Bohush.
Who insulted his honor?
The villagers! When me and Bohush start courting, Dad sent a messenger to village, saying there must be wedding or Bohush will pay.
The Voivod himself wanted you to get married.
That is what we do. When a chavo and a chai start something, the chavo, man, must marry the girl.
So you ran away from the wedding?
Well, Bohush would not be against it, but we were in the forest at the time. And his mother and village people laughed at the messenger, sent him back with insults and tortured. Voivod get mad and my prala too. They found poor Bohush to vent their anger, then left him in the forest. Lucky I found him and took care of him. You probably know the rest.
That's not what the Voivod told me.
I think he's ashamed how far it has gone. His honor will not let him do anything. He's a hothead sometimes.
Why don't you go back and explain it to them?
Once red flows, it is hard to stop the cycle. The people from Semin want to rid of the camp. The Voivod would like to punish all those he thinks have disgraced his chai. And he never asked me how it is really. As if men should work it out between themselves, and a girl like me should shut up and wait to see what happens. No, I will not go back alone.
What now? You can't hide here forever. Bahush doesn't look too good, either.
He would surely have relief for at least a while if he got something to ease the pain. Can you please go and see my mother at the camp? She might be able to help. She knows herbs.
I think I can help him myself.
You?
Don't worry. I've treated injuries like this before. I've been through a lot.
Well... all right then.
He mostly needs clean bandages. And some ointment for the wounds, made from comfrey and marigold. Or a decoction from marigold. That should bring down the fever and help with the healing. You can take this potion. It'll help him.
Oi, Devla. Thank you. I will give it to him right now. But there is one more thing I would like to ask you. I need amulet from Dad. It is Chohahuno, magical. It protects anyone who wears it around neck. If Dad give it to me, I will come back. With Bohush.
Do you think he'll go for it? If you let your brothers do this to Bahush, why would he help him all of a sudden?
He'd do it for me. If you get the amulet for me, I will reward you. Do not worry, I did not go from home with nothing. But Dad must hand it over willingly, or it will lose its protective power. Best if he bring it to me himself.
Well, I can try, but no promises. It's all pretty tangled up now. How's Bohush doing?
It keeps changing. He is delirious for a while, then he is unconscious. I can only pray to the Blessed Virgin that he will recover.
How is life here?
I cannot complain, except about Bohush's health. We have food to eat, no rain here, and no one can find us. I just miss my family sometimes. But then I remember that I'm here because of them.
What about your family?
I love them and I hate them at the same time. This is all their fault. They talk of freedom, but if you want to go where you want, there will be trouble.
Can you tell me about the nomads?
About how they made a pact with the devil? About how they steal and have no taste for work?
No, I didn't mean...
I know, you fool! If you thought that the same as the people from the village, you would not be here. We are different from them. We are slobodno.
You call this freedom?
Going anywhere you want, not being tied to just one place, dancing and singing as your heart desires, without having to worry that the priest will condemn you. I can talk to God when I want to. I do not need the Pope's blessing for that. We have no kings, judges, or executioners. You only need to... you should honor your family.
I found this scarf in the camp. I think it's yours.
Aye, that's my favorite. Bohush gave it to me. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have to head back to her father and see if he will give her that amulet.
I talked to Marika.
And where is she?
Not so fast. I have a feeling you didn't tell me the whole story.
Kasmurokar. Yes, it is true. It is true. I didn't know if I can trust you completely.
So what really happened?
Marika want to leave. So, I say she should get married, and they both stay and travel with us. But that boy of hers, he said no. My two Chave, my sons, Tibor and Geza, they decide to avenge family honor, because they hear all insults my messenger come back and tell about. So they go to Semin to punish them. Well, at the end, Marika's sweetheart gets stabbed. And before we know it, Marika gone. She's probably with him too.
She wanted to save him.
Tibor and Geza go to look for them. But on the way back, they meet some woodcutters. Oh. And Geza... he has Yaga Lorat like me. He quickly pull out his knife. But... it end very badly. Geza get killed. And Tibor get captured. All I get is message that if any one of us go near Semin again, we will end up same way. I had 2 Chave and 1 Shai. And now, I have nothing. I'm voivode of camp. But except for Aranka, there is no more of my clan here. Just nomads from other places.
Tibor and Geza, did they go to avenge your honor of their own accord? Or did someone send them?
Well,
Yes?
if you could hear the insults they hurled at us. They called us dog-eaters and heathens. They said Marika was unclean. And whoever touched her would die within a year.
So you sent them?
Not exactly. But Tibor and Geza, see how angry I am, and take it on themselves. But no one can insult my family.
The message that your messenger came back from Semin with, that wasn't from Bohush.
No?
It was from his mother. Bohush didn't know anything about it.
It is still his familia. Blood like blood. They stain our honor. The whole village hate us.
Well, I understand, but poor Bohush.
What about my shire? What about my family?
What do you mean, if you can trust me? What about all that talk about a prophecy?
I said I trust Aranka, and that you will save our camp. But I need Marika for that. I made very sure I did not lie to you even once.
But you were leading me by the nose a bit.
I'm voivode, not saint.
Why didn't you tell me everything right away?
What did you want to hear? That my whole family is destroyed? That my daughter may be run off with a village gajo? I do not say kada to everyone. I still have my pativ.
Well, what now? Marika's not coming back alone. She loves Bohush, who's 1 foot in the grave. And she's afraid you'd do something to him here. And that's why she wants you to give her an amulet to protect them.
Amulet? My amulet? She cannot be serious. I cannot just... My family is in ruins. Although... You already know everything. You can help me. Please. Rescue Tibor from the village. Do not let me lose another son. And we must give Geza a proper funeral, our way, so his soul can finally rest. Aranka can tell you more about that, or Tibor himself. Please, I will repay you. Help my family, and we will talk about the amulet. Budbacht Tesa Stipen.
Tell me something about that amulet of yours.
It give you no rest, huh? I get it in my cradle already as newborn baby. They say from the fates themselves. And since that time, I always carry it. It is chugahuno, magical. And I tell you, I never have in my life cause to doubt it. As long as I have magical amulet on me, nothing can happen to me. You and Marika are not the first or last ones who would like to have it. But I will not give it up. Shosha!
I'd like to know about Marika.
She my only chai. But she be more like me than my two sons put together. If she be boy, she become voivode after me.
Women can't be leaders of the camp.
You think you're clever, Gajon, huh? So, how many women, bailiff, queen, or captain you name, huh? We are who we are. And this, our tradition.
What can you tell me about Tibor?
One day he be voivode. He's sly like folks. He can talk his way out of anything. He's still young and not so much interest in politics and trade, but when he's older, he make name for himself.
What was Geza like?
Geza, my poor son, what a loss. He have hot blood in veins. He easy to work of 3 men. And when he put mind to something, nothing stop him ever. But it was same when he lose temper and want to fight. Then even I stand aside, because he see red before his eyes and not even know his father. But we not speak bad about that.
I hear there's a captive nomad here from the camp by the pond.
Aye, there is. He's locked up at the Saddlers, and they'll be wanting a fat ransom for him. But I don't want to get involved in that. It was good to see you, my friend.
I could use some sleep.
You can't be here.
Exhausted. I'm looking for Tibor, a nomad who's being held against his will somewhere around here. Would you know anything about that?
Oh, aye. A filthy tramp from that devil's camp by the pond. One of them that killed poor Bohush. We've got that wretch from that infernal camp tied up in the barn.
Won't you let him go?
Are you mad? Why the fuck would we do that?
If it's coin you're after, me and you can make a deal too. Do you accept?
More. Well now, we don't even have to go and see them filthy beggars. The coin came to us. The keys to his room are on a crate inside the barn. Go sniff somewhere else. Call up.
What are you doing? You've no
Who's
business
there?
here. That's right. You aren't allowed here. Leave, or I'll call the guards.
Hey, what? Untie me, please.
Don't worry, I'm on it.
Go away. You can't just come in
See
here
ya.
as you like.
Let's get out of here. Follow me.
I could lay down for a bit.
That was something. The last time I ran that fast was when I was a kid and a villager set his ricone on me for stealing apples from his garden. Palikeraf, thank you, Amalo. Who are you anyway? Now we have finally got time for introductions.
I'm Henry. The Voivode sent me to rescue you.
So, you know I am Tibor then? I am in your debt, Amalo. I expect many things, but not getting rescued by a gajo.
Don't mention it. The Voivode wants to bury Geza.
Did you talk to Edda about it?
Not yet.
She must come to stay with him, Vartinel. The two of us can at least get it ready. We just need to bring Geza to his favorite spot.
But you must tell me what happened to the poor fella.
Alas, Geza. I will have that picture before my eyes as long as I shall live. He was a Delino sometimes, but I loved him still. We were walking through the woods when they jump us. Geza think they come to avenge Bohush. He stepped one of them, and the rest of them beat him to death with whatever is at hand.
I need to know where it happened, so I can bring him back?
A bit to the east of the village, in the woods by the woodcutter's camp. Then they dragged me up away and tied him to a tree. As a warning, they say, fucking war sons.
Do you know where his favorite place is?
Yes, we went there together often. There is a shukar view of the woods and a cliff above babbling stream. Just go west along the rocks from the woodcutters. About 200 paces. Always along the edge. There is a nice clearing there. I will go ahead and wait for you. I will dig a hole while I wait.
I think I know what I need to.
I will meet you in the clearing. I will wait there until you bring Geza's body.
I know where Marika is. I talked to her. She's taking care of Bahush. Geza messed him up badly.
I am sorry to hear that. The important thing is that nothing happened to Marika. That girl is more capable than many Mursha.
Greetings, what do you...
I've come for Geza, the son of the nomad's voivod. Or rather, for his body.
The devil himself made him cross our path. Pulled his knife on us right away, the bastard. He wanted to stab us all. So he got an axe to the head. The foreman said we should tie the body to a tree. So's them other vagabonds see they can't mess with us.
All right. I think I'll have a word with your foreman.
It was good to see you, my friend.
Exhausted.
Greetings, my friend.
You've got the body of a dead nomad here.
Makes for a nice tree decoration, don't you think? No tears shed over that bugger. He started it.
I'd like to bury him.
What? Forget it. Them heathens from down by the pond sent you, am I right?
Supposing I pay for him. What would you say to this?
You really won't convince me like this. Hey, for a dead nomad? You must be out of your mind. But suit yourself. Let's see your coin.
Here you are.
And now clear off, quick, before I count to 3.
What? But I just paid you.
Aye. And that's the only reason I'm letting you walk off in one piece. Fuck off where you came from.
Now go and crawl off into some hole. I'll be taking his body with me, or I'll have the bloody lot of you.
Bring it on, then. Lads, help!
What's that?
Ha!
You want to try me?
We're gonna gut you horse. Take the knife! Tomato.
I've been waiting for you.
Do it!
Too slow.
That'll be Geza. They really gave him a going over. Ugh. You're as heavy as a sack of rocks.
Put Geza in the grave.
Here I am. Poor Geza almost broke my back.
Thank you for your help, Henry. I hope the woodcutters did not cause too much trouble.
Well, I managed.
I am glad to hear. Anyway, my family is not here yet. Edai must come to Vartinel.
Should I go to the camp to get her and the voivod?
No, I will go and get them myself. You have done more than enough for us already. and I have to bring something from camp. We must bury him with his favorite possession. That is the only way he will remain in the next world and not want to return. You stay here with him and wait until I come back with the others.
I, Henry, thank you for saving Tibor. And that we can bury poor Geza properly now.
Palikerauter Nogajo, you who will finally unite our familia. Now come with us to escort Geza on his last journey. Devla amaro, so sal pro opiren, pošvestin pestironau, autiro tagaripen, meelauka sartukames, pro pripen aukate prepuf. Omaro amaro de amen adagives, od mugamenge amare bini, sarte amen od mukazolenge, so amenge musarte. Umalidia amen, androbini. Tirohin od Hagaripen, Tozor, Toash dupinen, Andresa Bershkai avena.
Amen.
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 Outliving your chave is a terrible thing. It is even worse when you cannot bury them.
Thank you, Henry. We will never forget this. If someone touches you, I whip them like a cur.
Thank you, Voivod. I'm glad we could give your son a decent burial.
From now on, I consider you my Gajo Pral. Brother, if you ever need anything, come to me. I will share all I know with you, and if you ever need a place to stay at our camp, I am sure Geza would not mind you sleeping in his place.
And I will keep my word and tell you how things are with the amulet. But let us now give Geza some peace. Come to our camp. We talk. Henry, the thing is, I cannot give you the amulet.
Not even now? After I did everything you asked from me?
Ashta, hold on. It is Chuhajuno, and its power protects me. And Marika knows well that I'm trapped without it.
What do you mean, trapped? What kind of game is this?
This is no game, Gajo. Marika stole the letter from me.
What letter?
One from Emperor Sigismund himself. Before you start cursing the ginger folks, you should know he was good Hungarian king before he came to fuck with Bohemia. Back then, he defended Hungary from the Turks, and I fought with him. We had a whole company of Roma warriors, armed to teeth. I lead them. For our help, Sigismund gave us letter of safe conduct that give us freedom to travel and protection from the law.
So you're not subject to any lord?
Just so. He give us freedom to travel the world and judge our own people by our own laws. With the letter, we are free people. Without, we are like beasts to be hunted. They can put us in pillory, drive us out of town. Anyone can do what they like to us.
I can see where this is going.
That piece of parchment make us people. Without it, we are nothing. The rest of the camp doesn't know yet, and they must not find out.
But what's that got to do with Marika?
It seems, when she ran off, she take letter with her as a guarantee, or to blackmail me when she needs something. But by taking letter, she put us all in danger, me and all camp. And if I give up amulet too, it is my end. Bring me back letter from Marika. When I have it, and amulet here in my hands, I will forgive her. she can come back then.
Whoa! Fuck! Wolves! Come here! Mutt! Come here! Come here! Ah! Ah! Mm!
Infernal beast! The wolves must have smelled rot and tried to get in. At first I managed to chase them away with fire, but they got used to it and just waited for me to go out.
You were lucky they didn't get to you. I got rid of them.
Palikerav, you are my guardian angel.
The Voivod sent me to get his letter of safe conduct.
He sent you to get his precious parchment, but he does not care how his daughter is? Devla! So you know that is the very reason why I run away from there. It is all honor this, honor that, but people? They not important. When they nearly kill my Bohush only because he's Gajo, we have to flee in case they decide to finish what they start. If I did not take that letter, the Voivod would say next day he never have any chai.
I think you're being unfair to him. He cares about you.
Then why does he not show it? He is selfish. He think only of himself. I cannot give him that letter. It is my only guarantee that Voivod will not leave Bohush to die. If the magic amulet does not help Bohush, nothing will.
How come you didn't take the amulet instead of the letter?
Because that does not take it off even when he sleep, but he keep letter in his trunk. If you give me your word that you will not give letter to Voivod, but try to swap it for amulet, I will tell you where it is.
Then I give you my word. I, Henry of Skalitz, son of a nobleman and squire to Lord Capon, promise you this.
You do not have to pretend to be noble. Your word is good enough for me anyway. I hope Voivod will not try to take it from you by force.
I don't think so. After Gaze's funeral, he told me I was under his protection.
Funeral? What?
Oh, you didn't know. Gazer got into a fight with some woodcutters at Semin, and it ended badly.
Ay, Devla. And what about Tibor?
He got caught too, but I managed to get him out. He's safe now.
Sweet Mother of God, my brother. And I was not there for his funeral. Damn Voivod and his stubbornness. But I thank you for my brothers too.
You're welcome. I'd rather no one else came to harm, like you or Bohush.
Now, listen. If you head from here to the right and down the valley, you will come across a spring with a well and a big kasht next to it. You will find a small hollow in the trunk covered with bark. That is where I hid the letter. It was good to see you, my friend.
So this is the Voivod's letter. How about a straightforward exchange? The amulet for the letter.
What kind of gajo deal is that? The amulet and the letter are both mine! Mine! If you have the letter, give it to me. I'll overlook your insult and even reward you generously.
That's not going to happen. I promised Marika I would only let you have it in exchange for the amulet.
If I had not already said that you are under my protection, I would beat your soul out of your body. But Pativ is Pativ. There will be no exchange. And you better make up your mind whose side you are on, Raclea. The letter is mine, and I want it.
Marika really needs the Voivod's amulet, but of course he doesn't want to let go of it.
He will not give amulet. His pride will not let him. But I have an idea. He likes to bet. And if you wager with him, I will help you win. Go and try it. You will see.
All right. Suppose there's no harm in trying. Voivod, what if we made a wager for the amulet?
Dilinigaji, what are you trying? I thought you were on my side.
Are you afraid of losing? The letter against the amulet. An honest wager with honest intentions.
Honest, huh? You want me to end up without shirt?
All right, so how about this? If I win, we trade the amulet for the letter. And if I lose...
The letter will be mine.
But if you lose, you'll give the amulet to Marika yourself. She insisted.
Huh? She want to see her dad on his knees, huh? But that will never happen. Now, listen here to Tignomiro de Gesis. All right then. Just so you know I'm not afraid. And no Prekerantos can without Voivod. Let us wager. But first you must show me the letter. And I will decide what the wager will be. So there is no trickery. It will be you against my best man. As you can see, I'm not young anymore and I would have disadvantage. Take it or leave it.
The letter is here with me.
See? Where there is will, there is way. But you can still back out and just give me the letter. And I will reward you. Otherwise, when you lose, you will judge Rushes.
I'm not scared. Let's make the wager.
Fine then. I choose Tibor as my champion. He will trample you into ground. You will compete in horse riding and fist fighting. The nomad way.
Well then, may the best man win.
Ha! That is exactly what I want.
Now stop bragging. What if it's a tie after 2 rounds?
Then there will be a third contest between you and me. But I will tell you about it only if it comes to that. So that you cannot start thinking now how to outfox me. I warn you. You should have give me letter, and you would have reward. Now, you will live with niche but shame. Let us not delay. As I say, first you and Tibor will compete in horse riding. Do you have your own horse?
I do. Don't worry.
Good. You go down toward ponds to meadow behind Old Crone's house. You would break your necks if you start racing up here in the rocks. Nikolai will go there with you and start you off. He has been going on about having horse race for a while now. Maybe we keep him quiet a while. From meadow, you ride along path straight ahead until you reach road that runs along other side of Rock Tower Pond. Then left around pond to cliffs. Soon, it lead you to left again to Old Forest Path. This, after a while, take you back to main road from Semin and back to camp. That yes?
Do we have to follow any special rules?
No foul play. Whoever finish course first, wins.
Let's do it.
You will be less eager when Tibor tramples you under hooves.
Go quick! Quick!
Yeah.
Quick!
Go! 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 Yeah! Quick! Yeah!
Quick! Quick! Keep it up. Go! Ka! Ka! Quick! Ka! Just a bit further. Whoa, whoa. Quick! Go!
Aha! My shovel won!
Christ, what kind of a beast does Tibor have?
Right? He fly like wind. Anyway, there is round 2 to worry about. But I warning you, lose there will hurt a lot more. We go down to arena and see who's stronger. You fight during daytime, so we see something.
Come closer. Let us talk. Dangerous games you are playing with, Voivod. The fate of our family is at stake. Rakleia, you must win that bet whatever it takes. It is not about honor. It is about the curse that shall descend upon us if Marika's sweetheart dies.
What do you suggest?
When you know what you will be competing in, come to me and I will think of something.
I'll think about it. The race is finished. Now me and Tibor will fight.
I know everything. And if you don't start trying, I'll never see my chai again, Amalia. We have to try something different. I'll give you a potion I made from nature's herbs. Put it in Tibor's drink. He'll just get sleepy and make it easier for you. Le.
All right. Thank you. About the fight.
So, you ready for Prekeliben?
I'm ready, Voivod. Let's do it.
Misters, let's go. I hope you enjoyed chewing on last apple when you still had all your danda.
Go for it!
Oh!
Go for it! Watch out! Don't go up! Block for
My head is...
Watch out! Watch
And again, Tibor! Come and get another!
Watch out!
My head is...
Useless!
And again, Tibor!
I'll crush you!
For fuck's sake! For fuck's sake!
Go for it!
Block for fuck's sake!
Come on!
My head is spinning.
For fuck's sake!
Kinzigasha.
I beat Tibor. Now what?
I don't believe it. He was probably still raging from beating he got at Semin. But it's one each. And if God has not made his mind up, Lady Fortune will do it for him. We'll play dice.
Are you serious? Dice?
Oh, yes. I make rules here.
What are the rules?
Chaiso. Just ordinary dice. Whoever gets points first wins.
but I need to do something else first.
All right.
The final round is a game of dice against the Voivod himself.
Be very careful. The Voivod always had the lucky hand at dice. This is the last chance to win and help my family. Can you do it on your own? Maybe I could do a little something to bring Lady Fortune's favor to you.
What, will you give me a potion to make the Voivod's luck worse?
Don't be silly. I can give you a Kostka I carved myself from the wood of a magical tree. But I have to warn you. Spells like that don't help us for free. It'll cost you something.
What do you think will happen if I use it?
Well, the cache I carved it from used to be a favorite meeting spot for young lovers. It's possible it'll want to draw on the same virility for its spells as its wood was used to.
Wait, so you think that...
I don't know. I'm just warning you. You may get a bit limp in bed, you see. Something else might happen too. Who knows what it could be. Just know that Kerriben come at a cost.
I think I'll try it. I'll take any help I can get.
All right, lad. But consider yourself warned. And if the worst comes to the worst, I have some herbs to give your manhood as Hotiben.
I hope it won't be necessary. So let's play right now.
Ha! My hands are itching already. Depends. I hope Lady Luck will be on my side.
Great. Press him down again.
Let it be now. I want to play too, you know? Oda Sayek. You didn't have much anyway, friend. Aye, that'll do. Like this. Here. Aye, that'll do. Well, fuck me.
Tell me then, what did he give you for it?
Like this. Here. Oi! Zakindigasha.
Greetings.
Like this.
And with you?
Here. So quieres. This is no good. I'm out. Oh, Zakin. Shit, fuck!
Ha! won the wager.
You call that winning? I can smell caravan and hexes you cheated with.
Spells and hexes? Isn't that your own tradition? Now listen, Voivod. If you want to ever talk again about honor, you better keep your word.
I will... You? Just you're right. You win, and amulet is yours.
It's Marika's, remember? You have to give it to her in person. That was our deal.
And you can't?
No. A wager is a wager, Voivod.
All right. All right. We go then.
Marika, I've brought someone who wants to see you.
Dad?
Marika. I'm glad you are right.
I won the wager.
So the amulet?
Amulet. Oh. Amulet, it's yours.
It's for Bohush.
Marika, are you sure? The amulet is Chokahunu. It has power.
To save life, yes. And you are giving it to me and Bohush. By choice. Exactly according to our customs. Right, Dad?
Wait. Wait!
What's happening here?
If I give him amulet then? Oi, Devla! Unbelievable! She played me like little shovel. She fooled me. My own daughter treated me like nobody ever did. Do not get it? You cannot. You don't know our ways. Everybody here knows if you save somebody's life, they become part of family. And I giving to this Juvalo my magic amulet by choice.
So that's what it was all about.
Marika is her father's daughter, true.
When the foe is stronger, use your wits. You told me that.
Marika, dear girl, if you were boy, you will be voivod after me, but tradition is tradition.
I have no interest in being voivod. Anyway, I think Tibor is better suited. It is enough for me that I can go home and take Bohush with me. And when we do not like it anymore, we go again. Perhaps to village.
Marika, did you lose your mind? You could marry another voivod and be our queen.
And what if I don't want to? What if I want to marry an ordinary gajo?
And forget your Anglune? Marika, blood is thicker than water.
So what? But don't worry, Dad. I will never forget about honor and what's right and proper. Maybe in the end, I can even teach the village gajos some things.
You are just stubborn like me. Come back, both of you. I forgive you. And I also... sorry.
What? I didn't catch that. Henry, did he say something?
I heard it well.
I sorry to you, and I sorry to Bohush. I acted like fool. I mistake, stubborn for honor. Now I know I wrong.
That's the first time I ever heard you apologize. Henry, give him the letter. All right, Dad. I will go to camp with you and we'll stay there until it's time to move on. But when you start packing, I want to choose myself whether I will go with you or stay here.
Have it your way. From now on, your life is yours alone. Thank you, lad. You fool me nice. But I'm not angry because I learned a lot from this. Come. Me and Henry help you back to camp. Much to celebrate. And you, Henry, you deserve proper reward.
So there it is, another quest in the books, and definitely an interesting resolution and all. The horse race was definitely one that I probably should have talked to the mother about in advance, because my horse was a little bit too slow to even make that work. But we do have quite a lot of quest, rather perk points to actually go through. We'll probably do that at the beginning of the next episode, because this one has gone on for quite a while. And at the same time, we will probably go and search for other quests. I know we do have this bad blood one, so we may take care of that. And there are some other quests scattered about, and we can go ahead and take care of those, and I don't think it'll be too much longer before we need to get to this Wedding Crashers quest. So either way, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. And in the last episode, we helped the Voivode out, who is kind of a jerk, by the way, but helped him and his daughter out. His daughter's boyfriend got stabbed, and he was in a bad sort of way. And like I said, the Voivode was just being really extremely difficult. And so that is basically what we did last time. Now, right now, we have several perk points that we actually need to get through. So let's go ahead and look at those. One of them is for main level, so let's say driven by vengeance. After killing an opponent in close combat, you gain 10% more attack damage and faster stamina recovery. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Memorable changes in reputation, good or bad, spread more widely across the land and among different groups of people. Undaunted Cavalier, if your charisma is higher than 20, your armor will be considered 15 higher. Now, I don't expect that we're going to be having high charisma right now. This could be very good later, but I think the most useful right now will be driven by vengeance. If you're in a fight with multiple people, this could definitely be quite useful, gaining 10% more attack damage and faster stamina recovery. So we are going to take that one. Now for strength, we have the hardworking lad, which is the one where if you are carrying a dead body, the weight counts as half. Wrestler, your strength will make it easier to win fights in the clinch, because it will be harder for your opponents to react. Tight grip, the higher your strength skill, the easier it'll be for you to knock somebody out. And train hard, fight easy. The required strength for all weapons will be 5 lower for you, so I think this is going to be the one we're going to go with. In general, if you have a lower strength than the weapon requires, you will do less damage with it. On the other hand, if it's higher, you'll do slightly more. With this perk, you'll reach that state sooner, and that is a no-brainer for us, for sure. And next, featherweight, fall damage is reduced by 30%. Dominant hand, if you use a one-handed weapon without a shield, attacks will cost 20% less stamina. We are probably going to mostly be using a shield, although I am rethinking the mace. I think it is maybe a little bit too good. Now, I said I didn't use the mace in the first game very much, and that's mostly true, although I did know, based on discourse about the game, that maces are actually were really, really overpowered in a way, because you can pretty much just hit somebody over the head and then they're basically dead. That seems to still be a thing in this game, so maybe we will switch over to a sword of some kind. We'll play it by ear for the moment, but for right now, this doesn't seem like something we're going to want. And then dodges cost you 40% less stamina. Now, I haven't made use of dodges, but as far as I understand, you can basically dodge the same way that you block, except you use the jump button in order to dodge rather than right-clicking like you would on a block. So this may actually be something that's pretty good. It's actually really the only one I can think of. I'm not going to be taking any fall damage. Basically, if you're taking fall damage, you're like breaking your leg or something, so not really something that you want to do just for less damage. Now for vitality, you will bleed noticeably slower. Still, if you don't bandage up, you'll die eventually. You'll just have more time. That seems pretty good. If you don't overeat, get drunk, or starve for 3 consecutive days, your stamina will recover 20% faster, and you will gain 10% more experience and vitality. If you overeat, get drunk, or starve, you will lose the perk effect and will need to reactivate it. And for Creative Soul, your energy will slowly replenish while doing alchemy, sharpening, blacksmithing, or playing dice. We're probably not going to be using that. either one of these could be pretty good. I don't really end up bleeding too much in the first game. I don't know if I'm going to be bleeding a whole lot in this game, so this seems like the best one. But unfortunately, I am pretty bad at managing the nutrition or nourishment and everything like that, so we'll see if that ends up making any good use for us. Now for speech, we've got polished wares. When selling weapons, armor, or clothing that are in near perfect or perfect condition, you'll gain 10% more money for them. Adept of the mystic arts, you buy and sell potions, herbs, recipes, books, and alchemy-related items at 10% better prices. Or artisan, you can sell and buy weapons, armor, and clothing at a better price. Probably just go with the artisan. And now we have drinking. Nightcap. If you were meant to get a hangover while sleeping, now you won't. Plus, when you're drunk, all the beds are 10% more comfortable, so you sleep like a king. St. Vivian's Grace. Under the influence of alcohol, you'll be less likely to be injured by falling from a height. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of like the same thing as that agility one, so we'll just go with Nightcap here. Now, Houndmaster. Hunt, you can command Mutt to hunt and send him after wild game. Yeah, we won't really be needing that though, because our Henry just shoves giant amounts of honey into his stomach, and that is pretty much how he survives. So he doesn't really need to hunt for game. But we could do search. You can command Mutt to sniff out places of interest or hunted game. To do this, select the free command. He'll alert you by barking if you find something. Yeah, not really too necessary either. When sleeping in the wilderness, your dog keeps you warm. The bed quality will therefore increase by 20%, but not exceeding 50% of bed quality. And Loyal Companion. When Mutt flees, the time it takes for him to come back to you is a quarter shorter. Okay, that's probably the best. He's not the best for combat anyways, but I guess we get 2, so we'll also take Body Heat. And next up is Combat. Warfare. Head protection. If you are wearing a helmet, blows to the head will cause 20% less damage. That is pretty much the best all around that I can think of. When fighting against superior numbers, yeah, we do kind of do that a lot, but I would say that the head protection is better. And Hardened Veteran. In combat, your stamina will regenerate. Yeah, I don't really see stamina regeneration actually being that big of an issue. It's mostly the damage, so we're just going to take that. And now we have Heavy Weapons, Shield Breaker. For heavy weapon attacks, your heavy weapon attacks will be harder for opponents to block with a shield. Additionally, it will take less time to completely destroy a shield. Blunt Force Trauma, every time you fully charge your attack with a heavy weapon. Yeah, I don't tend to do that too much. I try to be a lot more quick in my attacks, I guess I could say. And Brute Force is basically all around more damage with heavy weapons. I think we're going to go with Shield Breaker because mainly because it makes it more difficult for them to block, but also being able to destroy shields a little quicker is kind of good. I'm not sure how often you'll actually make use of that, but that is the one that we're going to go with. So, with all of our perks figured out, we're going to go for the Bad Blood quest next. And it looks like for the most part, we do still need to go search Pavlena's room, but for the most part it looks like it's going to be over in Troskovitz. So I'm going to make my way back over to the Herb Woman's house and we'll search Pavlena's room, and then I will be back with you in a minute. So here we are back again at the Herb Woman's house, and we're going to go ahead and search through Pavlena's room really quick. Take out the torch because it's probably a little dark in here.
Pavlena, what have you left for me? Clothes. If she planned to run away, she'd have taken them with her. Like she got up and went straight out. She's got unfinished work here. Hey, this is a boy's cap. Does Pavlena wear it? Or did someone leave it here?
Okay, looks like that's all we had to do. The marker is gone. We'll go ahead and head on out then. I don't even know if that is a necessary part of the quest or not, but we're gonna head over to Troskovitz. Okay, we did find a Riddler, I guess, here on side of the road.
Hail, good man.
We're gonna try and talk with him.
Come on, don't be shy. I won't bite.
That's a relief. What were you going to offer me?
Curiosity killed the cat. No shame in that, though. They call me Barley.
You have a peculiar name.
If I were ordinary, well, that's just another way of saying boring. And boring's not for me. So I wander the roads collecting my riddles, and if I meet anyone I find interesting, I'll happily work a riddle on them.
A riddle? Very well. Let's hear it.
Now, listen carefully. What belongs to you alone, but is used more often by others? Any idea?
My name.
That's right! You have a learned head on those shoulders. The robes of a priest would suit you better than a sword.
They really wouldn't, I assure you.
More's the pity. But down to business. I have a proposition for you. You deserve a reward for solving my riddle. Except, you've caught me flat broke. I can give you some of what little I have. Or teach you some of what I know. What'll it be?
I'm always up for learning something new. What can you teach me?
I spend my days on the roads and my nights in the taverns. What interests you more?
Tell me about your experience on the road.
You can't beat a sturdy pair of shoes and a good supply of wine or ale with you. And keep an eye on the clouds. They can tell you if a big storm is brewing and whether you'll have time to find some shelter.
I'll bear that in mind.
And you'll stay dry. Farewell!
You have a kind master, eh?
Greetings.
I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of the herb woman from Zhelyov. Do you know her?
Aye, I do. Pavlena still comes here from time to time, selling baskets, ointments and whatnot. I ain't seen her around in a while, though. Why are you looking for her?
She hasn't been home for a long time, so Bozhena sent me to look for her. When she left, she was heading here.
If I was you, I'd go and ask at the rat house. Or Yezhek the cooper. That old goat had his eye on her one time. Only she wouldn't have him if he was the last man alive. Can't say I blame her. That Yezhek's a drunken sot.
Do you think anyone would want to harm Pavlena?
Bozhena's not too popular here since that misfortune with Yakesh's wife, Ludmilla. But no one holds a grudge against Pavlena. She was only a young lass at the time.
What was that about a misfortune with Ludmilla?
That was way back. She was the midwife here. She'd give the women herbs and whatnot when they called for her. But then something happened when she was helping out at Yakesh's. His wife, Ludmilla, died, and a child was stillborn. A tragedy it was, and then Bozhena, she left.
Just like that?
Well, to tell the truth, we drove her out.
Oh? Why was that?
Better ask Yakesh if you want to know more. He's often by his son's grave. It's next to the farm.
What's this Yezhek like? And what do you mean about him having his eye on Pavlena?
He wanted to get married, and no sensible girl around here would have a drunkard like him, so he figured Pavlena might be an easier bet. He promised her a home in the village, but the girl wasn't so dumb as to fall for it. He's hardly got 2 groschen to rub together, and his house ain't no palace neither. All she'd have out of it is a heartache, and a bunch of brats as pig ugly as their old man.
And where might I find this Yezhek?
If he ain't boozing here at the tavern, he'll be on the way here or at home.
Thanks. And do you think this Yezhek might have done something to her? Like abduct her because she scorned him?
Nah, he ain't got it in him. He's all mouth, but he'd never raise his hand to a woman. And even if he did, Pavlena would probably give him a hiding. Just recently, he got a black eye from this skinny fella here. He's a weakling and a wretch. He wouldn't have a chance with Pavlena.
I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of Bozhena from Zhelyov. She comes here selling baskets and other items.
Aye, I know her.
Do you know if she's been here in the last few days, Master Bailiff? I'm a bit worried about her.
I haven't seen her myself, but you can ask around the village. Try the houses along the road to Zhelyov. She'd have to pass that way.
What can you tell me about Pavlena?
She used to live here with her mother, but then we drove them out. She's not the kind of girl you'd notice much, but she knows how to take care of herself. I let her come round here because, well, maybe I've gotten soft in my old age. But I reckon children shouldn't have to pay for their parents' sins. Don't you think?
I heard something about that. Why did you drive them out back then?
Bozhena was our midwife. It ain't the cleanest trade, but it's needed. Women all over the domain used to call for her help with births. Only, as it turned out, bad help is worse than no help at all. I won't go digging up old grievances, but believe me, we had cause enough to drive that old witch out of here.
Has Pavlena got any friends here? Acquaintances?
There's Roman, who brings us wood.
Roman? Who's he?
A woodcutter like his father. May he rest in peace. He lives just off the green. His hair is red like embers. You can't miss him.
And Pavlena's on friendly terms with him?
You could put it like that. Roman's pa wouldn't be too happy about his son being with an outsider like her. But all he can do now is look down and weep. Not that Roman ain't a decent lad. Honest and hard-working. It wouldn't surprise me if Pavlena left her ma to be with him.
Well, I don't think that's likely. Pavlena left all her things at home.
Still and all, you could go and ask Roman if he's seen her or not.
Do you think anyone here would want to hurt Pavlena?
Troskovich is a decent village. You'd better watch your mouth.
I hear you're interested in Pavlena.
What's it to you?
Well, Pavlena's gone missing. Do you know anything about that?
Fuck, wait. No, I haven't seen her lately, and I got a pasting in the tavern, so I haven't been out lately. You can ask there.
Aye. I heard about that famous fight of yours.
So you see, I wouldn't wish no harm on Pavlena, even though she didn't want me. But I'm not sure you could say the same about that ginger-headed Roman of hers. That's where I'd look if I was you. His cottage is on the road to the butcher's.
Can I ask what happened between you and that midwife, Bozhena? I heard you banished her from the village because of some mishap with your wife.
That was no mishap. The witch killed my son and damned him to hell.
Wait a moment. Start from the beginning. What do you mean she killed and damned your son?
My wife, Ludmilla, gave birth to 3 daughters. Quick and easy every time. The village women often scream all day and night before they bring their babies into the world. Not my Ludmilla. When she had Marushka, it was all over before the midwife even got here. But when Yaroslav was coming into the world, you know, I knew already I'd finally have a son. I never sent for no help. Why would I? After all, Ludmilla done it all on her own 3 times. And besides, that Bozhena is an unclean woman and a witch. Only this time, something went wrong. Of course, I wasn't there. Being a God-abiding man, I was outside. But Marushka comes running out, shouting, "Pa, send for Bozhena! Ma's poorly!" I thought twice about it, but then I sent for her. She came along with a little girl, Pavlena, and a whole sack of herbs. She started brewing right away, and before the night was out, she was pouring God knows what kind of concoction down Ludmilla's throat. It's a wonder she didn't poison her, the crone. I couldn't get a wink of sleep all night. It wasn't till daybreak that Bozhena came out of the house, carrying in her arms. They could see right off it was a boy. Like I said, Only Yaroslav came out feet first. And as they were pulling him out, well, he was all Mother of God. I can't even say it. It was that Bozhina's doing, I tell you. If she hadn't pulled him out and left Ludmilla to manage herself, he could have lived.
I'm sure Bozhena didn't want to hurt your son. She was trying to help.
Help? By killing my son and condemning him to damnation? I asked the priest, and he told me every midwife has the sacred right to perform baptism when things go wrong. Like when it looks bad for the child, see? She can baptize him, make sure he gets to heaven. And you know what Bozhena did?
What?
Not a thing. She looked at that little body lying still and didn't do a damned thing. And my wife died a few hours later. So don't you tell me Bozhena was trying to help. That same evening, I got the other fellas from the village, and we drove that damned witch out beyond the boundary stone.
I see. She lives in the woods now.
A good thing, too. She hasn't shown up here since. Many times I told myself we should have done more to her, so she'd know how I felt.
I understand your pain, but it wasn't Bozhena's fault. She saved my life when I was wounded and lost in the woods. She's a good soul.
That's all well and good. But believe me, that witch will never wash clean her sins.
You're looking for Roman? I also need to find him. To ask if he knows where Pavlena is.
That sweetheart of his? Well now, I hadn't thought of that. They could be together somewhere, so you can help me look for him.
Where do you think Pavlena and Roman might be?
Not long ago, Roman was talking over a beer about how him and Pavlena wanted to leave and start a new life. Somewhere where no one knows her and her ma.
You think they'd really do it?
I took it all with a grain of salt, but after what he told me last time, anything is possible. For Christ's sake, he's got a whole house his pa left him. He wouldn't just leave it on account of her, would he?
Well, I don't know about Roman, but I've been at Pavlena's, and it didn't look like she was getting ready to leave.
She might have done it in secret, and she'd have reason enough. Believe me. Best to go and look in Roman's house. That should clear things up.
All right. Let's go and take a look at Roman's.
Great. That is, you can go there.
Hang on, you said you two were friends. Why would I go there alone?
For one thing, I have to work. And besides, how would it look if anyone saw me breaking down his door? My reputation would be ruined, whereas you, no offense, you're a stranger. You don't have to worry about your good name, do you? But me, I'd lose my livelihood.
How do I get into Roman's house?
Through the door, of course. Only it's locked. I tried it. You'll have to figure something out.
Oh, that's just great. All right. I'll go and have a look.
After you search the place, come back and let me know what you found. I'll be around here somewhere.
Nobody home. But maybe Pavlena was here. It's set for 2. Freshly eaten. And there are the baskets Pavlena came here to sell. They were here for sure. Maybe they just went for a stroll. Dushko might know about their favorite spots. I searched Roman's house.
And what did you find?
Well, there's no one there, but Pavlena had been there for sure. The table was set for 2, and I found the baskets that she sells too.
You're right. It sure does look like she was there.
It can't have been long ago either. The food was still fresh. Any idea where they might have gone?
Well, they've got a favorite spot down by the stream. You could try looking there.
Where exactly?
There's a ditch leading from Roman's house to the stream. Follow it down the hill. When you come to a place where the stream flows between the two big boulders, turn left and go straight. There it is, under an old linden tree.
All right. Thank you.
But, mind you don't walk into the middle of anything, awkward. And tell that lazy bastard to get his ass to work. I'm not going to do his work for him.
This must be the place Dushko was telling me about. How the local lads bring their girls over here. Christ, there must have been a fight here. This is surely Pavlena's. A piece of her dress. This doesn't look good. If I give it to Mutt to sniff, he might catch a scent. It's covered in blood. Used as a weapon, maybe.
Search.
Sick!
Are you all right? Your mother sent me.
Yeah, I'm all right. A little bruised, but nothing serious.
What happened?
They killed him. They smashed his head in with a rock.
Who did they kill?
Roman. He was my sweetheart. They killed him by the stream.
Why?
He was protecting me from them.
It was 2 against 1. You did the right thing, killing that bastard otter.
Can we go home now?
I want to ask you something before we leave. Are you all right? You're not hurt?
No, I'm fine. Just a few scratches. It's nothing.
How did you get here?
Me and Roman were going down to the stream. He went back to get something, and I went on ahead. Those 2 bastards jumped me by the stream. I don't know what they wanted to do to me, but Roman stepped in. Only one of them grabbed a rock and...
I know. You don't have to say any more.
When it was all over and Roman was lying on the ground, Otter tied me up and dragged me here. I tried to make a run for it, but that bastard set his dog on me.
Do you know why they wanted to hurt you?
Yakesh put them up to it. For a long time after they chased us out, I didn't dare go to Troskovitz. Ma always warned me not to. Only then, I met Roman. I should have known the people there hadn't forgotten about us. And that Yakesh still wanted revenge.
Tell me something about Roman. What was he like?
He was a woodcutter in Troskovitz. We were... together. Sorry. I can't talk about it now.
What exactly happened? How did Roman die?
He was trying to protect me. If he hadn't come along, I don't know what those beasts would have done to me. Only that big brute grabbed a rock and smashed Roman over the head with it. He fell straight to the ground. I could swear he was looking at me the whole time. Even though he was lifeless, like he was trying to tell me to run.
That's all I need to know.
So, can we please go now?
Come on. I'll escort you.
I don't want to spend another moment here.
Here we are. Pavlena's fine.
Pavlena, let me look. Are you all right?
I'm fine, Ma. They
They abducted her.
God almighty. Who would do such a thing?
They were hired hands from Troskovitz.
And did they do anything to you?
No, they just tied me up. But they were Yakesh's hands. They would have killed me.
Yakesh? I might have known he wouldn't leave us in peace. Hasn't he hurt us enough already? Isn't it enough that we have to live here because of him?
Ma.
I knew it would come to this. Henry, I need one last service from you.
I'd be glad to help.
Yakesh is to blame for everything. For us being driven out, for Pavlena being abducted.
And for everything else.
Everything leads back to him and his old hatred. We'll never have peace as long as he's alive.
What are you trying to say?
I want you to kill him.
What? Are you serious?
Yes. It's either him or us.
Yakesh told me how it was with his son. He said you could have baptized him, but you didn't.
What? Are you trying to say now that he's in the right? That child was stillborn, and his mother needed help. Should I have let her die to christen her dead child?
I understand. That wouldn't be right.
Yakesh didn't think so.
I understand. And I agree. I'll do what you ask. It's only right and just.
You will? It really must have been the will of God that you crossed our path. Thank you, Henry.
May be made worthy of the promises of Christ. Pour forth, we...
Who are you praying for?
For my son, Yaroslav.
How come he's buried there and not at the cemetery?
He died during birth and was never christened, so he couldn't be buried in the cemetery.
God have mercy. I'm sorry about that.
Aye, me too. If it hadn't been for that treacherous old hag, he wouldn't be here under a tree. He'd be in the churchyard, as he ought to be. The poor, innocent soul. Or standing right here next to me.
When did your son die?
Well, Yaroslav would have been 5 years old now.
What about your other children?
One of my daughters got married and moved out. Marushka and Olina are still here. Once they get married, I'll be left all alone on the farm.
Why? One of them could live on the farm with her husband, couldn't she? Lots of fellows would give the right arm for a place like this.
Aye, true enough. Only a father should pass his livelihood on to his son, goddammit! Don't tell me it's different where you come from.
My pa was a blacksmith. He taught me his trade since I was little. He wasn't my father by blood, but he took me as his own from the day I was born.
Really? What kind of man would take in another's child?
An honourable man. Blood isn't everything. You know yourself. You'll find husbands for your daughters, and you'll be glad to have them take care of you in your old age. Like it should be. And one day your livelihood will pass on to your grandchildren. Nothing ends.
I suppose you're right.
I don't have any more questions. Thanks. Look, I know relations between you and Bozhena the herb woman aren't good, but it's time to put an end to the animosity.
Where are you going with this? That witch deserves no pity.
But you're not entirely without blame. Bozhena told me everything, but whatever happened between you, it has to end now. Bozhena came very close to losing her daughter on account of your feud. Your farmhands abducted her, and they killed her sweetheart.
But I had nothing to do with that. They did it of their own free will, not on my orders.
That means nothing. They did it because of you. They wanted you to be indebted to them.
But that's not my fault, and I don't see why I should have to make up with Bozhena on account of it.
Listen, I know a thing or two about revenge. And believe me, sometimes you just have to say enough and turn the other cheek. Because otherwise, it will never end.
You know nothing. I can't simply forgive her.
Well, then do it on account of Pavlena. After all, she's not to blame for anything. But she's the one who's suffering most from your feud.
Christ almighty. You're talking like the parish priest. I'll send Bozhena. Compensation. I never wanted anything to happen to her daughter, and she's the one who suffered most from that banishment. She can't have been more than 10 years old. I give my word that I won't do anything bad to them. And those two fools of hands, they won't show up here again. And if they do, I'll haul them off to the bailiff myself. I swear to God, Bozhena and Pavlena could return to the village.
Very well. It's about time this chain of vengeance was broken for good. Give me the money, and I'll take it to Bozhena. But God alone knows whether she'll forgive you.
Thank you. It's time for us all to get on with our lives. I hope Bozhena will understand that.
Greetings.
About Yakesh.
Is it done?
I didn't kill him, because I finally managed to get him to agree.
Agree? On what?
I told him everything, and it was clear from his reaction that he wasn't directly to blame. His farmhands did it all by themselves. He was so sorry that he gave me coin for you and Pavlena in recompense. It's quite a lot of money. Pavlena could use it.
And you really believe him? That he'll leave us alone?
Well, I don't think he'll ever forgive you. But I believe he won't try to hurt you anymore.
I hope you're right. I'd hate to regret it later. Thank you, Henry. If it wasn't for you, I'd have lost my daughter. You should keep half the coin.
No, I can't accept it. Pavlena will need the money more than I do.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Keep it.
Henry, what would we do without you? God himself must have sent you to us. If it wasn't for you, I'd have lost my daughter. I'll be forever grateful to you. If you need anything, come and visit us. We'll be happy to see you.
And there it is, another quest in the books, and hopefully everything works out here for the herb woman Bozhena and her daughter Pavlena. Now, we do have a little bit more time left. I did acquire a few more perk points, but I think we'll wait just a little bit longer before we deal with that. So I'm going to go look around and see if we can't find another quest. Hopefully it'll be somewhat on the shorter side, but if not, then we will have a bit longer of a episode today.
Oh, gentle knight.
Greetings,
Why
friend.
linger
Good
on?
day, good day.
What are you two talking about then?
A peasant like you would never understand.
I'll have you know you're talking to the right hand of a nobleman, you nobody.
You? But... sorry, but how is anyone to know that when you're dressed in those rags?
Have a drink with us, worthy sir.
Well, why not? I'll gladly have a drink. My name is Henry.
Then sit, noble Enrico, and give your verdict on our dispute.
Aye, don't be shy. Come and sit with us.
It's Henry. H-E-N... whatever.
Ah, any tanner or bathhouse boy could be called Henry. Enrico is nobilissimo.
Oh, for the love of God. Will you just tell me what you were discussing?
Ah, it's just that my dear friend George here is a vulgar louse who knows as much about the art of poetry as a baying donkey.
To tell the truth, my last encounter with verse didn't end all that well.
Really? Tell us all about it.
So, are you going to tell me what you're talking about?
It's about nothing less than the very essence of the art of poetry.
And also about the fact that Michael here hasn't got his oats for ages and it's got his brain in a twist.
Kindly ignore our friend George here. He's been a simple soul ever since he was dropped on his head as a baby.
Freedom. I figured out poetry ain't to be found in inspiration from the muse. All the truth in the world is right there in ale, roast pig, and fucking.
To the point where fornication and drinking leave no time for actual composing. Better to forego the pleasures of the flesh and give oneself to art. Honorate l'altissima poeta.
Aye, aye. Keep your hair on, mate. As I said, he's not in his right mind. He once met an Italian poet, and ever since he thinks he's Dante Alighieri.
Alighieri, you dolt. So what do you think, Enrico? Where should a poet seek inspiration?
Well, I rather doubt it's to be found in beer or some wench's cleavage. Those might be nice to look at, but an artist should seek inspiration in higher things.
My very words. Let's drink to that.
However you look at it, you, my friend, as a worldly...
and highborn...
clever...
experienced...
intrepid...
unique...
in short, just the right fella...
you might be able to help us out with something.
What are you after?
Enrico, we are in need of an adventurer.
My name's Henry. H-E-N... something...
In short, Enrico, we're in need of an adventurer, a man of action, a man of goodwill, a man of knowledge, a man...
a fucking good fella.
A fellow who helps his fellow man. Aspiring minstrels.
If only you knew, mate, what genius is sleeping in our throats. Songs just waiting for a voice to raise you to the heights of glory.
Imagine it. An ode to Henry, the hapless, hoe-wielding hero, harassing the heartless hordes of
humans?
That's it! Hark! Henry the Lionheart! The only thing missing for you to achieve glory is...
a loot! We need a loot!
All right, but where would I even get a thing like that?
In the words of the poet, una volta corre il cane, e una altra la lepre. He who seeks shall find, or something like that.
And finding it won't be hard. We've done a bit of snooping, and there's only one in these parts.
It's hanging all forlorn on a wall at the carpenter's in Troskovitz. The house directly opposite the Rathaus.
It ain't no use to him, but he won't sell it, the tight ass.
While if it were in our hands...
In our hands, it will sing like a nun on Sunday.
And it will be the torch lighting our way from this provincial purgatory to the gates of Kuttenberg.
Torch? Shit, you want to fucking burn it?
It's a metaphor, you ignorant oaf.
All right, I'll see what I can do. Please just quieten down for a bit.
Who just came barging in?
You're not allowed here.
What the hell are you doing here? What on earth possessed you to creep into someone else's house?
Don't you worry, Goodman. I'm here for trade. That is, if there's anything to be bought here at all. I see you have very little to offer.
No, so the gent's turning his nose up, is he? Just watch if I don't take a pair of pliers and twist it back down again. Out of my house, you scarecrow. I told you to get out of here, didn't I?
Don't you worry, Goodman. I just popped in for a chat. You're cooped up in here all day by yourself. A bit of company would do you good, wouldn't it?
Well, not many folks combined, that's true. So how can I help you, young man?
A little bird told me you're repairing a very nice lute.
What a beauty. You don't see craftsmanship like that today. Young fellows these days, all they want is to get the job done quick and get their coin.
Can I take a closer look at it?
Don't even think of putting your grubby paws on it. That instrument is worth more than the head between your ears. You might drop it and break it. A gent from Kuttenberg brought it in to be fixed, but he's taking his time to come and collect it.
What do you do here all day long?
I'm happy to sit here, keeping an eye on my old workshop, and the lasses passing by. If a little mead should come my way, I'd like to drink to the good old days.
Would you care to join me if I fetched you some?
As sure as Jesus was a carpenter. Same as me.
Listen, how about I buy that loot from you?
It's not for sale.
Well, that Kuttenberger won't be coming back for it anytime soon, though. I reckon he saw how you botched the repair and decided he'd be better off buying a new loot altogether.
Botched? What are you talking about?
No, sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, come on, old man. Everything has a price.
Maybe in Crooktown or wherever you're from. But we're honest folks here. We don't sell other people's stuff.
Don't tell me you couldn't use a few groschen from Mead now, could you? All the same, that son of yours leaves you here thirsty all day.
Don't talk about my boy like that.
You're right. I'm sorry. He doesn't have it easy, does he? His customers disappear, his father's an old drunk.
Look, lad, you're really starting to piss me off. Watch what you say.
Must be dull sitting here all day. Don't you ever feel like going for a stroll?
Sitting watching the world go by suits me fine. Why would I go flitting about with my creaky old knees? What's it to you anyway, youngster?
Oh, I was just trying to keep the conversation flowing. That's all. I'll have a look at you. I've got some mead here. Fancy a drink?
Wow, mead! I could drink that till the cows come home. If only it didn't make me so drowsy. Look here, though. Don't say nothing to my lad. He'd have a fit if he knew I was boozing.
My lips are sealed. I promise.
Well, good health then. If I should happen to doze off, don't disturb me.
Oh, a nice instrument. Maybe I should learn to play it and become a wandering minstrel.
What's that supposed to be?
I've got that loot for you.
Incredible! Magnificent! Fascinating.
You really got it! Give me that lovely thing so I can fondle her.
Such a noble instrument is just begging to celebrate art and life.
It's like it's saying, hey, with me in your hands, you'll be able to grab any wench you want.
How can you take such a fine thing and abuse it for vulgar gain?
Abuse? No, friend. Put to good use.
Can you even play it?
Ah, there's nothing to it. You only have to hold it and strum.
What's that you have there? Hey, let me see. How the hell do you... hold it? Ah. Oh, Anna has tiny tits, like a pair of cherry pits. Uh-oh.
Christ, no!
The idiot broke the strings!
Calm down. These things happen.
I'm sorry, but... mate, oh, I best be off now, eh?
Fuck! Shit! You fucking whoreson! Your ma should have dumped you on the manure heap the moment you were born. What's gonna happen with that loot?
Use it for firewood. It'll burn nicely with that lacquer.
What? Henry, sick him! I mean, give him what for?
Hey, why don't we all just simmer down? After all, it was an accident.
Yeah, of course it was an accident. I wanted to give it a stroke.
There you go. Now apologise nicely and clear off.
All right. I'm sorry. Sorry. Forget me. Forgive me. Forget it.
Now what are we supposed to do? Without strings, it's just firewood, you know?
Our dreams are shattered. The rose-tinted skies of glory are obscured by dark clouds. We'll be toiling in filth till we breathe our last.
Farewell to Kuttenberg. Farewell to you lovely city damsels.
We could replace those strings with new ones, couldn't we?
Look, old pal. Henry himself is offering to lend a hand.
The hunter Vostatek told me once that he made some strings for someone. He can make some for us.
Vostatek? I know him. In fact, he owes me.
Really? Damn. Too bad he doesn't owe us. Who knows what he'll charge me and Michael for the strings?
Sometimes the price is just too high to pay.
Especially when you ain't got a groschen to your name.
All right. I'll go and see what he says.
All praise and glory to you. May you and all your kin be honored for 7 generations for all you have done for us unfortunate artists.
Quick! Gah! Wait! Wait! Wait!
I've been waiting for you.
Stop! You fucker! Dick!
I'm trying to get strings for a loop, and I hear you know all about that.
I do, but it ain't so straightforward. You have to sacrifice an animal for that.
You mean an altar? Candles, mysterious chanting and stuff?
Nah, nothing like that. You just have to get a sheep, find the thinnest gut, and weave strings from it. You can eat the rest.
I don't know how to gut animals.
Well, you're just gonna have to learn. Run along to the woods and bag a deer, or a few hares, eh? You won't get much of any use out of them at first, but after a bit of practice, you'll get there.
And meanwhile, I'll clear half your forest of game.
You'd have your work cut out, lad. But if you'd rather, you can always buy those guts from a butcher.
Isn't there any other way?
Look, lad, I told you what you wanted to know. I'll make lute strings for you if you bring me the sheep gut.
What did you say I need for the strings?
Guts, you giblet. Kill a sheep, open it up, gut it. Easy as pie.
You have a kind master, eh, mutt? What would you like?
I'll have a look at the wares. I've got that sheep gut for you.
I hope you killed the poor creature before you pulled it out of its rectum. Or did you chicken out and buy it somewhere? Not that I care. Wait here a while and I'll make them strings for you.
Well then, does the best forester in the land have some problems I could help him with?
Henry, you buffoon. I'm not the best in the land, but I'm in these parts, though. Know why? Because I'm the only one here. Well, apart from Varel, that is.
So you don't have any problems?
As it happens, there is something. Recently, my supplies have been running out quickly for some reason. And you know how much I like a drink when I'm taking a break on the bench behind my house.
Indeed I do. It was me who carried you through the forest the last time you took a break.
Aha, these things happen. So, I need to top up my supplies. Run along to Troskovitz for a bottle or two for me. Take this coin here.
And what would you like to drink, gamekeeper of Ostatek?
I call it the poacher's hideout. Mix a goblet of mead with wine, add a bit of saffron.
I've never heard of this poacher's hideout brew before.
Hold on! Poachers! I need help with poachers. The bastards. They think they can turn the woods into their own territory, but they won't get the better of me. I'll send you after them. You're hard as nails, you are. What's more, I'll give you a decent reward for getting rid of them vermin.
That sounds better.
Aye, so I don't forget. Hand back the coin I gave you for the booze.
But there's some things I need before I go after the poachers. I have to get my gear fixed up and so on. Think of yourself as my patron.
You're a schemer, lad. All right. Then, keep the coin. But you haven't told me if you'll actually do it or not.
I'll help you with the poachers. The hunters will become the prey.
That's the stuff. They should be trembling already.
Tell me where I can find the poachers, then. So I can pounce straight on them.
Hold your horses. I want them alive, not hacked to pieces. So don't butcher them.
I wasn't planning on killing them, you know.
Glad to hear it. You'd be surprised how many hotheads have offered to do just that. I've had enough of hearing, "They're all dead, Vostatek," and then finding out the smart arse spent the whole day in the tavern instead. So if you do kill a poacher, I want proof.
No gutting, you said. So that's settled.
Look, let's get to the point. We have to focus on Rock Tower Pond and the forests around it. That's where game's becoming scarcest.
Can I count on your help?
Ha, you bet. We'll divide it up into patches and make a noose no poacher will escape.
Patches? What do you mean?
I'll take the area around the gamekeeper's lodge, say. Maybe some poachers get the idea it's darkest under a candlestick. My helpers will search the smaller woods, and you take the rest. With those young legs of yours, you'll comb the forest nice and quick.
Aye, right. I get it. That's the best idea you could come up with, eh?
Aye, Henry.
Where should I look?
I already told you, didn't I? Stop being so scatterbrained, Henry. Try looking around Rock Tower Pond. To the west of the pond, there's some dense forest on the rocks. It's easy to find because there's a small ruined cottage below the woods. Otherwise, it's nothing but boulders and an easy place to break your leg. And someone like me, who likes a drink, well, you know.
I don't have the best memories of that place. We made camp there the first time we came to Trosky region.
So you could be reminiscing there. Have a swim. It's a nice clean pond. I don't know why people don't fish there instead of poaching. Easier to catch a bite.
Let's say I go into the forest and come across some bloke. What then?
The main thing is to make sure he really is the poacher. We'd have some explaining to do if you accused an innocent man.
That shouldn't be too hard. If he's hunting, I'll seize him. If he isn't, I'll leave him alone.
That's no way to go about it, Henry. You have to be certain, right? The Rock Tower poacher, say. He tends to spend the day holed up, only coming out before dawn or after dusk. He probably knows I like to sleep in and spend my evenings having a drink. So I won't be trudging round the pond at those times.
So the best thing would be to catch him in his camp?
Aye. He'll have dead animals, hides, bones, meat. He won't be able to talk his way out of that. Them poachers have also started using signs to mark their hunting grounds. They bend a branch of some pine to make a kind of circle. But what's the point of describing them, since I've got a few samples? They're at my cottage, next to the outhouse, where I have this lean-to. Take a look so you know what to watch out for.
Where should I take the poacher? To you?
To the Troskovitz bailiff, even though he's a bit, well... Look, I'll send him a message so he knows we're going to be bringing him some poachers. It would be just like him to let them go because you were acting without authorization.
Well, you could go with me.
And leave the lodge unattended? Not a chance. Not to mention that leg of mine since I jumped down from the tree. Oh.
I understand. You'd rather stand, or rather sit, guard. I'll be off then.
Good luck, and let me know how it goes. I hope you give them what for, because I'm sick and tired of them. They've been at it for 2 months now. Or is it 4?
You can count on me.
Why linger on?
I got those strings for you.
Ah, how the hills shall ring out in gladness to their glorious sound.
We'll fix the loot and head off for Kuttenberg, fame and fortune. All praise to you, friend.
Right. I hope that's all you need.
If only, Henry, old pal. It's just there's still one little fuck-up. Friend, we have a problem. The innkeeper doesn't want us to leave. Says Kuttenberg isn't the place for us.
Can you imagine? He who never set foot outside his village wants to block 2 free souls in their path to fame.
And fortune.
And recognition.
And under the skirts of town maidens.
Beast. In short, dear friend, you must have a word with him. You're worldly wise. He's sure to listen more to you than to us.
Hang on. How can the innkeeper keep you from going anywhere?
Well, you know, he's incapable of grasping that the artistic soul needs to fly as free as a bird.
Aye, he's an Ignoramus. Besides, we owe him a bit of coin.
God, why?
Well, why don't you pay him back then?
That's just it. We'd love to. We could always scrape together a few groschen.
But it's not coin he's after. He wants us to work off our debt.
He lets you 2 drink on credit? How so?
Because he's a damn crook.
He knows we can't pay back our debt outright, but he counts every wretched sip we take and adds it to the burden we have to shoulder.
Oh, like that.
Well, why don't you just up and run for it?
And sully our honor? Never.
And also, the innkeeper would tell the bailiff and he'd come looking for us. We don't want to end up in the stocks.
Why do I have to be the one to solve it for you?
Because we don't have time. We have to concentrate on composing our songs, creating art. Art!
Believe me, friend, once we get to Kuttenberg and make a shitload of coin, we'll pay you back double.
Tell you what, tenfold.
I'll have a word with him, and we'll see what happens.
That's the spirit.
Let's drink to that!
I hear Michael and George have run up a small debt with you.
A small debt? They owe me a whole heap of work, my friend. A month ago, I told them to dig a hole for shit behind the barn, and I'm still waiting. There's a privy there, but now it's full. The shit has nowhere to go but downhill. It's flowing down to the bathhouse. The other day, they promised that if I poured them a drink, they'd haul sacks of chaff to the barn. They boozed for free all night and swathed down sausages till they were as greasy as a cart axle. But that chaff is still out in the damp and rain.
Can't they just pay what they owe you?
This has nothing to do with the coin. Those two need to learn some responsibility. Damn their idle hands. Nothing can cure their laziness but labour.
So, haul some sacks, and empty the latrine. And then the debt is paid?
Aye, but I'll bet my boots that even if those two miraculously got off their asses, they'd still manage to rack up another debt in no time.
What is it Michael and George have to do to pay off their debt?
Haul sacks of chaff to the wagon and empty the overflowing latrines. Once that's done, we'll be quits.
Couldn't someone else do the work instead of Michael and George? They'd just do a shoddy job anyway. You know them.
Well, they'd have to do it again then. I'm telling you. Until the chaff's under cover and the latrine's clean enough to eat out of, them two owe me.
Forget about those two fools. You're not responsible for their upbringing. A decent pile of coin could smooth everything over, couldn't it?
Look, my friend, have you even taken a look at that privy? The heap of coin you'd need couldn't be amassed even by the king himself.
Oh, damn. This is throwing my back out. From my neck to my arse. Ugh, at least it's done. Oh, good grief. What on earth are they eating to shit this out? I should have ditched those songsters ages ago.
Pardon.
The jobs have been done. Like you wanted.
But you did the donkey work while those two just slouched off, eh? Fuck. How is that supposed to drum the idleness out of them?
It won't. Well, what can you do?
Nothing. The job's done, so the debt is settled, I suppose. Michael and George can go to the devil for all I care.
Thanks. I'm sure they'll be delighted.
Sooner or later, someone will wring their necks anyway. Not everyone will be as soft on them as me.
And as for my meter...
I've squared things with the innkeeper. Your debt's been settled.
Our saviour! We knew you'd support our artistic souls and save our mortal bodies.
May your name live in glory!
Your glory shall be sealed by the song we wrote for you.
Oh my god, what have you done?
Fuck yeah! For you and about you, our hero!
Definitely not going to sing those words, right?
Which words?
You know exactly
I'm
the
just
words.
joking. Right, you ready?
Can't tune the strings.
You've got one job. Good? Right.
When it seems you're out of luck,
There's just one man who gives a fuck.
a friend who'll never leave you stuck. Now who can that friend be?
Well?
Ludiek?
Henry, our hero Henry, the fellow who helps his fellow man. Henry, reliable Henry, he gets the job done the best he can. Oh, oh, oh.
Watch out, here we go.
Oh, oh. I can't hear you in the back.
When you want to string your lute and trumpet with your back drum,
Who will pull a sheep gut out through the creature's rectum? Oh, Henry, we thank you, Henry, the fellow who helps his fellow man.
his fellow man.
Henry, let's drink to Henry. He gets the job done the best he can. Yeah!
So, how did you like it?
Weren't we fantastic? I tell you, that loot really gave it a punch.
I'd say we were incomparable. Chi la dura la vince. You can't keep a good man down. The world awaits us.
Awaits us with open arms.
In all my born days, I never heard anything quite as dreadful.
Are you saying you didn't like it?
It's clear you're incapable of understanding, incapable of appreciating the subtle nuances of our artistic performance.
You're a barbarian like all these other fuckers. But never mind, we like you anyway.
Dear Enrico, thank you for everything. It's time for us to shake the dust of this God-forsaken place off our feet and seek our fortune in the big wide world.
Kuttenberg, here we come!
New life, here we come.
Now, hold your horses, fellas. What about my reward for everything I've done for you?
We've already paid you back, my friend.
Didn't you hear the ode we wrote about you?
Look, that's all very nice. But what about some coin?
Please, Henry, don't be so base. No gold in the world can match the luster of our velvet voices.
Just wait till that song about you makes the rounds. You'll be so famous you'll have to fend off the women with a pitchfork.
Besides, you've gained the most valuable thing in all the world. Friends.
Farewell, friend. And thanks for everything.
Okay, well that was certainly interesting. It was definitely a nice little palate cleanser, I suppose, for the tragic quest that came before it. Now, we did get a few new equipment items that we got during a fight with some bandits. We'll go ahead and equip that now. And let's see, equip that. And we'll just leave the shoes that we already have on. And apparently we also have a comparison I didn't even notice. So we'll go ahead and equip that onto our horse. Looks a lot nicer. And we'll take this out. Let's see, any of it better than what we have on? Nope. Although we may end up switching over to this longsword, but otherwise we're gonna try and sell the rest of this stuff that we got. And at the beginning of the next episode, we'll deal with the perk points, and we will probably go and deal with those poachers that we started the quest for when we were over at Bostatex. And otherwise, that is going to be it for this episode, so I thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now, in the last episode, we helped out the herb woman to find her daughter, and then we helped out, let's see if they're still here, right here, these two ingrates that, they're freeloaders, and they don't like to do basically anything. And other than that, we also had a run-in with some bandits that, we took care of, and we managed to get some extra little bits of loot here, and we're gonna try and sell that, and then we're gonna go and deal with some poachers over here by Rock Tower Pond. Now, at the same time, we have 3 perk points to spend, so let's go ahead and get those used up, and one of them is for horsemanship. Let's take a look at this. So, Saddler, repairs with a cobbler's kit will be 20% more efficient. Additionally, because you know pouches and satchels, you have a +1 bonus on the thievery skill if you pick pockets. That could be useful later, for sure. Head start, if you use a quick start, double left shift, your horse will briefly run faster than the wind. Effect lasts 10 seconds. Ride like the wind, your horse will consume stamina 5% slower while galloping only. Roadrunner, your horse will use 5% less stamina when traveling on roads only. Or Wild Rider, when riding off-road, your horse will consume 5% less stamina. So I'm thinking none of these are too crazy good, I don't think. Less stamina use, I mean, you run out of stamina somewhat quickly, but not anything too crazy. So we're gonna skip all the stamina-based ones. So it'll basically be between Head Start and Saddler. And I think Saddler is the one that is the most useful in just kind of a general sense. So we'll go with that. Now on survival, we have on the Poacher's Trail, you can sell herbs, game, hides, and trophies for double the price. Master Cook, if you cook, dry, or smoke an unspoiled ingredient or food after processing it, will have a 100% condition. It does not apply to herbs, as they always have 100% condition. Yeah, not too good either. You can also get fur, trophies, selected cuts of meat, and offal from killed game. Not super useful either. This is going to be the one we're going for. If you hit your target in the chest, your shot will deal a total of 25% more damage. Shots to the heart from behind will also trigger this effect. Now, I already talked about it with the Heartseeker 1, but this is kind of one of those super useful perks if you are going to be using a bow or a crossbow of any kind, because hitting people in the head in this game is not the easiest task. So hitting them in the chest and being able to get such a nice bonus from it is quite good. Now, heavy weapons. We have blunt force trauma, and we have talked about this one before already, same with brute force. So next is aim to maim. If your axe attack causes your opponent to bleed, they'll bleed a quarter faster, making it easier to finish them off, and they won't run far from you. Now it seems this only works for axes, so not maybe the best for us. Next we have Bonebreaker. If you wound an opponent with a war hammer, mace, or cudgel, their stamina will recover 15% slower. That seems pretty good, but I think we would probably prefer the more general perk, which is the brute force, 5% more damage with all heavy weapons, so we'll take that. And as I have mentioned, we might switch over to some kind of bladed weapon. Perhaps we will go with something like, I was thinking if we're going to switch off of heavy weapons, we would probably go with a regular sword, maybe like a long sword. And then we would probably go crossbow. We're going to keep crossbow for sure, and maybe in the third slot with some kind of polearm. So we'll see. I'm not totally certain yet that I want to switch off of things like maces, but we will have to see. So the next thing is that I'm going to try to find a place to sell the rest of our wares. And it looks like there's a quest over there, so I might go ahead and take that as well. And then we'll make our way over to the Poachers.
You having trouble with the Takovites?
I'd say it's time to get payback for all those shenanigans up there. You look like you might be good at that sort of thing. And since you're already here, why don't you help me out? Trust me, I'll make it worth your while. What do you say?
I might be able to help. But first, I want to know what this is about.
All right, listen up. Up on that hill over there, it's Takov. All I want you to do is to go over there and give them a taste of their own medicine. We'll make some mischief and have a few laughs while we're at it. Well then, will you help me?
Why not? I could use a good laugh.
Listen up then. Those naughty Takovite bastards have this nice maypole in their village. They're so proud of it, you'd think it's a gift from the king himself. Especially Project. Nothing would teach them a lesson better than stealing it and putting it up on display here. Just to spite them.
So all I have to do is take their maypole and bring it to you?
Aye, exactly. But be careful no one sees you take it. It'll be even better if they don't even know it's missing. Besides, if they catch you, they'll beat the shit out of you. So be careful.
All right, I'll be careful. Thanks.
Excellent. But even if something goes wrong, don't go clobbering anyone over the head, understand? All I want to do is piss Project off.
You want to do what to him?
Piss him off. You know, mess with him for stealing our maypole and our pasture. But remember, no violence, all right?
Of course. I wouldn't hurt a fly. You can count on me.
But go ahead and talk to Project. At least you'll see what an asshole he is.
About the tack-off maypole.
Ask away.
Well, you don't need me for this, do you? Just send one of your farmhands.
It's not that simple. Maypoles are a big deal in these parts. We had one here too, just like in Trosky. But those Dracovites stole ours. And our fella didn't manage to steal theirs. They got their arses kicked too. That's how it is every year. They're very proud of the maypole, but they won't be expecting a stranger like you to steal it.
I reckon they'll be guarding the maypole, eh?
Aye. They're proper careful and keep a good eye on it. You'll have to be subtle and outsmart them somehow. But that shouldn't be too hard. That Ducko lot ain't the brightest. Ask around. See what's going on over there. You'll figure something out.
Do you have any idea how I'm actually supposed to steal it?
What we need is a reach. That's the important part. I reckon you'll have to climb up and chop the top off.
All right. Climbing up there should be no problem.
There you go. I like your enthusiasm, but I reckon climbing up there will take a bit of time. So be careful none of those tackle fools spot you.
Why don't you like the Takovites?
Because they're wankers. Arrogant wankers. Think they're above everyone else? But mainly, they stole our pasture, which has belonged to Giliov since time immemorial.
How does someone steal a pasture, anyway?
Like a prick, that's how. Behind Takov, there's this strip of land leading toward the pond. It's supposed to belong to us, for grazing. There's an old tree there, and everything between the tree and the woods is ours. I was there when it was decided. I was about your age then, and I got a good beating under that tree, so I remember. And you can bet your ass I remember.
They beat you up under the tree? Why would they do that?
You bet they did. That's just how it's done, obviously. When we agree on something like this, we take a young lad and give him a good pummeling, so that he'll remember in case the others forget. And we pick a young boy because he has a good memory and, God willing, still has many years in front of him. It makes sense?
Aye, you're right. I remember we used to do the same back where I'm from. Did you take your pasture dispute to Lord Bombergov?
Of course we did. He asked the Troskovitz bailiff to resolve it, and he said we should sort it out amongst ourselves. And that if he heard about it ever again, he'll have both me and Project flogged. So that's that.
But how did they steal it from you?
Because they don't believe me. Those treacherous bastards. They lie about it wherever they can, saying the deal was different. And it was a different tree near the forest.
Can anything be done about it? Can't you make some kind of agreement?
Well, we meet there every year. I tell them how it is, while they just spew their usual lies. So we kick each other's arses, and everything just stays the way it is. A while back, we fought for a right to use at least half of it. But because I grazed my cattle there, I had to pay those bastards for using their half as well. But that's not fair. All of it is supposed to be ours by law, for fuck's sake.
Aye, that's a tricky situation.
Tricky my ass. They're greedy liars. Simple as that.
Why do they look down on you?
Commoners here have all sorts of obligations to the nobility and have to pay a tax.
Of course. That makes sense.
Aye, but Takov has all its obligations in Grossen. They just pay up and that's it. But the nobles won't allow the same for Giliov. Besides Grossen, the others have to give them pigs, chickens, hay and the like, or go and serve. That's why them Takovites look down on us. They think they're better than us.
Right you are. Those Takovites are a bunch of stuck-up idiots.
Exactly. See? Even an outsider can tell.
There's a camp here. What will that fella over there tell me about it? Nice camp. The hides and all that. Gamekeeper Vostatek sent me to find a poacher who's hunting around here.
Sir, have mercy on me. I can explain everything. I have a family to feed, only we're not doing well and we scarcely have a bite to eat. I was desperate. So I came here to poach. Please, sir, spare me.
Crikey, that was easy. So you confess you've been hunting here?
A bit here and there.
But you know poaching's a crime. Couldn't you find another way?
I couldn't think of anything.
I'm sure you know poaching is forbidden. So why'd you do it?
I was left with no other option, sir. Ever since this band of robbers has been marauding here, we can barely make ends meet. They got no scruples. They take whatever they can get their hands on. And there ain't nothing left for us common folk. Besides, Lord von Burgau, God bless him, he got his hands full with them and he ain't got time to put things to right in his domain. Ever since, we've been living hand to mouth.
Why are you here by Rock Tower Pond?
This camp, I've known the place since I was little. No one can see here from down below, and when you go from above, there's bushes covering it.
It didn't turn out to be such a perfect hideout, though. How long have you been hunting here?
Quite a while. Only, I haven't risked going out since I saw that ambush.
What ambush?
They attacked some company right nearby.
What company was attacked?
There was some gents riding through. They wasn't local. They camped down below. I could see them well. I suppose they was resting up before moving on. And then this band of robbers what's been marauding hereabouts descended on them. It was a massacre. Them gents was completely taken by surprise.
We were those men. It was us they ambushed.
Really? But I saw everyone being killed with my own two eyes.
I managed to get away, even though I was wounded.
I'm glad. Sorry about your comrades.
Nobody saw you?
No, I was hiding here. It's hard to see up here from below. I wanted to warn the company, but it was too late. And I just got myself killed as well.
Well, at least you got away in one piece. You haven't left here since then. You've been here the whole time.
Sir, when I saw what happened down below...
You didn't try to go home?
I was on my way home. Only then I heard armed men, so I came back fast and hid. I'm not going to risk my skin.
Fair enough. That's all I need to know. It's my job to catch a poacher, and you've confessed to poaching. So, what to do with you now?
Sir, have mercy on me, please.
So, what do you propose then?
I can tell you where to find deer nearby, places hardly nobody knows about. There's one spot here in the hills above Kerchak, and another in a small valley beyond Lower Samine Mill.
I don't know either of those places.
You see? That's a good reason to be merciful, isn't it?
Look, I'm acting on the gamekeeper's instructions, and he's going to want to know how I dealt with you.
What if you told him you didn't find nothing?
That might work. But you'd have to give up poaching, because if you carry on with it, the gamekeeper will find out and he'll blame me. And if he puts pressure on me, I won't cover for you. I'd have nothing to gain from it.
All right, I won't poach anymore. What am I to do now?
Clear off. If you stay here, the next time you're found, it'll be by someone who isn't so understanding. Do you want to leave your family with no provider? For poaching, you get the noose. Don't forget that.
You're right. There's no point staying in this region. You'll never see me here again.
Farewell, you yokel.
I solved your problem.
Ah, my drinking problem.
No, not that one.
I should think not, since I don't have one.
I meant the poacher. I dealt with him. I found him, and made sure he doesn't poach again. The fella scarpered, and he's never coming back.
I'd rather see a noose around his neck. He might have just moved to a different spot. Or maybe you're talking bollocks, and you didn't find any poacher. But whatever. If you say he's packed it in, I'll believe you. What choice have I got? Right. How about another one? This poacher pisses me off even more than the last one. So I hope you'll help me with him.
I'm ready. Where does this poacher hunt?
Under the candlestick, where it's darkest. A short way from here, around Vidlac Pond. That's why I don't go far from the lodge, see? The problem is, it's a damn big area. Almost all the northwestern woodlands. And it's uphill and all.
I get it. What should I do with this poacher?
Same as last time. I know we have a poacher around here. Only I haven't been able to catch him. If you can find him, catch him and take him to the bailiff. I'll sleep a lot more peacefully, see?
Right. Find him, catch him, bring him in. Is there anyone around here who might know something?
Ask the tanner in the valley. Or even better, ask his neighbour, the fisherman's wife. She'll tell you twice as much as that old soak.
Right. Right. I'll take a look around Vidlac Pond for the poacher.
Thanks, and good luck.
I'm trying to track down a poacher who's hunting around here.
That's an important mission, but sorry, I don't know nothing about it.
I want to ask you something anyway.
Better me than the neighbours anyway, especially Pavlik's old woman. Have you talked to her?
No, I haven't spoken to her. Why?
That's good. For sure she and her old man would tell you I'm the poacher.
They would? Why?
Those Pavliks ain't very nice folk. Old Pavlik ain't too bad, but that wife of his... I don't know why, but all of a sudden she thinks I'm the root of all evil.
I see. I imagine it's not easy living next to them. Still, I'd like to ask you a few questions anyway. Maybe you know something that could help.
As you like.
How's trade?
It's going well. There's demand.
Who do you sell most to?
Depends. I take everything to Troskovitz and there I see what's what. But the better hides go for fancy shoes and clothes. Things for the gentry and that.
Where'd you get the hides? From some suspicious fellas in the forest?
No, I ain't like that. I have an agreement with the huntsmen and their hands, who bring me what they hunt. But it's not that often. They don't bring much. And not the best stuff neither. More often they bring me hides from the village. They butcher animals and skin them and everything is processed. I do the hides.
So you're a tanner? Only a fool would think you wouldn't find hides at your place.
Indeed. Trade's good. So I've got a lot of various quality and origin. I don't bother with envious folks.
Why did the Pavliks hate you so much?
I don't know. But if Prague was to go up in flames, the Pavliks would run straight to the bailiff and swear it was me what did it.
Did you have some falling out with them?
Nothing I know of. We never talked much. I'm not the kind of fella that's at the centre of things. I like my peace and quiet.
Well, still seems odd to me, though.
You're telling me. At least you don't have to live next to them.
Have you seen any tracks left by the poacher?
I haven't. I wouldn't even know what to look for.
You know, animal carcasses, guts, a camp in the woods.
Ah, I see. No, I ain't seen nothing. I don't go walking in the woods much. At most, I go to Troskovitz for hides. Or to the village here to the north.
I don't know of any village that way. What's it called?
It's pretty far. I call it Upper, on account of it being uphill.
Have you any idea where the poacher might be hiding out?
God knows. It's all deep forest, so he could be anywhere. Maybe somewhere close to the game he poaches.
Yeah, that's good thinking. Do you know of any place like that?
Well, not far from here there's a clearing in the hills where we used to go to watch deer. But I don't know if any stags goes there anymore.
I didn't know that. If I can't think of anything better, I'll go and take a look.
But don't get your hopes up.
Thanks. That's all.
Greetings.
Vostatek charged me with rooting out the poacher causing trouble round here. Have you seen or heard anything suspicious?
You bet I have. The tanner's the poacher.
I've already talked to the tanner. He had a feeling you'd accuse him.
Too bloody right.
Poaching's a serious accusation. Are you sure he's the poacher?
I'm sure. He earns much too much coin for an ordinary tanner.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he's poaching, though.
He's rolling in it. He can't have that from honest work. Why else would he head off into the forest every other week, eh? If it ain't him, it's someone in league with him. Someone who lives in Witch's Copse.
Witch's Copse?
There's a path behind our outhouse. If you go along it for a while, you'll come to a cross in the forest. And north of that, there's this big clearing. And Witch's Copse is beyond that. Folk are afraid to go there. It's guarded by old pagan idols.
Interesting. Have you got any proof that the tanner is poaching?
Did you see all them hides?
The tanner's a tanner. So he has hides. What of it?
Exactly. You saw he ain't afraid of putting them on show. Even buckskin. He knows if he puts them on show, nobody'll question it. He wouldn't be so suspicious. But you know what I'd like to know? What's he got hidden in his workshop, eh? Apart from hides.
Have you ever seen the tanner poaching with your own 2 eyes?
I haven't actually seen him, but I'm quite sure it's him. I just know it. I'll gladly confirm it, even to a judge.
I'm afraid that won't be enough when there's no material proof. Where does your hatred for the tanner come from?
I beg your pardon? You come here asking questions, and you're impertinent to boot.
Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound bad.
Is there an 11th commandment? That I have to love every vagabond who moves in next door? I couldn't give a damn about him, if you want to know. He lives like a king, and he never done us any good. And he's always making nasty faces at me, like, haha, look at you, you beggar.
I understand. He's a bastard.
Aye.
So the tanner does well out of his trade?
Does well. He's on the pig's back, and no one ever made that kind of coin out of tanning hides. It'd be a miracle if he wasn't guilty.
Or maybe he's just very skilled.
Skilled my arse, you numbskull. He's a puffed-up idiot, a botcher, and a bastard.
That'll be all. Thanks.
Be sure and check him out. And don't forget he's a crook.
I'll bear that in mind. Thanks for the advice and all the information.
You're quite welcome. Justice must be done. It was good to see you, my friend.
Are you out of your mind? You'll hurt. Why are you showing that off? Pathetic. You were starting to scare me.
Nice camp. All these hides and gutted deer.
Eh? Fucking hell.
Gamekeeper Vostatek has been looking for you.
What does he want? The garlic I harvest here?
He wants us to go and see the Troskovitz bailiff together.
I ain't going. I'd rather croak out here in the forest. So keep your distance.
Listen, I want to give you a chance to think again about what you're doing here. Poaching's wrong. Think of your nearest and dearest.
I ain't got no one, fucker.
Then think of God.
Don't give me that God shit. Fuck that bollocks.
We're going to see the bailiff.
Bollocks to that. I warned you, and I'm going to kill you. I'll show you!
Fuck her!
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp, fucker! Christ! Fucking hell! Useless! Enough! I give up!
Right, let's go straight to the bailiff. And don't even think about trying anything.
Ow! Damn it! I'll be lucky if I can even make it there.
Well, you've no one to blame but yourself. Move. Vostatek told you I might be bringing you some poachers. So here's one for you. He chose the forest round Vidlak Pond.
No, please!
It's too late for begging. You're for the noose. Come.
Good day to you. What would you like?
I took care of that poacher. He's in the hands of the bailiff now.
Excellent. Who was this crook?
Some arsehole pretending he was there picking garlic.
Lovely. Here's the reward I promised. And now I'll drink to it, I reckon. We can both have a little celebration. What do you say?
I think I'll leave that up to you. You've had more practice than me.
You're good.
Is there anything more I can help you with?
I don't need anything more from you.
And is there some other gamekeeper around?
Lad, the only proper gamekeeper around here is me. But Nabokov has a gamekeeper too. You could try him.
Uh-huh. And what's his name?
Varel, as in barrel. Go and see him.
Where does he live?
Close to Nabokov Mill. He's got a cottage on a hill and his eye on the surroundings. We're both having trouble with this. How to say it? This ghost. So it might be worth talking about if it's still troubling him.
Well, you got me curious. Thanks for the tip.
So that was some nice and honest work, and you may have noticed in that first poaching mission, I actually fell and managed to break both my legs, and I was bleeding pretty severely. Luckily, I was able to make it over to the nomads camp before I bled out completely, because I actually ran completely out of bandages from all the bleeding that I was suffering from, and I was able to buy the bandages I needed to survive, and I was able to sleep off those injuries. Additionally, it was kind of nice because I was able to sell a lot of the loot that we got from the bandits previously to that. So now we actually have a good solid 800 groschen on us, which is quite nice as well. And we were able to upgrade a little bit of our gear, like we now have a common warhammer, which is better than the mace we previously had. And I think I upgraded like a helmet or something like that. And unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is getting pretty damaged, so I am going to need to try to make my way over to some kind of armor or something like that so I can have them repair what I'm unable to with these kits. So anyways, there is another gamekeeper over by Nebukov, and I'm going to actually take a look really quick. Is that... yeah, so okay, way down here. And that may be something that we go ahead and go and do, but... the first thing is I want to take care of this frogs mission, which is, I basically got this from, this, Projek, or whatever his name was, Olbram, yes. And, he basically wants me to go and steal a maple from his neighbors. We're going to go ahead and head over that way, and that will probably be the end of this episode. I don't think, yeah, we do have some more perk points that we will take care of before the next episode. I'm just gonna head over and get ready to do this maypole mission.
What a nice maypole. It'd be a shame if something... What? Nothing. Nothing. Really, very nice.
I'll say, the best in the county. Do you know why?
No.
Because it's the only one. We topple the one in Jelyov. They never saw it coming. Nobody gets the better of us. I don't think they're going to try anything after that beating anyway. Even if they do, Hennig will raise the alarm and we'll kick their asses again.
So, this is your famous maypole. How's it going?
It's shit, to tell you the truth.
How come?
Because I have to guard this bloody maypole. I can't even get a good night's sleep because of it, and there's plenty of other work to do during the day. And then there's... oh, never mind. Forget it.
What did you want to say? Sometimes it's better to share your troubles. Two heads are better than one, after all.
I mean, if you say so, it's about Manka. I'm sure you've noticed her. She's the prettiest lass around.
Oh, it's hard not to notice her.
Exactly. Me and Manka love each other, but her parents are against it. I don't even know why. They just don't like me. They forbid her from seeing me. We went to a dance together in Troskovitz recently, but when they found out, they were furious. Now they're keeping close watch over her and causing problems for me as well.
Well, they can't be watching her all the time, can they? Just go out late at night sometime. Nobody'll notice.
We've done that a few times, but we can't now. There's no time for it. I've got to stand watch at night. I was drawn. This year, they want to keep the maypole up until harvest, and that's still far off.
Listen, I've got an idea. How about I stand watch in your stead for one night? You and Manka can go somewhere in the meantime. Nobody'll know.
You do that for us?
Of course. It's nothing.
All right, we have a deal. Ask Manka and let me know what she says.
How's the maypole guarding going?
I'm bored out of my bloody mind.
Would you mind some company?
Oh, not really.
Are you from around here?
I mean, that depends. I live here. I inherited a farm from my parents, but I wasn't born here. My parents came here sometime after that Great Plague. There was a vacant farm, so they settled here.
You've no business here. You...
Henrik told me about you.
That's great. And why are you telling me?
He said you're having a hard time seeing each other because of your parents. So he came up with a plan.
Aye, that's true. So, what did you come up with?
I'll take over guard duty for him, and you two can have some time to yourselves.
Well, that sounds pretty good, actually. So, how are we going to do it?
Tonight, when everyone's asleep, you'll sneak out and wait for Henrik. I'll take over his watch, and you two, well, can do whatever you want.
All right, agreed. Tell Henrik I'll be waiting for him. He'll know where to go. And tell him I'm looking forward to tonight.
Good news. Manka agrees. She'll be waiting for you tonight. She says you'll know where.
We'll meet by the maypole as soon as it gets dark, all right?
Aye. It's a deal. Say, I have this fancy maypole from Takov here if you're interested.
My God! They're going to sit and toast. Nobody's got them this good in years. You're a champ, Henry. As soon as I saw you, I knew you had it in you. I promised you something, didn't I? And I'm a man of my word.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Thanks. Happy to help.
What do you say we pull one more trick, eh? I'd make it worth your while, of course.
All right. Why not?
Right. Now listen up. Let's really ruin their day, shall we?
I'm all ears.
Them Takovites grazed their sheep near the pasture they took from us. And you're going to scatter their thief into the woods. What do you say? They'll have to herd them all back. I reckon they'll be proper pissed off.
All right. I'm sure they won't be happy about that.
That they won't. But that's not all. Project's beloved son is in charge of the thief now. You'll make him look like a complete moron.
Project's son?
Aye. Project is in charge there. He gives me the most grief. And they all care about his opinion. If it wasn't for him, this whole bastard thing would have been sorted a long time ago. On top of that, he thinks his son is gifted, and that he'll be a bailiff somewhere one day. Nothing will piss him off more than seeing his son be the village idiot.
All right. That's a good plan.
Of course it is. I came up with it. The Takovites will be doing the wash thing soon. If you manage to drive the thief through the drying laundry, I reckon they won't be too thrilled about it. I'll even give you an extra reward.
Say, Olbram, how am I supposed to lure away Project's son?
You'll figure it out. Actually, wait. I've got an idea. Flip this into his food, and you'll see.
What will I see?
It's what I give to my cattle for bellyache. Project's lad is going to sit all over himself. And while he's gone, you'll be able to chase off his sheep.
All right. That sounds like a plan. I'm on it.
Great. But same as before, all right? Don't go killing anyone, and don't get caught.
Silly doggy. This doesn't seem too bad.
Devour. Shit, that's not good. Not good at all.
Greetings to you.
I'm done with the sheep.
Ha ha! Great! How did it go? Tell me.
Well, I scattered their sheep like you wanted.
That's perfect.
I also trampled their laundry, like you mentioned.
You did? That must have been quite unpleasant for them. They'll have to start over.
Alshik ran like the wind after I slipped him that specialty of yours.
What a sight that must have been.
Aye. I reckon he's still throwing up.
You've taken care of everything. You deserve a reward. And with a bit on top as well, like I promised, since you did such a good job.
Thanks, Olbram.
Don't mention it. You're a handy fella. But you could be even better, with my help, of course. They say I'm a good teacher. And listen, one more thing. We'll be meeting the Takovites soon to discuss the pasta they stole from us. I'd like you to come with us. If you're not against it, that is.
So, what else do you have in store for those Takovites?
I'll tell you, friend. We're going to meet the Takovites in our pasture and try to sort it out. And if we don't get through to them, we'll kick their arses. Will you come with us?
Why not? I've already stolen a maypole and scattered some sheep.
You will? You're really in it with us up to your ears. But I reckon it won't be much fun this time. We meet in the pasture regularly, and it's always the same. I try to explain everything to Project, but he doesn't listen to me. thieving thief. I suppose we'll fight then. Don't worry. When the Takovites see you, they won't want to mess with us.
Wouldn't you and Project rather make up? You've had the pasture split in half for years, and it's worked so far, hasn't it?
You're tracking it down like a Trosky bailiff Forrest. He kept wanting to get involved. But to say the pasture ours in front of the Takovites, that he won't do.
But what if I talk to him? Maybe I can convince him to help us.
I wouldn't bet on it. Last time, he told me and Project he'd put us in the stocks if we keep bothering them.
You know what? I'll go have a talk with Thrush. Would you wait for me for a bit?
All right, but be quick. And don't you dare team up with them Takovites.
Okay, so there it is. We have stolen a maypole, and we have also scattered some sheep and ruined some laundry, and made a guy throw up. It's been a very interesting episode. Now, we do have quite a bit of perk points, and we also have this other quest to go ahead and do in the next episode. But that's going to be it for this one, and as always, I thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now, in the last episode, we helped out the gamekeeper Vostatic deal with some poachers, and then we came over here and helped old Olbrim deal with some issues he was having over with some people over at Takov, and basically we helped him steal a maypole from them, and then we pulled a series of pranks on them, for lack of a better way to actually describe it. Now, in this episode, we are actually going to go help him fight them at the pasture, apparently. But before we do that, we're going to, as we tend to do, go through our perk points and allocate them. So, for our main level, we've already gone through Memorable. We've already gone through Undaunted Cavalier. We also have Burger. In towns, villages, and their surrounding areas, you gain a +1 bonus on Strength, Agility, Vitality, and Speech. That doesn't sound too terrible. Local Hero. If you are in an area where you have a good reputation, you gain a +2 bonus on Strength, Agility, Vitality, and Speech. That is actually probably going to be better because obviously it's more stats, but in particular, we are kind of a chivalrous kind of a character. We have done a little bit of things that would be considered non-chivalrous. However, for the most part, we are probably going to try to have good reputation in places. So this will probably end up giving us more stat boost in the long haul than Burger. But otherwise, we've got Martin's Heritage. You will improve faster in sword fighting, crafting, and survival, as all experience gained will be 10% higher. And Radzig's, you will improve faster in heavy weapon shooting and scholarship skills. Okay, so this one's actually going to be pretty difficult just because either of these could be good depending on which, whether we stay with swords or heavy weapons. Because having experience gained in shooting and scholarship would be good, but so would crafting and survival. We use pretty much all of these skills, so it really comes down to, are you going to sword fight more or use heavy weapons more? So we're probably going to hold off on actually picking one of these. As you can see, it is exclusive, so we can only pick one of these. So we want to absolutely make sure that we have decided whether we're going to use heavy weapons or not. So I think for the moment we're going to go with Local Hero here. I think this is going to be the most useful one in the short, or in the long term. So next we have Vitality, and we've already gone through Thick-Blooded, which is a pretty good one, but I don't plan to bleed too much, so for my purposes, probably not too much. Creative Soul, your energy will slowly replenish, and we're not going to pick that either. Next to Godliness, washing out a tub or pier or taking a bath in a bathhouse will cure 10 points of your health. Plus, if you go to bed clean, you'll heal 25% faster. It's okay. Well-dressed. Your clothes and body will get dirty 20% slower. In addition, by washing out a tub, you can get rid of all the dirt on your body, but you still have to go to a bathhouse or a pond for your clothes. So, I'm thinking well-dressed, or even, I mean, maybe next to Godliness. I feel like this is, you know, if you're already going to be going to bed to heal, you know, once a couple extra hours, really. I guess well-dressed, just because then you don't have to worry about getting dirty as often. None of those are really particularly good, in my opinion. Now, we have speech, which we already went through. We went through both of those. Hustler, it's easier for you to sell stolen goods. We probably won't actually be doing that too much. Like I said, we're going to be trying to be a good character, so for the most part, that's not going to be too good. Jack of all trades, you get a bonus of +2 to skill checks. This is pretty much a no-brainer for us. You also get twice the amount of experience from these skill checks, so that's pretty much a no-brainer for us. Now we have warfare, against all odds. When fighting against superior numbers, you gain a +2 bonus on strength, agility, and warfare. Hardened veteran, in combat your stamina will regenerate 10% faster. River, when you make a dodge, a perfect dodge, or sprint during combat, you gain a +3 bonus on warfare skill and your stamina replenishes faster. That doesn't seem too bad. Just because most of these are... I mean, this would also be good in any kind of, like, big battles situation, because as long as their numbers are higher, but at the same time, I mean, how often does this happen? So the only other thing it'd be good for is when you get, when you kind of get jumped on the map by bandits or whatever. Doesn't seem very useful to me, personally. I usually can take out those bandits pretty easily if I feel like fighting them. So this is, like, kind of looking like the best. But I don't make that big of use of dodges, so we'll see. Rock solid. In combat, you can maintain a steady stance and use it to your advantage. When you don't sprint or dodge for 10 seconds, you'll gain +20 to your armor. Okay, so this is more like if you decide that you don't want to use sprinting a lot and you just want something that's going to work basically all the time. All you have to do is pretty much stand your ground and you'll get more armor. This seems like another no-brainer to me. Just, you know, if I decide to start using dodges, then that would be one thing, but I haven't, so. Next up, we have unarmed. The harder they fall. If you fight unarmed against an opponent with a weapon, which we probably will almost never do, so that's going to be useless. Kurzkampf. All attacks made during a clinch will deal 10% more damage. I mean, if we were doing a lot of wrestling, it could be okay. When fighting unarmed, you'll gain 15% more. Might as well just go with this one. So that if we are unarmed, at least we will get things that will help us in other areas of the game. We'll take the experience boost. Oh, that's right. So before we actually talked to Olbram, there was the option to go ahead and try to convince these guys. Convince the bailiff to actually help Olbram instead. So we'll go ahead and go talk to him first.
I came because of the arguments between Takov and Zhelyov.
What happened this time? Did Olbram piss in Project's ale barrels again like last year?
No, but they're getting ready to meet up and beat each other up.
Let them do it then! Maybe a few knocks to the skull will do them good, and they'll leave me alone.
How did the arguments between the Takovites and Zhelyovites start, anyway?
What do I know? I was a young lad back then, but it's all because of that bloody pasture. Both villages claim that it belongs to them, but nobody has any evidence. So they split it in half, but neither side is particularly happy about it.
Shouldn't you find out who the damn pasture belongs to then, bailiff?
Why should I? Let them eat each other for all I care. In the worst case, I'll put them all in the stocks. That should sort them out.
Wouldn't it be nice for the Takovites and Zhelyovites to leave you alone? I mean, take a look at yourself. I reckon you're not the youngest. Do you really need to get involved in some senseless brawl in a pasture?
Not the youngest? How dare you, you cheeky brats!
No, wait. That's not what I meant. Lord von Berghoff would surely be glad you're taking care of his domain.
You think so? After all, who else but a wise and kind bailiff like me could get those idiots to make up? How the fuck am I supposed to find out who the pasture belongs to? I looked in the Chronicle. Things like that tend to be there. But Bailiff Brada, who was here before me, must have been a lunatic. You'd have to be mad to make any sense of that book.
Then let me have a look. I may not be mad, but maybe I'll find something you overlooked. You won't have to worry about anything.
you want to touch such a rare book with those filthy peasant hands? Have you lost your mind?
Don't you trust me? After all I've done for you, did you forget I sorted things out with the folks from the nomad camp?
True. Fine. You can take a look in the Chronicle. Maybe you'll piece Brada's scribblings together and make some sense of it. But be careful. Treat it like a virgin on her wedding night.
This Latin phrase looks important. Otherwise it wouldn't be written in red, would it? Fecit ordinem in region ope claviferae. I should try to find somebody who could translate it for me.
God bless. What would you like?
I need to translate something from Latin. You're an educated man, aren't you? Would you help me?
Why not? It's nice to see simple folk wanting to get educated. What is it you need translated?
Fecit ordinem in regione ope claviferae.
That's definitely Latin, but what could it mean? In regione is obvious. That's in the country or region. Fecit ordinem is something like to bring order. And claviferae means iron spike or maybe nail. So, brought order to the region with the help of an iron nail. Where did you hear that nonsense?
That's not important. The main thing is I know what it means, and hopefully it'll help me in my work. Thank you. Ah, here's the damn nail. Right in the middle of the pasture. Olbram and Procek won't be happy. From now on, the entire pasture belongs to Zhelyov. Olbram will be glad. I finally found the damn border between the Takov and Zhelyov parts of the pasture.
How the hell did you manage that?
I found it in that chronicle of yours. It wasn't easy, but we can finally put an end to all that endless fighting.
Oh, about fucking time. So then, are you sure you found the right place?
Definitely. Bailiff Brada took iron nails and used them to mark the border so that people wouldn't forget where it is. One of them is in the oak tree on the pasture.
That's nice of him and all, but he could have fucking told somebody about it. Who can make sense of those writings of his? At least Olbram and Procek will leave us alone now. Go to them, and when you all meet in the pasture, I'll ride over and settle this nonsense once and for all. And if those two start arguing again, I'll be hammering nails into their arses instead of trees.
All right, I'm ready now. Let's go to the pasture and have a word with the Takovites.
Excellent. Come, let's tell the others, and we'll send for the fucker project.
Well, Zhelyevites, did you miss us?
Of course they did. I reckon they hardly slept a wink.
Can you blame them? I'd rather come and get a beating than hang around in Zhelyov too.
You see? They're provoking us again. There's no use trying to negotiate with them.
There's nothing to negotiate, old man. The pasture is ours, and that's final.
Bullshit! You know right well that I got smacked around as a child in that orchard, right over there.
You know what? Now you'll get smacked around here too.
Enough! Does anybody here have anything better to do?
Trust? What are you doing here?
This shouldn't concern you, bailiff. We'll just beat those bastards' arses and go home.
Sort them out, bailiff. Put a stop to their nonsense once and for all.
I won't tolerate this nonsense in my territory.
Tell that to the Zhelyevites. Maybe they'll finally get it into their thick heads that this pasture is ours.
In your dreams, you Takavite swine!
Kulva! Be quiet already!
This whole pasture belongs to Zhelyov. From the orchard all the way to that oak tree, there's a nail stuck in it, marking the border.
Fantastic! That's what I've been saying this whole time!
That's not possible! How much did Oberon pay you to say that?
How do you know? You're not even from around here.
But unlike you, yokels, he can read. It's all there, black on white, in the Troskovitz Chronicle. So you'll obey it and finally give it a rest.
They've done so much to hurt us. They should have to make it up to us. Make them pay.
None of that! They're the ones always provoking us! You know what? Let's give them a nice final bashing.
Knock it off already. Haven't you had enough of all this senseless arguing over the years? All those worthless problems and wasted time? Can't you just shake hands and make up?
That's right. From this point forward, this dispute is over. And if I hear about anyone causing trouble again, I'll have you all clapped in the pillory. Together. Now pack up and go home.
What a shame. Such a nice pasture. Damned old bastard.
You say something and
So, how does it feel to have the conflict with the Takovites sorted after all those years?
What can I say? I'll miss it a bit. But I'm sure we'll come up with a new way to have some laughs at their expense. But don't think I've forgotten thanks to whom the pasture is finally rightfully ours. You deserve a reward for your help. So you don't go around saying we Jelovites don't know how to show our appreciation.
Thank you.
And there it is, a little bit of lying on our end, but honestly, those Takovites were just kind of jerks. So I think I made the right choice. Now we have another gamekeeper mission that we can do, so I'll probably head over that way. Luckily, when I was over at Troskovitz, I also sold off a lot of junk that I got from more bandits, so we are actually sitting pretty when it comes to money. We have almost 1,500 now, which is quite good. Hopefully we will eventually get our way over to the, there's a very large city in this game, and it'd be great to get over there because there will probably be a lot of great armorers. But I'm gonna head on over. I'm gonna take a look at some of the other quest markers on the map and everything while we make our way over to that other gamekeeper, and we'll see which mission we end up deciding to do for the moment. Probably the gamekeeper one, and then we'll move on to the other stuff later.
Greetings, my friend.
What's the purpose of the pen beyond the stream?
You notice the bloodstains there, eh? I let my hands practice fist fighting there.
And can I try too?
Why not? Maybe you'll get to go to Zhelyov.
To Zhelyov, you say?
Aye. Once in a while, I send my strongest hand there to test his mettle against the locals. He earns a few groschen, and I sleep better at night when folk around know I have a hulk of a man like that here.
And if I beat your hands, would you send me to Zhelyov? I could also use those groschen.
We'll see. You ain't beaten no one yet.
I heard at the Troskovitz Tavern that you might have a job offer.
Well, you don't look lame. I reckon I could find some work for you.
I also heard you're invited to that big wedding coming up.
That's no business of yours at the moment.
You see, I'd really like to get into that wedding.
It's only natural to have dreams and desires at your age, lad. But don't get ahead of yourself. You wanted work. I'll give you work. You'll be carrying sacks of flour.
Well, I probably won't find anything better around here anyway.
The sacks are in the barn, and the wagon is in front of it. I'll give you a groschen for every half dozen you carry. You won't have to buy food. We'll take care of that. And you can sleep here, in the barn. But not on the sacks of flour, you understand? Or I'll tan your hide. Climb up to the loft with the others.
Oh, fuck me.
Careful what you wish for. Go on, get to work. Take care.
They were von Bergov's men. Judging by the colors, they must have lured them into a trap.
Good afternoon.
Gamekeeper Vostatek from Takov sent me here.
You were sent by Vostatek?
Yes. He hired me to find and catch poachers in his forests. That job's done, so he sent me to you. He said there's something I could help you with. He was talking about some ghost?
Nice. You might actually be useful then. What's your name?
Henry.
I'm Varel, the gamekeeper in these parts. But I suppose you know that. The lad who helps me told me a while ago about this ghost you mentioned. But I'll tell you about that after you help me with those bastards infesting my forests. What do you say? Will you do it?
Aye. I just need to know some details.
Sure. Ask away.
How do you know you've got poachers here?
The usual. There's been less and less game, and there's always a reason for that. I thought at first it might be them wolves that are rampaging there too, but I found some remains. It's a poacher, all right.
How can you tell?
There were knife cuts on the bones, not marks of wolves' fangs.
Where do these bastards of yours usually hunt?
The first one has been poaching Troskovitz, the graveyard site. Now we've started patrolling there, he's pulled back to Slatigo, somewhere to the east of the graveyard, and we ain't too keen to go there.
Why's that?
The place is cursed. And on top of that, it's swarming with wolves. You know that half-built cottage in Slatigo?
That must be deep in the forest, right?
The previous gamekeeper started building it, but he didn't finish it. He kicked the bucket before he could go on his first round. I've been gamekeeper here since then, and I don't intend to end up like him.
Vostatek was moaning his forests are full of the vermin, but I only looked for 2. How many do you think you've got here?
I have my suspicions about 3 places, and poachers always work alone, so I reckon it's an unholy trinity.
Do you know of anyone near Slatigo who could help me?
Try asking Ignatius, the Troskovitz gravedigger. Maybe he saw someone around there and can point you in the right direction.
Good idea. Right. I reckon that's all I need.
Good luck. Farewell.
Can I spend the night here? I'll pay you well if you let me spend the night here every now and then. You can... Let's agree. Satisfied?
More. Agreed. There's plenty...
Where should...
It'll be best to...
There's something else... Right.
Good luck.
God bless.
I'm Henry. And you must be the local gravedigger, right?
Ignatius, master of the sod, at your service. Looking for a final resting place, are you? Or do you need to bury a dead goat?
I'm more interested in the grave-digging profession as a whole.
Ah, once you try it, you'll never want to do nothing else till the day you die.
Being a gravedigger must be a lonely job, eh? What are your duties?
Funny a young lad like you is so interested in grave digging. Not something you see every day.
Well, I'm only asking. No real reason.
That figures. Youngsters these days wouldn't know hard work if it bit 'em on the arse. It's no wonder I can't find any help.
Are you offering me a job?
No. I'm giving you a warning. You ain't cut out for this trade.
And how do you know that?
You've got that look. I can spot it a mile away.
Could you be more specific?
You just aren't cut out for it, and that's that. A gravedigger needs passion. A sense of duty ain't enough. It's a service, a labour of love, and the meaning of life all in one, lad.
I'm not from these parts, and I've seen a few conciliation crosses around here. What do they mean?
The same as where you come from, I reckon. They mark spots where the sins of man came to be regretted later.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Aye, like when a fella buries an axe in someone's head over something stupid and then comes to regret it. Or if the law sees to it that he regrets it. The sinner then has to erect a conciliation cross to mark the site of his evil deed.
Where does he get the cross from?
Where do you think? From me.
You're in charge of that too? Stone cutting?
I know how to cut a cross out of stone. And what of it? With the soft sandstone around here, it's child's play.
So they're all your work?
I wish. I've only sold 2 or 3 recently. Most of these here are right old. You might find a few stories about them in the village chronicle what's kept at the rat house. All I know is a young fella once jumped off the cliffs near Takoff, and folks say the place is cursed.
Do you know any more stories?
Aye, I do, but I'm not telling you any. I'm not an old fishwife.
But seriously, Ignatius, tell me about yourself.
Gravedigger, knacker, snorter's constant companion, and lover of colourful sunsets, all in one man.
You've nearly got more titles than the Emperor himself.
Well, I have been doing it for almost 40 years now. The bailiff pays me well, in coin and sometimes in goods.
Sounds appealing.
Not all that glitters is gold, lad. A gravedigger's got it hard, and so does a knacker. I pick up dead animals on the side of the road. That's the knacker's job. You could say I have a knack for it. That's why people say I'm unclean. If I had children, they wouldn't be allowed to marry anyone besides an executioner or a gravedigger. It's so ingrained in folk. A fella takes care of things they wouldn't want to handle themselves, and this is how they repay him. Can't even go to the tavern no more.
What's the story with the dead people?
The story? They're dead. What more is there to tell?
But you said there's been a lot of people dying around here recently, right?
Well, it ain't usual for people to get offed by the cartload out here in the sticks, if you ask me. What do you reckon?
I don't know. Hadn't really thought about it that way.
That might be the reason, then. Hey?
What?
Look, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of people dying. If things keep up like this, I'll be out of work in no time. There'll be no one left to bury.
Have you been a gravedigger your whole life? Have you ever thought of changing your trade?
I did think about it once, if I'm honest. I wanted to be a knacker in Yitchin, but some fool with friends in high places got the job, though he can't even tell a shovel from a spade. That really pissed me off, so I said, fuck it. Why would I want to dig graves for people who don't appreciate my craft?
So you've always been here otherwise?
And what of it? Do you think I get bored here? Not recently, I don't. But I think I told you that already.
Unfortunately, I had to bury both my parents recently.
My condolences, lad.
Thank you. I just don't know if it was done right.
Did you witness their deaths?
Unfortunately. They were killed in front of my eyes.
Oh, I understand that's never easy. But if you closed their eyes and buried them in consecrated ground, you've nothing to worry about.
I dug their grave next to our smithy. We didn't have a church in our village.
Well, that can't be avoided sometimes. Don't let it bother you. As long as you picked the spot with good intentions, that's all that matters. I'm certain their souls went straight to heaven. You needn't worry. You did everything right, lad.
You got a big cemetery here. Pretty nice, too.
Ain't it? But being the gravedigger, I'll never have a place of my own here. They'll throw me by the wall like a dog and bury me without ceremony. But when I'm dead, I won't care. If it was up to me, I'd even bury the suicides in hallowed ground. We're all equal before death and the Lord. This game of better and worse places of final rest don't count for nothing.
I'm looking for a poacher in this area. Have you seen anything suspicious?
Not a poacher, I'm afraid, but more wolves than you can shake a stick at. It's mighty odd how many of them are wandering around here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was down to some sloppy poaching.
Any idea where I should take a look?
Right behind the cottage, there's a little path lined with boulders leading towards Slatigo. Follow it into the woods and take a look there. The Slatigo forest ain't that thick, so you won't get lost. It's nothing but rocks, really.
Thanks. That must be the unfinished cottage Varel was talking about.
Sick!
This is the poacher's camp for sure. Only there's no one here. And it looks like nobody's been here for quite some time. That's odd. Must have a look around. It looks like the poacher was attacked by wolves. Poacher's dagger. At least that's some proof for the gamekeeper.
Greetings to you.
Greetings. Do you need something?
I've got news about that poacher that you sent me to catch.
And? Did you catch him?
Not exactly.
What does that mean?
Well, you know how you said this poacher leaves a mess behind?
I know, the weasel. That really makes my blood boil.
Anyway, that's how the wolves sniffed him out. He didn't stand a chance against them. There wasn't much left of him, but I brought at least this as proof.
Show me. A hunting knife. This knife will be no use to him now. But still, no one deserves such a fate, getting ripped to pieces by wolves. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to grieve over him.
You said something about a ghost. Will you tell me what that's all about?
Hold your horses. All in good time. If you help with another poacher, I'll tell you the whole story about the ghost. Or are you tired of walking through our beautiful forests?
Oh, leave it out. Tell me about the next poacher.
What do you want to know?
There's a lot of poachers on the rampage here, aren't there? Is there anything different about this one?
This poacher is operating on a big scale.
A big scale?
He's killing so much game that he must be selling it somewhere. It's much more than he could use himself. Only, to prove anything, I'd have to grill all the innkeepers in the area. They wouldn't tell me anything anyway.
Where does this one hunt? Any idea where I should go looking?
A stone's throw from here, in the woods around Samine Pond.
Christ, that's right here under your nose.
I don't like going into them forests, to tell the truth. Even though they're nice and close, there's something not right about them. The game is often frightened. He uses that to his advantage. Maybe Miller Crazel knows something. The poacher operates near his mill, after all.
Good idea. I'll ask him. What should I do with him? Arrest him and take him to Troskovitz?
If some wild beast doesn't mete out justice first, aye. If he's not willing, force him. But make sure he's not too battered.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks. I'll go and find him.
Good luck.
Christ. Can't you wash up before going out in public?
Gamekeeper Varro told me there's a poacher in the forest near the pond. Know anything about him? I'm trying to track him down. And I thought, since it's your neck of the woods...
All there is in Lower Samine Forest is the lair, my storehouse. It's on the south side of the pond, somewhere near the middle of the woods. Don't snoop around there too much. But if there's some poacher working there, it must be even further south from the lair, somewhere on the hill there.
Thanks. I'll search deeper in the forest. Someone's making camp here. It looks like a bandit's camp. This is definitely evidence.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson, asshole. Alert! To arms!
Not tough enough on your own?
Are you?
I surrender. You wouldn't kill me, would you?
Give me everything you have, and I'll let you go.
All right, easy now. Just let me go and I'll give you everything. You got what you wanted. Now let me go.
Hey, I'm not getting myself killed.
Mutt! Interesting.
Huh? Good boy. Good.
Interesting.
There's nothing here for you.
What do you want? You look terrible.
I found those poachers, like you asked me to.
Poachers? More than one?
Yeah. A whole band of them. And not just poachers.
How'd you figure?
From the way they were armed to the teeth. Their camp is a little to the south of the pond. It's full of loot.
Somewhere by the rocks? But that's damn close. Got any proof they're there?
I found this on them.
Typical. The fuckers know what they're doing.
This lot weren't willing to listen to reason. So I dealt with them. They won't be doing any more poaching.
Blimey. You took them on all by yourself. Well, you saved me having to persuade Bailiff Thrush to send the Troskovitz garrison after them.
Are you going to finally tell me about the ghost?
Aye, I will. I need you to catch him. This ghost fella is a poacher too. But he ain't like any other poacher we've had, I can tell you.
Where should I look for him?
That bastard is poaching between my patch and Vostatek's. He knows it's the least patrolled area, since we don't quite know which one of us is responsible for it. You just need to head north a bit from Trosky Castle.
To the north of the castle? Any idea where I should start?
You can start at the crossroads, northeast of the castle. Search the rocks there. Like I says, us huntsmen don't go there much, so we don't know the area.
Do you want me to send him to the gallows?
Exactly. If he ain't already wolf food or ain't armed to the teeth.
What else can you tell me about him? Why do you think he's different than the other poachers?
He's one big mystery, that bastard. He's a damn good hunter. Every shot hits the mark. A real archery master. On the other hand, he leaves a right mess. And the way he guts the animals is shoddy. I ain't sure if he does it on purpose or he's just sloppy.
Sounds like you could be a huntsman out for revenge.
Nobody's taking revenge on me, that's for sure. But I don't know if Vostatek cursed anyone during a moment of weakness. But it's true, there's a lot that suggests this ghost ain't local.
I'll get on it then.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
This is a poacher's lair, for sure. So where's the poacher?
Sir Hans, I'm here hunting poachers, and I come across you.
Henry! I never expected you here.
I was sent here by the Nebakov gamekeeper. He said there are poachers here, and I don't have to be King Solomon to figure out who the poacher is, do I? Oh, Jesus! You couldn't choose something different? There's all sorts of ways to make money.
Now hold your horses. How else are we supposed to get some coin quickly so we don't have to go around looking like beggars?
By honest work? This is very risky.
Look, no one found me here until you turned up. And you're only here because you're doing some terribly noble deed again and helping out old grannies in distress. And this is how it turns out.
Are you fucking serious? There are plenty of ways you could earn money. Why poaching of all things?
I've always been good at hunting. Remember how we went hunting together the first time? I really showed you up, didn't I?
As I recall, it was the other way around.
What rot! I'll make a pile of coins selling this game. And then, that idiot on the gate will finally believe we're not beggars. He'll be laughing on the other side of his face when we turn up in our finery. And it's a much better way than your idiotic idea with the forge.
You know very well that poaching is a serious crime.
Ah, but this is an exceptional situation. We're messengers. It's only through unfortunate circumstances that we ended up like this. If von Berghoff knew about it, he wouldn't even regard it as poaching. Besides, he'd never leave an honoured guest and a noble to go hungry.
You do know that if they caught you, von Berghoff would never even hear of it.
Henry, you've got to look at it in the broader perspective.
Jesus.
And what are you doing with the game you hunt?
Thanks to my bargaining skills, I've got to deal with an excellent trader in Troskowitz.
And you realise that this trader of yours could snitch on you if he's in a corner? Or just for the reward?
My trader is reliable.
Maybe, but someone might see you together.
That's not going to happen. We're careful.
The gamekeeper wants to get rid of poachers around here, and I promise to help him do it.
Well, that's awkward for you, isn't it? Any idea what you're going to tell him?
Well, have you? Surely you don't expect me to tell him I didn't find anyone?
Why the hell not? You just found some abandoned camp, no? It's a stroke of luck that he sent you, eh?
You have to stop doing it. We can't risk you getting found out. Maybe just by chance.
And have you any better idea of how we get to the castle? Eh? Look at the state of yourself. No matter how you dress up, you still have straw sticking out of your boots. With my plan, we'd have at least some chance.
And what am I supposed to tell the gamekeeper now?
I don't know. Make something up. Maybe you found the poacher and he didn't want to surrender. He attacked you, and you beat him. And that's that.
You have to cooperate at least a bit, though.
If I found you, then so can anyone else. Like people from the castle?
You're making a fuss about nothing. It was purely by chance that you found me. I'll cover all my tracks, clear the path, and I'll be very careful from now on. Just relax, no one will find me. I'll see to that.
It's not enough. How are you going to hide a camp in the middle of the woods?
I already told you what I'll do so that they don't find me. If it's not enough for you, bugger off.
Oh, and the gamekeeper will want to see some proof that I found the poacher and dealt with him. Got anything?
I could give you my equipment. It'd be pretty hard to survive without it, but...
To poach without it?
Yeah, that's settled then.
All right.
My God, lad. Why are you covered in blood?
You don't have to worry about the last poacher either anymore. But it was one hell of a job. I can tell you.
Really? Go on. Where was he?
North of Trosky. He had a small camp there. Below a cliff. Just like you said.
I'm sure he realized there wasn't any point resisting. What did you do with him?
I had to kill him.
Why did you have to?
That fella wasn't keen on being arrested. The first thing he did was draw a hunting knife on me. He's done for, in any case.
Got any proof?
I found this gear on him. He probably used it to make traps, and some tongs as well. Probably for pulling out teeth and that.
Look how well kitted out them poaching vermin are. I see why he didn't want to just pack it in. He had a good thing going there. Good work. Here's your reward.
Thanks. That's a generous reward.
We don't have any more poachers, so take it as a parting gift from us huntsmen. It'll be a long time before any more of the arseholes turn up in the Trosky forests. You sent out a clear signal what they can expect. Well, you can take a look at my bows if you want, and in return for your help, I'll take a bit off the usual price. Don't use it for poaching, though.
That's not a bad idea, you know.
Don't even think about it.
No, of course not. Thanks.
I'll tell Vostatek to do the same. But just between you and me, better buy one from me. Bows soaked in spirits aren't very hard wearing.
So there's another quest in the books, and I've got to say I find it quite hilarious that we just run into Hans just being a poacher. It's so in character for him, but not exactly what I was expecting out of this quest. So we actually accumulated quite a bit of perk points in this episode, so we'll be spending those at the beginning of the next one. And you may have noticed that I also upgraded our crossbow during a little bit of an encounter. Well, not an encounter. We found some of von Bergov's men, and they were all killed, and one of them had this nice field crossbow on him. So we actually... of course they're upset about it. Okay, we'll run off over here. Pull it out. And I honestly like the look of this one quite a bit better than the other one. Wow. Okay. Well, point being that it is quite a nice little crossbow, and it is quite a bit more powerful, which is of course the most important thing. Now, I think we have one other quest. Well, there is also this melee at the mill one, which I think is where we're just going to fist fight a few people. And then we have this, which is a quest with the miller. So that should be pretty interesting. If you played the first game, then you know that millers get up to a lot of no good. So that should actually be a pretty entertaining quest. I don't know how we're going to go about it, since we're trying to be a mostly sorta kinda law-abiding citizen and everything. We may actually try to turn them in. I'm not really sure at this point. But either way, that's going to be it for this episode. So as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now in the last episode, we helped out Vostatek's other gamekeeper friend, Veril, and we just so happened to run into Hans Capon, who was actually poaching. And obviously, being that we are in his service, we had to cover for him, and yeah, so we kind of lied to the gamekeeper and all, but, you know, even though we're trying to be mostly a law-abiding citizen, we can't let Hans get killed, of course. So anyways, next up on our itinerary, I suppose, is to go over to the Lower Samine Mill, and we're going to help out the miller there, Krazel or something. Yeah, Krazel. And we're going to see what that quest is going to be all about. But we do have some perks to actually go through now. When I showed it yesterday, there was quite a few extra. That was because even though I did pick the perks from the last episode, I did have to reload a save at some point, and so it got all wiped out. So I went ahead and picked those perks back out again, and now we just got the ones that are remaining. So I think I have also decided, by the way, I think we are going to switch from the heavy weapons over to something bladed, and we may even drop the shield and try to go with like a longsword without a shield of any kind. So if that is the case, we're probably going to end up going with Martin's Heritage. So we'll get the sword fighting, crafting, and survival skills. So we'll go ahead and pick that up, potentially. Let's go ahead and look at these other ones first, though. So criminal brands disappear a quarter faster. Yeah, that's not going to be too useful for us. It's easier for you to convince others the nice way. You gain +2 persuasion, impression, and presence. People are more likely to try to solve crimes with you. Yeah, this is okay, but not going to be for us. And finally, Nightcrawler. At night, you have a +2 bonus on strength, agility, and vitality, and a +3 bonus on stealth. Pretty good, but when it comes to getting more experience, that is going to be what we're going to pick. Next up is on strength, and we already know what these two do. They're not really anything too good. Tight grip, the higher your strength skill, the easier it will be for you to knock someone out. This may actually be crucial. I would guess that some quests are going to rely on stealth, and I am already not very good at stealth, so something like this may actually be really good for knocking people out. You also have strong as a bull. Your carrying capacity will be increased by 20 pounds, which would actually be very good if we're going to be carrying a lot of equipment. Vanguard shield blocks cost you 30% less, so I think tight grip is the one that I can see being the most useful overall, but hopefully we can pick this up later because I would like to actually increase our carrying capacity for the moment. And then we have agility, featherweight, I've already skipped on. Dominant hand, so if you use a one-handed weapon without a shield, attacks will cost 20% less. This may actually be useful if we go without a shield. Deft hands, this is going to be the one we're going to go with for the same reason we picked the first one, which is that it lowers the agility requirement for all weapons, and it lowers the agility that the weapon requires to make it less difficult to fight with. So if, on the other hand, you have a higher agility, the stamina difficulty will drop. So basically, this makes it a lot easier to use weapons. That's why we're going to go ahead and pick that one up. Now we have vitality, and we already pretty much skipped these three. I mean, I guess this could be okay, but we're going to look at Hermes Haste. You'll be 20% faster when sprinting. That seems pretty good. Or Marathon Runner. When sprinting, you consume stamina 20% slower. I'm going to go with Speed. Although I believe, yeah, these aren't exclusive, so we could actually pick up Marathon Runner as well at some point. And now on to Horsemanship. We already looked at Head Start. We looked at Ride Like the Wind. I think we already looked at Roadrunner and Wild Runner as well. So we have Final Stretch. When your horse is nearly out of stamina, you can spur it on to recover some of it. Perk has a 1/22 cooldown. And finally, Trample. If you charge into somebody with your horse, their morale will drop significantly, and they will suddenly be an easier opponent. That actually seems pretty good. I don't know how much we'll use it, but I actually think that's going to be the best. And now, finally, we have Houndmaster. The only ones, so Hunt will allow him to hunt for wild game. Search, you can command Mutt to sniff out places of interest or hunted game. Yeah, not really something I'm too interested in. Charming Companion, when you have your dog with you, your charisma is increased by 3 at all. Okay, that is like probably the best. Now, Hellhound, if you have your dog with you, they will appear more threatening and tough to others. This will show in the presence and intimidation skill checks, but also in combat, as enemies are more likely to give up or run away. And if they don't, they'll have a harder time fighting you. That is probably going to be the next one we'll pick up, but I think Charming Companion, that is always going to be a +3 to our charisma. I definitely think that was quite worth it. So now we're going to head on over to the mill, and I will be back with you guys shortly.
Kurwa. What the?
Have you got it done? I said, are you done?
You're milling some pretty peculiar grain here, Miller. It's got a bit of a metallic flavour to it.
Kurwa. Can't you be more careful?
Tell me the truth. What are you really doing here?
Seems I'll have to lift the lid off the cauldron of knowledge sooner than I expected. You think you're ready?
What are you babbling about? What lid?
It was a figure of speech. All right, I'll explain it simply. I'm attempting to convert matter into a truly miraculous energy.
What?
I understand. It seems impossible. I'm sure you're asking yourself what that has to do with the metal in the sacks. But we're only just scratching the surface. You see, for my experiment, I'll need something sinfully earthy. Something we'll have to appropriate. And that's something you can help me with, my curious apprentice.
I'll help you.
That's the right attitude. Now listen up. In Troskovitz, next to the tavern, there's a rat house. And in that rat house, there's a chest. And in that chest is a document I need. One that used to be mine. But due to an unfortunate twist of fate, ended up there. It's called The Offer of Hermes Trismegistos. It's written right on it. Can you read? At least a little?
I can read. But I reckon that's the catch, isn't it?
The catch is, the chest is under lock and key, and most likely well guarded.
Of course it is. And then you'll get me into Semin's wedding?
Aye. If you help me, I'll find a way to get you there. Miller's honor.
Where exactly should I look for this document? I doubt they've only got one chest in the Troskovitz rat house.
I can't help you there, but my hand Zinnik might know more. He had the document on him, but then the bloody fool got caught because of something else, and they took it from him. I'm pretty sure he's still on display in the stocks on the square. Just remember, lad, if you get caught like he did, the guards will turn out your pockets. And it will be pretty hard to explain what a tramp like you is doing with a document he can't even read.
No, I doubt the bailiff will let me roam around the rat house and go peeking through his chests. Any advice on getting in there without being spotted?
Oh, come on. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Black clothes, the play of light and dark. A quiet night, and those who live in the shadows, concealed beneath its veil.
Is that supposed to be advice?
Just get some inconspicuous clothing and head over there after midnight.
And where can I get some clothes like that?
I had my outfit washed in the Gilioff bathhouse, but after a bit of disagreement, they refused to give it back. It's my gift to you. All you have to do is pick it up.
Pick them up? You want me to steal them, don't you?
Doesn't it sound like a suitable appetizer before the main course? There's no sense in trying to deal with the owner, Dorothy, anyway. She's a contrary woman who's impossible to talk to.
I'm not even surprised your paths crossed. I'd like to learn more about the art of thievery.
Thievery? Why call it the art of thievery? It's simply an art. But all right, enough wordplay. If you want to learn something, go and see Hensel. He'll tell you how to relieve people of the things in their purses, or how to quickly and painlessly send them to the land of dreams. And if you'd like to try opening locks without a key, there's a chest in the barn that you carried the sacks to. You can practice on that.
All right. I reckon I know everything I need. Thanks. Are you Zinnik?
Yeah, look, mate, I really need to piss. Can you let me out of here?
Crazel sent me. He's looking for some document the bailiff took from you.
And what's the password?
Hermes Trismegistos?
I'm just shaking your pizzle. You should have seen your face. They caught me at night when I was robbing a merchant, and then they make any distinction between what I stole and what I already had on me. They took everything, including that document, and locked it all away in the chest of stolen things in the rat house jail. You could get into the jail from the courtyard behind the rat house. It's right under the guardhouse. Or you could get there from behind the tavern alongside the fence. As soon as you find the stairs leading down, you'll know you're in the right place.
Well, who's got the key to it?
Well, actually, I had it, but when the guards shook me down, I must have dropped it. It was in the chamber, next to the one with the chest. They've got a pretty soft bed in there, I tell you. The key probably fell under it.
Is that the only key?
No, of course not. Every guard in Troskovitz has one. Best to rob one of them who's slacking off or having a nap. Look, mate, do you actually know how to pickpocket?
Of course I do. Wouldn't be my first time.
Good to hear it. They'll let me go soon, so if you get caught, you'll have nobody to keep you company here. Keep that in mind.
I have to tell you that there are some, things going on in the mill in Lower Semine that don't seem to have much to do with milling flour.
It's not the first I've heard of it. People come in here all the time saying that mill is suspicious. Nobody's been able to give me any details, though. Can you elaborate?
Well, where can I start?
Look, if you're caught up in anything shady, you don't have to worry. If you bring me valuable reports, I can guarantee you impunity. I protect my people, so you can speak freely.
Something's definitely going on at the mill. Crazel tasked me with carrying sacks. I thought they were full of flour. But then metal balls started spilling out. He wouldn't tell me what was going on. Instead, he offered me another job. That is, just a job. He initiated me into the art of wealth redistribution. His term for thievery. In short, before I knew it, I became an apprentice thief with all that entails. But it didn't sit right with me, which is why I'm here.
Good for you, lad. All we've had so far is vague accusations, no direct evidence. Crazel and his hired hands are damned crafty. It's hard to figure out what his supposedly scholarly talk is all about. Now, I'm thinking. Supposing you became our eyes and ears at Crazel's place.
You mean be your informant?
Well, let's call it a trade. Valuable first-hand reports in exchange for honest, officially approved groschen.
That sounds interesting. Where should I start?
Just carry on doing what you're doing for Crazel, as if nothing happened. Gain his trust. It can be dubious and dangerous. It's hard to tell what he has in store for you. You mustn't let on to him that you're working for us. And when we have enough evidence, we'll hit Lower Semine in full force. We'll lock the whole lot up.
All right. I'll be happy to help. As soon as I get Crazel and his band in one place, I'll tell you immediately.
I must be mad.
The offer of Hermes Trismegistos. That's Crazel's document.
Hey, you're not allowed here.
What? You're covered in blood, my friend.
I have that document from the rat house for you.
Excellent. I knew I could count on you.
I even managed to get my hands on the key to the chest with the confiscated things.
Very good. Give that to me too.
Well, I thought it might come in handy.
Come on. Give it here.
Fine. Here it is. I took a look at the document. I couldn't really make much of it. Who's this Hermes Trismegistos?
My fifth cousin. We write to each other sometimes.
That doesn't sound very convincing.
Did you find my family tree at the rat house too? Now show it to me, so I can finally get the knowledge. Good. Good. This will come in handy. Ah, yes. Of course.
What now?
That much? We're going to need more. A lot more.
Did you hear me? What now?
Sorry. I got lost in thought. I owe you my thanks as well as reward for getting me the document. And maybe another little job? What do you say?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I need to get to that wedding in Semin.
Don't worry. Your path is leading that way. Only it'll be a little longer than expected.
Are you yanking my pizzle?
Not at all. I'll get you to the wedding as sure as the heavens are above me, and the fire of the Creator is within me. But you'll have to wait a while. Besides, things are about to get really interesting. Step by step, we're moving closer to the great revelation.
Enough. I'm sick of listening to your cryptic blabbering. Supposing you first initiate me into the mysteries of your enchanting mill. This isn't any run-of-the-mill business, so to speak. I smell something devilish here.
Devilish? Not at all. It's high learning. Alchemy! And when I say alchemy, I mean real alchemy. Not some hocus-pocus brewing of potions for creaky joints and bellyache.
Tell me more about it, then. Maybe I'll learn something useful.
I wouldn't be so sure. But I've taken you on as an apprentice, so I might as well tell you something. Now, pay close attention. I want to make a golem out of dough. Then, using secret alchemical practices in theurgy, bring him to life.
A golem, you say? Isn't that a kind of pie? What are you going to do with a living pie?
Henry, a golem is a helper brought to life using divine words. A living statue endowed with massive strength. Can be made of clay, wood, stone, basically anything. I'll make one out of flour. Studying the Jewish Kabbals taught me a practice known as Maseh Bereshit. A mystic can use it to imitate the work of God. Just imagine. You know how helpful a golem would be at the mill? Carrying sacks, pulling wagons, standing guard. He wouldn't be much smarter than Zinnik, but he'd have the strength of 10 men.
My word. That sounds incredible. I have to see it.
So far, it's just all in my head. But if you're patient and help me, you'll see soon enough. It's in the interest of the advancement and prosperity of mankind. Just look at the Bible. Moses could command the waters and speak to God through the element of fire. And Jesus brought the dead back to life. I've no doubt that if our great Holy Mother Church had been around at the time, they'd have crucified Jesus the same as the Pharisees. And all the apostles would have been burned at the stake.
So a golem, you say, made of flour? For the good of mankind?
Exactly!
And what about the good of me? You promised me a reward.
You already know that you can learn the practical application of certain useful skills from me. But for a few groschen, we could discuss the art on a more, let's say, theoretical level.
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. Supposing you give me a few groschen first, as a reward for bringing you the document, and then I'll decide whether to trade the coin for some learning.
Oh, see now, I completely forgot. Here you go. So you don't go around saying that Miller Crazel is a pinch purse. I added in what I owe for those sacks you carried. And if you want some more work, there's plenty.
What's this next job all about?
I need to find a saltpeter pit.
Never a wasted word, eh, Crazel?
Short and to the point. That's my credo.
And how long will it take before you tell me what a saltpeter pit is?
A saltpeter pit is a pit in which saltpeter is formed.
This has something to do with that alchemy of yours, eh? I don't know much about that stuff.
Nitra is saltpeter. White crystals similar to salt.
And what needs salting here in the mill? Or is it supposed to be some peculiar Crazel wedding gift for young Semine?
Nothing of the sort. The Kabbalistic doctrine speaks of saltpeter as a vessel for the inexhaustible essence of life. Those white crystals are said to contain the very essence of being. That's precisely what we need to give life to our golem. Thanks to the ingredients from Hermes Trismegistos, his feet will never get tired, and his fists will have the power to smash rocks. But saltpeter is the most important thing. Saltpeter will be the golem's heart.
So you're serious about this golem? And are you certain it'll work out?
Certainly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even try.
How much saltpeter will it take to bring to life such a big creature?
A lot. That's why I want you to find me a decent saltpeter pit. Do you understand?
I was hoping I'd learn something useful from you. But instead, you're making me wander around the countryside looking for some pit.
Well, you never know when an experience like that might come in handy.
All right, then. I'll look around for that saltpeter pit of yours. I just hope you know where to look, that you can point me in the right direction, and also that you'll get me into that wedding as a reward.
Yes, yes, and yes. Bonnie has a lead. She's a damned handy girl to have around. She can do anything you ask of her. But for you, the most important thing is that she knows how to look for niter, or saltpeter if you prefer.
So this Bonnie is some kind of witch who's in on this golem stuff.
Bonnie is someone I trust without question, and you should too. Not only will she teach you how to find saltpeter, but also how to differentiate it from common salt. The main difference is it has kind of cooling taste.
Hold your horses. You want me to taste that nasty stuff?
If you don't taste it, you could confuse it with some nasty rot. You don't want that.
Damn right.
Don't be such a lily liver, Henry. If Bonnie can taste saltpeter, so can you. She'll tell you the rest herself. You'll find her in the lair. That's a secret storage space I have here just by the pond. Only my best people can get in.
How can I get to this lair?
There's a bridge over the mill stream towards the southwest. Take the path to the left, just behind it along the pond. From that path, you turn right, uphill, between the rocks, and you'll find yourself right in front of the lair. You can't miss it. Oh, and so I don't forget, you could pick some herbs along the way to see Bonnie. It would make her very happy. She's just been through some tough times. Her dog died, and on top of that, she has to spend time with that blabbermouth, Zinnik. On the other hand, Zinnik might be holding his tongue for a while after his encounter with the Trosky at Stocks.
If Bonnie spends time with Zinnik, she may want some spirits rather than herbs.
Bonnie? Never. Being a decent Christian, she avoids alcohol like the plague. Right along, so you're back as soon as possible.
To the lair.
Lord be with you.
I'm Henry, Miller Crazel's new apprentice. He sent me to search for a niter pit, and said you might be able to help me with that.
Of course I will. I'm Bonnie. Nice to meet you.
Bonnie? It's not a name I hear often.
It's not the name I was baptized with. In our craft, it ain't a good idea to tell people your real name. That's why we use nicknames. What should we call you?
Henry's fine.
Well, that's not very creative. You know what? I'll come up with a nickname for you myself when I get to know you better. Did you bring me something from the mill?
Actually, Crazel said you'd appreciate some herbs.
He's right there. Do you have some for me?
I've got something here.
My word, that's exactly what I need. The ingredients for the magic ritual.
What kind of magic ritual?
The kind where Zenek finally gets some sense into his head and stops making stupid beginner's mistakes. Just so you know, that mess with the author of Hermes Trismegistos would never have happened to me. Not me. While we're on the subject of rituals, did Crazel tell you about the golem?
He did.
And what do you think of it?
I'm curious to see what a golem made of flour will look like, but I'm mostly curious to see if Crazel will really be able to breathe life into it with the help of saltpeter.
I'm more worried that as soon as it comes to life, it'll slay us all with one blow. So, if by some chance it looks like something's going wrong, you won't see my heels for dust. And I suggest you do the same. But that's enough of that. We're not going to stand here talking about flower golems when we've barely just met. I'd like to chat with you too, Henry. Get to know you a bit. But if you're in a hurry to find Crazel's saltpeter, I won't keep you.
No. I have plenty of time. But where to start?
You know what? I'll start. When they caught Zeneg in Troskovitz, I was scared out of my mind that they'd catch me and clap me in the stocks. I had to hide out here for a while, so I haven't had anyone to talk to. Life in the lair isn't all fun and games. Zeneg and all the other mill knuckleheads were never worth much as company. So I'm glad the millers finally found a normal hand for once. You've got a beautiful dog. What's his name?
Mutt.
What a cute fella. How did you find each other?
He belonged to this girl I knew, Teresa. She saved my life in my hometown, Skalitz, when I went to bury my parents.
Well, that's what I call an interesting past. I used to have a dog, but I don't anymore.
He died.
He started getting these lumps all over his body. He stopped eating, just slept all the time. And then, well, what's done is done. And what about you? What kind of family are you from? Also, thieves?
No. Pa was a blacksmith. I inherited something from him, I hope.
Oh, really? Would you teach me how to make, maybe, barrel hoops?
Those are pretty hard. Wouldn't you rather start with, maybe nails?
Sure. I'm pretty quick to learn and patient. That is, with one exception. When Crazel starts spouting off his alchemy theories, I'd rather run for the hills. What do you think of the old miller, anyway?
I don't think I've ever met anyone more annoying in my life. Most of the time, I don't even understand what he's on about.
Once he told me there's no such thing in the world as a man and a woman. Only mercury and sulfur. What are you supposed to say to that? Best to keep your mouth shut. Thanks for talking to me. It really is good to have someone to pour my heart out to. But now, about that saltpeter. Before you came, and before Zeneg fucked up with the manuscript, we collected saltpeter all over the place, mainly in sties. It has to be scraped from the walls. Horrible work, time-consuming and annoying. I'm not going to lie to you. We also looked in a few chests, just in case. You know. Anyhow, now all the sties in the region are scraped clean and we're sitting pretty on a nice barrel of saltpeter.
Barrel is quite a lot.
For the whole Trosky region, aye. Unfortunately, Crazel said we need at least 6 times as much.
6 times? Will one saltpeter pit be enough?
I reckon so. There should be as much as Crazel needs for his masterwork. If you're looking for it, you ought to know how saltpeter forms. Do you have any idea?
No, I don't. And Crazel, of course, didn't tell me shit.
Don't forget that saltpeter crystals are formed in places where something is rotting. It can be shit or carcasses. Well, a saltpeter pit is actually nothing more than a mass grave, the best natural saltpeter maker.
Crazel said saltpeter is a vessel for life energy. I get it that it's left over from dead bodies, but how do you get it from shit?
God's mysterious ways. You know how it is.
And he also wanted me to taste it. That's nonsense, though, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it isn't. Otherwise, you won't know if it's saltpeter or some other shit. It feels kind of cold on the tongue.
Jesus. And you know where to look for such a pit full of carcasses, do you?
Not exactly, but I have an idea. Times are evil and there's plenty of corpses. A person who's digging holes and throwing dead bodies into them and doesn't even know he's got a a saltpeter mine.
You mean a knacker?
Exactly. And the one we have here in the region is also the gravedigger.
Ah, the gravedigger Ignatius. I've already met him. He lives outside Troskovitz in the direction of Apollonia, right?
Aye, that's him.
So I'm in for a walk to the cemetery.
Seems like it. Too bad you couldn't have walked around the county with us before. It was fun. And pretty useful experience. I learned a lot during that time, and I won't keep it to myself. I'd be happy to teach you something, if you want.
I'll keep that in mind.
That old gravedigger will be suspicious, so I'd bring him some kind of offering. He's always dragging those carcasses, so I'm sure he'd appreciate a slab of fresh meat from Troskovitz butcher.
Good idea.
He lives a short way from the cemetery, so at least the meat won't go bad on the way. Lots of luck, Henry.
Why do you work for the miller?
Because he pays well, and don't care how much coin I make on the side.
You mean by stealing?
And he doesn't ask any stupid questions.
What did you do before?
I got by any way I could. Believe it or not, I started in a convent.
You? A nun? Well, why not? I was in the cloisters myself for a while.
Oh well, different people have different fates. But we all ended up here anyway, in the armpit of the world.
What do you think about Crazel?
You're another one of those that don't know if they should love him or hate him, eh? Crazel is his own man. Once you learn to get along with him, you can't help but admire him a bit. But sometimes, he's unbearable as soon as he opens his mouth.
What do you know about the Troskovitz gravedigger?
He's a pretty tough old bird. He follows the rule, I'll treat you the way you treat me. And he appreciates when a fella's direct and open. But I probably wouldn't tell him everything about us.
So, Bonnie, the most honest girl I know, sent me. I'd like to see some dead animals as models for painting a church fresco. A scene from the apocalypse.
That might be a bit much, but you learn fast.
How was the saltpeter collection and tasting again? Sounds pretty disgusting.
It wasn't so bad. Xena kept whining about it, but being a saltpeter collector, it has its benefits. When you go and clean someone's sty, they don't pay much attention to you and leave their purses and chests unattended. We made a pretty decent amount on the side.
What, by stealing?
Confiscating property for the greater glory of God. I hate the term stealing.
Just like Crazel. Tell me something more about Zinnek.
He's Andy, that's for sure. But also a bit of a fool, to be honest. I don't care for Crazel's horseshit most of the time either. I do this job because it's fun, unlike Zinnek. He does everything for his own good, doesn't give a damn about any greater cause or other people. Actually, he really pisses me off with his attitude. And he entertains himself by coming up with the stupidest nicknames for me. Dunger, for instance. What kind of a bloody awful name is Dunger?
Oh, lovely. And what does he call himself?
Scruffy. Or Jan, Nicholas, Franz, Peter, Jakub. The most bland, everyday names. He tries to be careful, but then he opens his big mouth and fucks it all up, just like in Troskowitz.
What is this lair place?
Crazel built a store so all them honest, curious people in the mill, the likes of Hensel, wouldn't have to worry their little heads about what we're doing here.
You mean behind that boarded-up door in the cliff?
We're definitely not doing anything there right now, because of the mess in there. I told Zenek to clean it up. I think he wants to see if the place will get so rotten that saltpeter will bloom on the walls.
You look like a yokel, lad.
Why do you work for the miller?
Well, how can I put it? Anywhere else, they'd have kicked me out by now. The miller's the last person who'd still give me a job. He says every idiot is of some use at least.
And you see that as a compliment?
I see a coin in my hand every week. That's all I care about.
What did you do before you started working for the miller?
A bit of this, a bit of that. When I was still a boy, I stirred lye at a tannery, and then I slaved away at a dye house. But since I came to the town, it's been, well, let's say not exactly honest work. But that's what I'm best at, see?
What did you do before you started?
When I was, let's say, that's what...
What do you think of Crazel?
Is this some kind of test or what? I can think what I want, and I keep my opinion to myself. And you ought to do the same.
Long time no see, eh?
Crazel gave you another job?
Yeah. I proved myself to him last time, so why not continue our collaboration?
Did you come here to make fun of me? Just like Bonnie? As soon as she showed up, she gave me hell over that manuscript.
No, not at all. I just need to find out something only you would know. What do you know about the gravedigger?
Not much to know. He's half gravedigger and half knacker. He takes care of both dead people and animals.
I'd never have figured that out without your help. Anything more interesting?
He's my father. And he's a wizard, same as me.
Yeah, right.
It's true. I was born the seventh son of a seventh son. I have the power of clairvoyance and I can raise the dead. I'm just hiding out with a miller until my time comes. I've been chosen to save the world.
Yeah, nice story. But if I'm going to get the miller some saltpeter, I need to know something useful.
Oh, aye. You're not much fun, are you? The gravedigger's as boring as you are. Also, he knows when he's being lied to, and he hates it. So don't even try it.
You see? That's the kind of thing I wanted to know. Was that so hard? So, Zinek, have you any experience with saltpeter?
Oh, I never want to see that shit again. I still have the taste of it in my mouth. And Bonnie and me was taking turns tasting it.
Weren't you afraid a dead soul would enter you through it?
What? What are you babbling about?
Dead souls pass time in niter crystals, don't they? That's why the miller is looking for them. To bring the golem to life.
You fool! We're looking for saltpeter to sell to butchers for salting meat. There's good coin in it.
Well, the miller told me something different.
You can't believe everything he says. A golem in the mill. He's yanking your pizzle.
You're all just trying to confuse me.
Crazel's a good teacher. You know how it is.
What can you tell me about Bonnie?
Well, you mean Cheeks or Jezebel?
Are those nicknames?
Dunger, Snowdrop, Vixen... We always come up with the stupidest names, and nobody sees through them anyway. Bonnie's been here the longest, and has the most experience. I'm surprised she still puts up with Crazel and his mad notions. And I think she likes animals more than people. When I try to talk to her about work or weather, she gets bored.
What sort of place is this?
Our secret place, where we can quietly plot sneaky plans for our beloved miller.
Behind that boarded-up door? What's inside that cliff?
You know, storage, rubbish, rats, filth. Look, I know Bonnie ordered me to clean up in there. Thanks to you,
I'm sure the movement of goods will start again soon, so it'd probably be good to have some order around here. I just haven't got round to it yet.
Zinnek, I have a few questions about the saltpeter pit we're looking for.
So now you need me, eh?
Christ, can't you wash up before going out in public?
Ignatius, I'm gonna need your help.
Of course. How many are there? Where do you want to bury them? Shall we grind the teeth up, or do you want to take them away in your purse?
None of that. I have a different, slightly unusual request. Bonnie from Lower Semine sent me. We're looking for a saltpeter pit.
From Lower Semine? What pit?
A saltpeter pit.
I ain't never heard of nothing like that. What's it supposed to be? A pit to hell?
Yeah, something like that. At night, you hear the cries of tormented souls and catch the whiff of sulphur.
Well, that I can't help you with.
Not to worry. It's actually just a hole with some rotting carcasses in it. These white crystals form in it. And that's exactly what we're after.
You should have said you're looking for the pit I throw carcasses into. What's all this about salty Peter? I'm going to go there anyway, so I'll take you there.
Really? That was easier than I thought.
Not even a chicken scratches in the dirt without hope of reward, though. You'll help me with something first. I have some collections from some Slatigo farmsteads, and I'd be a fool if I didn't use a helping hand. At least one day I can take it a bit easy.
You want me to help you with your grave-digging business?
Why not? You look like a strong fella. You'll be a good helper.
I have a better idea. You tell me where I can find that pit, and I'll give you a nice piece of fresh meat for it.
I won't say no to that. Show me what you have. Oh, aye, fresh meat. What a feast that'll make. Now, listen closely. That pit of yours lies at the end of a long journey that we'll take together on my wagon.
So you got meat out of me for nothing?
When I see how much you lot in Lower Semine are interested in it, I'm not just going to hand it to you on a plate. But thanks for the meat, and don't worry about a thing. Grave digging is a job like any other. Sooner or later, everyone needs our services. And if it wasn't for us knackers, folk would have to deal with their animal carcasses themselves.
Of course, I understand. I'm just a little worried about what people will say about me when they see me with you. I wouldn't like to lose the honor I've earned as squire to a nobleman.
Don't worry about what people say. They'll only strip you of your honor if you let them. So what then? Shall we take a nice little ride with my boys Snorter and Dragonfly here? Nice and early, at daybreak.
Let's get this over with then.
Didn't you understand me? We ain't going nowhere now. Like I said, be here at daybreak. That's between night and day. Do you understand?
I understand. I'll come at dawn. I don't know if I'm completely ready for this, but let's get going.
The dew is still on the leaves. The roads are clear. You don't need your horse. I'll stable him here. It'll be heaven for him. In any case, heaven's always close here. Hop on the wagon and Snorter and Dragonfly here will take care of us. We've got a long journey ahead of us, so get yourself comfortable so your arse won't hurt. So, you say you're from Lower Semine, eh?
Well, you could say that. I help the miller with whatever I can. I got a place to sleep there. Soon I'll be able to call the miller uncle.
I remember Crazel when he was still a wee lad. Even then he was a great big smart-ass. When I buried his parents, he was traipsing somewhere through the world. Maybe you heard what they say about Lower Semine round these parts. Crazel don't sell short measure, not that. He looks out for his reputation, but his helpers have been seen often in the villages after dark, looking fishy. Or during the day, in the pillories. Don't that Bonnie of yours belong to that gang too?
Bonnie's an honest girl, and her friend Zinnek is too. Crazel only sent them to scrape saltpeter off the walls of the sties.
So that's just what they've been doing. From what she told me, they had nothing else in mind.
Lower Samine's a thorn in the side for a lot of folk. Some on account of the competition. Some is just rubbed up the wrong way by that crazel. Either way, all they need's the slightest excuse to grab their pitchforks. Go and grab the miller and shove his face right in his own millstone. Yeah! Yeah! Whoa, boys, whoa! Oh, come on! Are you deaf? Oh, they're acting stubborn again. Now listen, Henry. Here on the left side, you'll see the ruins of a cottage that's been abandoned for a few years.
It looks mysterious. What treasures might be hidden there?
You'll soon see. I have a trap set inside the cottage. I wanted to lure a wolf into it, but that didn't work out. There's a deer rotting there unnecessarily. So hop in there and bring it to the wagon. Finally. At least we're not blocking the road too much.
Oh, Jesus, what a stench. Better quickly throw it in a sack and take it back to the wagon.
What you're on about, fella?
Two stinking bastards. This fella's with him.
I want to talk to you.
Look.
I'm coming. What's going on, Ignatius?
Ah, I'm trying to explain to these fellas we've got nothing to do with no thieving around here. They should go to Lower Samine to complain.
Two stinking pieces of shit was sneaking around our sties and cellars and lining their purses with silver too while they was at it. Some scruffy and dunger. You must be Scruffy, eh?
I'm Henry, and those, names mean nothing to me.
Like I said, if it's rotten carrion they're after, they should have come to me. A passion for knacking is the only thing we have in common.
Is that so? So prove it then.
Take a good look at me. Do I look like a thief? Or more like a commonplace, maybe just slightly grubby, hired hand? At this rate, you could blame any old peasant who's grimy after a hard day's work.
I don't know. I don't reckon I've ever seen a real thief up close.
Ask around about me and you'll find out everyone knows I can't stand a liar. I'll keep my promises and show up on time. So enough talk, and let's carry on to where duty calls us.
All right, listen. We'll be going then. But if you happen to run into them two thieves, you tell us right away. Got it?
Of course.
You can count on it.
Glad to hear it. Let's go, fellas. Maybe...
Get over here so we can carry on.
Not much left for us to do here, eh?
Hopefully our luck will hold out, and we'll only be breaking the limbs of carcasses today. The next farm's just up ahead. Hop on, and let's go. That was just a kind of little favour for me. Now we'll help the locals here in Jda with their carcasses.
So far, I've just carried sacks. I already did that for the miller.
Yesterday, the good wife from that farm came and told me both their pigs died. So we'll scoop them up and haul them off. I mean, you'll scoop them up and haul them to my cart. She says it was a curse. There was a flash of lightning, the pigs started trembling, squealing and puking, and then keeled over and dropped dead.
And then Satan himself appeared in the sky. Happens all the time.
It ain't my first day doing this job, so I could see right off them pigs had been poisoned. The good wife swore them pigs were happy as, well, pigs in shit. She said they even let them go to a nearby stream to have a wallow. It flows here through the forest on the right. Since we're here, you ought to go and take a look around there. Check how clear that spring really is.
All right. I'll see what's going on there.
And I'm going to enjoy having a helper. At least for one day. Maybe I'll roll around in the grass here with Snorter and Dragonfly.
Ugh, Jesus, this is disgusting.
What's next?
Those pigs came here to drink. Where to now? I can smell something upstream. Ah, here it is. Wolves must have killed them. They didn't even eat them up. I'll go and tell Ignatius.
What's next?
It really wasn't a curse. There are rotting carcasses in the water upstream from the watering spot. No wonder the pigs caught some disease.
Well, what do you know? I was right. I'll give you a hand. It'd take you all night on your own.
I took care of the carcasses. We can drive on.
Nice work. There's even a bit of meat left for me.
Yeah, you'd eat that. They've been lying there God knows how long.
But nicely in the cold. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, you won't be eating it, so don't worry about it. Let's keep going. So far it ain't that bad, eh? You don't have to take down no hanged man or bury an unbaptized child.
Oh, ever since I started working for the miller, all I do is carry bloody sacks. I must have carried more than they could fill in skallets in a day.
It can always be worse. Someone might ask you to roll barrels. Now listen to me closely. You won't be carrying anything at the next farmstead. Instead, you'll have to make one carcass there. See, the work of a knacker ain't just about clearing away dead animals. Now and then, you've got to put down some creature, so it don't suffer. Or, like today, to put it down so everyone around it don't have to suffer. In this case, we're talking about a dog.
I'm sorry, Ignatius, my friend. You can't expect me to do that.
In that case, as soon as we get where we're going, you can just get off the wagon and go and look for that pit yourself. If you don't do what I tell you, you're useless to me. So I'll be useless to you too.
Maybe there's another way. I'll try to come up with something.
Ha! That cur belongs to the greengrocer, Vizar. I've heard they're both pretty fierce. Don't draw too much attention to yourself at the farmstead. I'll give you some Aesop potion to drink first, and some meat and bane. Soak the meat with the poison and throw it to the dog. He'll probably be locked in a pen somewhere. As soon as it's done, we'll disappear before anyone notices anything. I got paid well for it from the neighbors, so don't fuck it up for me.
Oh, Sakra! The dog isn't here. The door's open. Where did he run off to?
Where'd you come from?
Bonnie? What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
The gravedigger wants me to poison that dog.
Jesus! Jesus! And are you going to do it?
Well, what else can I do? You're the one who sent me to Ignatius. You just tactfully neglected to mention that when you and Zinnek were acting as his hands, you robbed half the houses in the county.
Shit. It's all gone sour.
This is all I have left to do before he takes me to the saltpeter pit.
And couldn't you find the pit without that? Just take a look at that poor creature. I'd like to keep him in place of my poor dead sniffer.
You surely know how to pick 'em. Your poor creature is terrorizing the whole area.
It's not the animal's fault. When Zinnek and I were here last, I saw how old Vysarik treats him. He doesn't give him food, he abuses him. With a master like that, he won't last long. You wouldn't kill a dumb creature just because its master is a sick horseman, would you?
Well, you don't have to convince me. Ever since the gravedigger told me to do it, I've been trying to figure out how to save that dog. If you want to take him, I won't stop you.
You're a much better Christian than I thought you were. I'll take him to the lair. We'll meet there.
Hurry off now, before someone sees us together.
Come on now, boy. You'll like it in the lair.
What now?
It's taken care of.
Taken care of? What do you mean?
I set the dog free. He didn't deserve to die.
For fuck's sake, didn't deserve to die? We were supposed to get rid of him, because that's just what he deserves.
Bonnie from the mill came and took the dog before we got to him.
Well, fuck me. How much more is that girl going to steal before she has enough?
Oh, she'll take better care of him than Baysar did. All he needs is to be fed properly, and he won't be dangerous anymore.
I surely fucking hope not. Because if he runs off and ravages something or someone again, then we didn't help at all. Let's go before we start looking suspicious.
So this is it. This is the pit.
Slowly, boy. Slowly. Have a bit of respect. Death always deserves respect, whether it's people or animals.
I was expecting some huge hole in the ground. This is just some hollow. 3 piles of earth and that's it.
3 huge piles, you mean to say? True, it used to be one big pit. But then I found out when you pile up carcasses in smaller pits and throw some wet hay between them, it all rots better. And the better it rots, the more niter you'll have. Are you going to take some right away?
I won't. I'll just tell Crazel where you have it. I don't know if he'll take something away. Maybe he'll just make his own pit according to your design.
Now that would be a great honor.
Well, I reckon I'm delaying the inevitable. I'll still have to taste it.
You're going to taste it?
It's the only way I can be certain it really is saltpeter.
God's nails. And they say I'm disgusting. Wait a moment. I can't say I'm all that satisfied with your help, but I don't want you to think old Ignatius is an ungrateful bastard, so I have something here for you. Although, to tell the truth, you didn't much grow on me.
Well, that's a shame, because I thought you were a pretty good fella. In fact, I'm actually kind of fond of you in a way.
If you're trying to come out smelling of roses now, don't bother. Here's something that'll definitely come in handy if you ever need to go through all this again. Either with me or somewhere else.
Thanks.
Taste it then. Get to it. This I have got to see.
Look at me. From a lord's messenger to a taster of cadavers. Cold and salty. This must be it. If you're going back to your cottage, I'd like to take a ride with you.
Remember how I told you I didn't like you? Well, that still goes. Have a nice walk, stretch your legs.
Christ, can't you wash up before going out in public?
I found the place where we can harvest saltpeter. You just head out of Trosky towards Apollonia, carry on alongside the road, then head off it at the right spot. Only it's not a pit, it's 3 piles of earth. The gravedigger Ignatius drove me there himself.
And is it the real stuff? Did you taste it?
Yeah. And I hope I never have to do that again. Ugh. I think the experience has changed me forever.
Oh, come on. You whine more than Zinnik. It's just commonplace salt. I was hoping it'd be closer. To go all the way to Apollonia. If I send 2 wagons, that should be enough.
What should I do?
That means I could mix a barrel and a half.
Crazel, focus. What else do you need from me?
Oh, sorry. What were you asking? About a reward? It's right here.
Thanks. How's it going with the golem?
Well, the whole thing is really appealing to a scholar of my field of interest and important for humanity. But certain circumstances have emerged which, unfortunately, move its creation somewhere further into the future.
Wait, what do you mean? So there won't be any golem?
Not for now.
What about all the niter? The life essence?
I admitted to myself it's maybe too much to take on, and I decided to go back to my roots.
So the search for saltpeter was for nothing?
Not at all. The saltpeter will help us create primordial matter. The origin. Chaos. Materia prima.
God. Here we go again.
As alchemical scholars, we actually have only one task before us. To penetrate the diaphanum and find out where it gets its disposition and power from. Only then will we understand the nature of the shadows.
Eh?
I'll explain it to you.
Tell me then, what's the next task then, Crazel?
From behind the closed gates of Trosky come quiet whispers, carried by the wind, all the way here to me in the mill. Do you hear it too?
No. Reckon my ears aren't that good.
Scribe Erezim received a trunk from Prague, and in that trunk was...
The document of Hermes Trismegistos?
No, a book. And from an author more venerable than Hermes. It's thin, with a sand-colored cover, embossed. Ordinary at first glance, but the treasure's inside. You might say it's kind of an alchemical cookbook.
So I'm gonna have to pick some locks again, eh? And in the castle, no less. I'd like to know how I'm supposed to get in there. Trosky is shut tight.
For some. The gates of Trosky may appear to be closed to us, mere mortals. But why try to force your way in when there's a person they'll invite in themselves?
What person?
Hold on, we'll get to that. We've got the Samine wedding coming up. I can't wait to try out my new potion against drunkenness there. What about you? You still need to get there?
Certainly. It's why I decided to work for you. Or have you forgotten? I hope your promise still stands.
Of course it does. What do you take me for? Start getting ready. You've almost got a fine outfit, I see. But it still could be a lot better. Ad charisma tuendum. Say a prayer to St. Paul. Maybe he'll send you a few nice things from heaven.
So you'll really get me into that wedding? Am I dreaming?
No, you're not. But before you start celebrating, we won't be going by ourselves. We'll have company. Or, to be more exact, the two of us will be accompanying a certain person. Me as a friend and host, and you as a bodyguard, loyal servant. Call it what you will.
And who is this mysterious person?
A true lady will come to the wedding with us. Radiant as the morning star, refined as pure gold. All will be stunned by her beauty. And she'll be our lockpick that will find the weak spot in the gate to Trosky. All it'll take is a little push. And clunk! The lock will open, and the book will be mine.
What weak spot?
The castle's weak spot is Chamberlain Ulrich, because he himself has a weakness for women. Of all the single damsels at the wedding, ours will be the most charming and irresistible for him. Noble or not, he's a mortal man, and he'll start to think with his male member. We will watch as he becomes feverish with lust. Soon, he'll be begging to take our companion to Trosky. He'll pretend his motives are pure, so she'll be more comfortable. And when the Chamberlain becomes insistent, you, as her personal bodyguard, will accept his offer. Naturally, you'll say you won't leave her side so you can defend her honor. Once in Trosky, Ulrich will do everything to get you to leave him alone with her. And that will be your chance.
I can hardly believe that you, of all people, would come up with such a straightforward plan.
Well, it's not all that straightforward. I admit there's a certain element here that makes everything more complicated. First, we have to find our gracious lady.
Where do you want to find this lady? Here.
Look, she doesn't have to be a lady per se. We just need a wench with a pretty face. We'll get her a nice dress, some perfume. She doesn't even have to speak. We'll do the talking.
Could Bonnie do it?
She could. The only hitch is everyone and his dog knows her face. Nobody with any sense would let her into the Samine wedding.
So some bathhouse wench would do?
Aye, that should work. You can find lots of capable girls at the Gelioff baths, including some who aren't so well known. It's true, Dorothy can be a bit unpleasant, but you'll be giving her an offer she can't refuse.
Dorothy owns the bathhouse?
Aye, next to the alehouse there. You'll tell her I'm offering enough groschen to buy 2 cows, or a small cottage. That should soften her up.
All right. I'll take care of it.
Excellent. You're a talented, likable youngster, like Knight Roland of yore. I have complete faith in you. And don't forget, you're going to need to dress the girl up and make her smell nice so she comes across like a real lady. So, stop off at Troskowitz as well and get her a nice brocade dress and some long-lasting perfume. Mentha would be ideal.
Where can I find the dress?
Where do you think? The butcher's? Go and see the tailor. Bartoszek has just the thing in his shop. A beautiful red dress made of Tyrolean brocade.
Why that dress exactly?
Because red is the color of love and passion. Rich Tyrolean brocade is just begging to be touched. Ulrich won't know where to look. The dress is likely to be pretty expensive, but that's no obstacle for you, right?
Where can I find the perfume?
Emmerich the apothecary might have something. They say he makes some perfume for his wife. Or ask Betty the innkeeper. She may be a god-awful battle axe, but a nice-smelling one. Or get hold of the recipe and make your own mentha. As an alchemy apprentice, you should be able to manage.
I'll be going then.
Once you've got everything ready for the wedding, we'll meet in front of the fortress gate. There, I'll let our lady in on some other details of our plan. But that won't be for your ears. Anyway, you'll be rehearsing your speech to Lord von Berghoff then, won't you?
I can't wait.
Okay, so that is that. So it looks like we are heading towards the wedding, which is actually one of the main quests. So we may end up taking a detour in the next episode. This one's gone on for quite a while, so we'll take care of that in the next episode. And we'll also deal with our perk points, and we'll have to get some nice clothes for that wedding, or we may just go on to some other quests for the time being. So as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Kingdom Come Deliverance II. Now in the last episode, we spent pretty much the entire episode helping Krazel, the miller, out with, he's trying to create like a golem or something, as I'm sure it's not going to go down that way at all, and he is just tricking us or something. But anyways, this has kind of led us into the main quest, because he will help us apparently get into this wedding, which is the main quest right now. So we're actually going to move away from this temporarily, and we're going to go and find some other quests to go ahead and do. I don't know if there's really much left for us to do. I know there are a couple, like it says new quests, but I've gone over there and they're actually just quest tipsters or whatever. I will double check again. But if this is it, if this is all that we have to do, then I guess we will go ahead and move on to the main quest. But now we do have some more perks to deal with, and one of them is for scholarship. So let's, and just so you know, I basically had some skill books that I came across, and it looks like we have one more for stealth to read, but I read those, and that's one of the reasons that we leveled up on a lot of the stuff. So for scholarship, we only have one perk, and it's the buff. The buff from sitting has an increased comfort effect of 50%, so you can study faster. Not really anything substantial, but we'll take it. Next we have stealth, and we have bushman. You'll make 50% less noise when moving in bushes. One way or another, if an opponent defends against your attempt to stun or stealth kill them, they will suffer penalties to their stats. This will make it easier for you to defeat them conventionally. Fleeting shadow, when you're wanted for a crime, you gain a 3 stealth bonus, and a +2 to agility and vitality, making it easier to escape. And natural camouflage, the dirtier you are, the harder it will be for others to spot you. I think bushman overall will probably be best, although I don't know if any of these are necessarily very good. For the second one, we'll probably go for... we'll probably just go for natural camouflage, I suppose. Again, nothing's too substantial here. For thievery, nimble fingers, when in the time collecting phase of the pickpocketing minigame, you'll gain time 10% faster. Or silent fiddler, you're almost silent when using a lockpick, and if it happens to break, the sound will be 75% quieter. We'll probably grab that, just because lockpick sounds can be pretty substantial. Now marksmanship, we have crippling shot. If you deal damage to an enemy with a ranged weapon, their stamina will recover more slowly, and their combat ability will be reduced. So it's kind of taking an arrow in the knee, sort of perk there. And then we have steady aim. If you don't move for 2 or more seconds when aiming, your stamina will drain 20% slower, and your shot will be stronger. That actually seems good. If we are kind of if we're kind of sat at a particular place and just shooting, like say if we're in a castle or something like that, and we are shooting down at people, kind of like in the prologue. Something like that would actually be a good time to use steady aim, so we're going to go ahead and take that. And that is basically everything there. Now, I did mention that we were going to switch over to using a sword. Currently, we just have a couple of swords here, and none of them are too great, but we could switch over to the military sword. It's a little bit worse as a slashing weapon compared to our mace's blunt weapon. But we can take it for the time being, and we will find another one. So I am going to go look for another quest, and I'll be back with you guys soon.
What do you...
I'd like to try the fights here.
Why not? But it won't be for free. If you don't have enough money, try to go and see Crazel at the mill. He recently bragged he was going to send someone here, but no one has come yet. Maybe you can come to some agreement together.
I'd prefer to pay for myself.
I see you are a man of action. I like it. The fights can get started then. Or they could. But as I said, old Feeler is sitting at home in the doghouse. His old woman won't let him fight anymore.
So you took my money for nothing?
Easy, lad, easy. We'll sort something out. What if you tried to talk to Dorothy? You're a stranger. Maybe she won't be as sharp with you as she is with us. Go and see her. She manages the baths behind the inn. It's no more than 5 steps.
All right then. I'll see what I can do. I'm looking for the barber, Feeler.
Then you found him. What can I do for you?
Well, hurry up. There's some fights to be fought. The whole tavern is waiting for you.
I know, but my Dorothy has forbidden me from going.
Forbidden? Why?
She says I have to make certain everyone's orderly and whatever. One bloke, and I'm in charge of a whole bunch of girls. Meanwhile, this is a pretty decent business. Nobody has made any problems for as long as I can remember.
But if you don't come, the fights can't start.
Then you try to convince Dorothy. I've already tried.
Good afternoon.
Why don't you want to allow Feeler to fight?
Because he always beats everybody up. Then the lads are all black and blue, and the girls don't have a lot of business. Putting poultices on bruises isn't going to pay for a new roof.
Have no fear. If you let him go, I'll give him such a going over he won't want to fight ever again.
Well, you seem like you might be able to manage that. But don't go and cripple him or anything. He has a lot of work to do here.
Don't worry. I'll be careful.
All right, then. Take Fiala with you. But this time, it really is the last time.
Greetings.
Careful.
Get up. Let's go and fight.
Really? So Dorothy allowed it?
She said she'd let you go this one last time.
That's my girl. Let's go. We can't keep the lads waiting.
A musician and a fighter. You don't see that every day.
When you spend as much time as I do in Kneipen und Schenken and catch so many Schläge, you learn to return them.
No, I get that. But why are you fighting for money?
I've been here a long time and I would like to travel a bit further. Every groschen helps.
Where are you headed?
Gutenberg, Prague, Wien, wherever my feet will take me. Or a willing foreman will carry me. So maybe I shall end up in the next tavern or in the Dunghaufen behind the village.
Come and fight.
Wunderbar. Ausgezeichnet. Möchtest du wetten? It's more fun when you have something to lose or win.
Here you go.
That is what I like to see. Corva, I'm wounded. I'll show you.
Hey, could you come over here for a moment?
Why not?
Did I hear right that you're going to compete in the fights at the tavern?
Aye, I'm planning to. Why?
Well, I have a favour to ask of you.
And what do you need, girl?
One of the fighters, named Bohunek, he takes care of the horses here.
What about him?
I want you to give him a proper beating, so he won't be able to sit for at least a week.
That won't be a problem.
Thank you. And then come and see me. I'll figure out how to reward you.
You gave me a beating. If you broke my Grazian finger, I won't be able to play anything for a while.
Thanks for the fight.
Ah. You too. Here are your winnings.
Thanks.
Have you come?
What do you enjoy about fighting so much?
What do I know? Sometimes it's just fun to punch someone, and it makes quite an impression on the girls. When a man has a sound punch, a girl feels safer with him.
I also fought for a girl in a tavern once. Some boar was bothering her, so I stepped in.
Ha! I hope the lass was worth it. And did you win?
Aye. I kicked his arse black and blue.
Uh-huh. Unless you're just talking shit. I'll have to be careful.
Do you show off like that often?
Only when I have a feeling some wench might be watching. And that's nearly always, since the bathhouse is next door. So if you thought I ever go easy on anybody, you couldn't be more wrong.
Let's fight.
It'll be my pleasure. But before we start, I'll collect the bets. Do you have any money?
I do. Here you go.
And now pray.
Come on!
Move!
think Bahunek won't be bothering you anymore.
Did you give him a proper licking?
A proper licking? That's an understatement. I beat the shit out of him.
I knew I could rely on you. Unfortunately, I can't pay you for it. I can barely make ends meet myself. But I can sew clothes and wounds.
Thanks. That'll come in handy.
And I can also teach you something. How to mix a special ointment or to make a few stitches with a needle. What do you say?
I need to be treated.
You don't look like it, but you're a good fighter. Here you go. And you owe me a tooth, you cunt.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
What the fuck are you on about?
That's for Anna. And if I ever hear you touched her again, I'll use my steel instead of my fists.
All right, fine. I'll leave her alone.
Could it be?
Does your Dorothy hold you back a bit?
Think whatever you want, but she turned me into a decent bloke. She's only trying to keep me away from temptation.
And what were you before?
A drunken good-for-nothing who could even lose his own soul to dice.
So what did she see in you?
That's a long story, but it involves Dorothy, me, a pitchfork, and the R's of one uppity customer.
So, are we gonna fight or not?
You better believe it. But we have to bet first, right? Let's make this interesting.
The bet sounds good. Here you are.
That's what I like to see. Fight! I'll knock your whiskers right. Take that! I'll knock your whiskers right off your... Dorothy was right. I should let the others do the fighting now.
Good fight. Thanks.
You're welcome, lad. You beat me fair and square. But if you want to practice anything or learn something else, come and see me. I'm certain Dorothy wouldn't mind that. Here you go. It's all yours. And from now on, I'm going to make a living through boring but honest work. Don't forget to go and see Lawrence. He has a nice reward waiting for the winner.
What are you here for, friend?
I defeated all my opponents.
I noticed, and I couldn't believe my own eyes. I thought Fiala would send you home crying. But you certainly deserve to win anyway.
Thanks.
By the way, if you enjoy fighting, go and see Crazel the miller in Lower Semine. Maybe he'd let you try your strength against some of his hired hands.
Maybe I will, if I'm ever in the area.
Good day.
Good day.
Good morning.
I hear the hands spend their free time beating the shit out of each other. Can I have a go?
The miller sent you, eh? Did he explain how it works?
And how do these fights work?
Nothing to it. You put aside your weapons and armor, challenge one of us, and hop in the pen. And from there on, it's pretty clear, I suppose.
And who takes part in these bouts?
Well, the first is of course me. If you manage to beat me, you can try Malik. He ain't as fast as me, but he's got a stronger punch. And if Malik ain't tough enough for you, there's always Vera. He'd tear you to shreds.
Don't worry. I know all I need to.
We'll see about that. Greetings.
The miller said I could wrestle with you.
Look at you champing at the bit. You do have the coin for a wager, don't you?
Wait, you never said anything about a wager.
Did you really think we brawl just to pass the time? Well, maybe we do a bit. But still, if you want to fight, you have to wager something.
If you say so. Here's the coin.
Great. Get your ass ready for a good kicking. Nice. Nice. You fight better than I'd have expected.
Thanks.
But we'll see how you fare against Malik. Oh, yeah. And this is yours.
Now
Why did you start with all this brawling?
Just look around. The mill's in the arsehole of nowhere, miles to the tavern and the wenches. Not a damn thing to do here but work.
So you rather let yourself get beaten up?
Well, I'm usually the one does the beating, see?
Well, ready to brawl?
Aye, all right. It's going to be a clean fight, see? No funny stuff.
What funny stuff?
Kicks in the balls, fingers in the nose, biting and shit like that. Try something like that and I'll rip your head off.
Don't you worry. I can hammer you without any of that.
We'll see about that. And what about the wager? Have you got coin?
Here it is.
That's the way I like it. Let's do this.
Jesus! Fuck you! I'm wounded!
Come closer.
Nice. Nice.
Useless.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, damn! You gave me the runaround.
You alright?
Well, a bit of liquor to ease the pain, a bit for the tummy, and I'll be alright. You're gonna be much worse off when Vera's done with you. If you wanted to train a bit before then, let me know. I can show you some tricks. And here's your wager. Spend it well.
So you're the toughest one here?
Aye, that's me.
Still, it's odd that the miller trains you like that, don't you think?
I just do what I'm told.
You'd rather keep things to yourself, eh?
I suppose.
I want to fight you.
Are you sure? I could break you in half.
Don't you worry about me. Well, shall we?
Well, if you say so. Got the coin for a wager?
Yeah. Here's the coin.
Get ready then.
Jesus! I'm hit! Fucking cunt! Shit!
Well,
you're full of surprises yourself. Not even Pa swore as much when he whacked his knee with his blacksmith's hammer.
Oh, I know. Once a fight starts, my mouth takes on a life of its own. Here's the coin you won, and go and see Crazel. He could send you to Shelioff instead of me.
Well, Miller, seems I defeated all the hands you have here.
Good work. But it's a shame you didn't show up here before going to fight in Shelioff. I'd have had a wager on you. You know what? Have a few groschen from me, so folk don't say I'm stingy.
Thank you.
And if you get bored fighting my fellows, look around the woods by Kopanina. Seems there's some peculiar fellow living there who knocks 7 shades of shit out of anyone who as much as looks sideways at him.
Near Kopanina, you say? Maybe I'll go and have a chat with him.
Seems he's some herbalist or something. But that doesn't seem right to me. The strongest bloke around and he's growing flowers? If that's true, there's no sense in this world at all.
Bless. What will it be?
So you're that Grand Master?
What did you call me? Who's been telling you stories about me?
It's just that I've heard you're the best fighter far and wide.
Ah, so that's what this is about. I haven't been called that in a long while, lad. And who might you be?
My name's Henry, and I know a bit about fighting myself. I reckon I've beaten every fighter in the region, so I got sent to you.
You mean to beat me too, eh? I don't know. I'm getting too old for this sort of thing.
Well, I came all the way here to see you. I'm giving you the chance to hit me with impunity. Do I really have to try to convince you?
At least embarrassment doesn't hurt. But bruises, cuts, and a broken nose, on the other hand.
Are you trying to intimidate me?
Not at all. I just want to be sure you know what you're getting yourself into.
I've been through a lot worse. You won't dissuade me with that.
All right then. If it's really what you want, let's dance. But I have two conditions. First of all, we'll only fight once. I don't want you begging for a rematch when you lose. And second, the fight ends when one of us gives up. I don't want to have to try to revive you. Got it?
All right, agreed. Should we get right into it?
Fine. Let's get this over with. Let's go over there, so you don't trample my herbs. Ready?
Ah!
You won't get me! Wank! You won't get me! You're telling me you beat a...
There. That's that.
You really gave me a licking, lad. Who'd have thought you had it in you?
You pack a hell of a punch yourself. For a herbalist, that is.
Well, now what? I'd hate to send you home empty-handed.
I didn't challenge you for money.
And I'm not offering you any. Let me clean up your wounds at least. Or I could show you how to treat them yourself. What do you say?
Actually, why not? I could stay for a little while.
That's more like it. And listen, what if that moment were to last a little longer? I have some lovely aged mead here. We could chat a while. I don't get many visitors here.
Did you say mead?
Homemade, my friend. Come, let's have a toast to our fight. Come on, have another with me.
Another one? This'll be the 7th, I think. I'm not a fish.
Don't be like that. You can't leave now anyway. You just puke in my flower bed and fall asleep on an anthill somewhere.
Well, that's your fault for living in a hut in the middle of nowhere.
It has its benefits too, you know.
Aye? And what benefits?
I'm my own master here. I don't give a flying toss about what's happening somewhere in the village.
Isn't it a bit of a lonely life?
Don't make me out to be some kind of hermit. I get people coming here for herbs, salves, and once in a blue moon, someone comes and challenges me to a fight.
Does that happen often?
Not the fighting part, but people have been coming here for herbs more and more often. If they're polite and ask nicely, I even let them pay me back later. Times are tough.
Sounds pretty boring.
You might be surprised. It can get pretty scary in the woods at night. Especially now, with all those bandits roaming the region.
Aren't you afraid they'll come here?
What would they do here? I'm just a dirty herbalist with a hut full of dried plants. Unless they're at death's door themselves.
What would you do if someone like that came to you?
I don't rightly know myself. A broken leg or a dagger in the gut hurts everyone the same. That's true. But when I just think about that scum going off and killing someone the next day, it sends chills down my spine.
What made you move to this lonely place?
You think someone forced me?
Well, I don't know. I've never met a herbalist like you.
You know what, Henry? You're a solid bloke, so I'll tell you what happened. When I was about your age, I worked as a hired hand in Trosky, where this girl took a liking to me. Sarah was her name, but I wasn't interested in her, and I told her right away, but trouble still found me anyway.
Let me guess. Sarah wanted revenge.
Maybe, but she also might have been completely innocent. All she did was complain to her brother, and he put 2 and 2 together.
What do you mean?
Ah, don't worry about that.
Come on, you can tell me. What happened with Sarah's brother?
He realized it wasn't just about his sister. I never liked any girls. I reckon he'd found it odd for a while, and Sarah just gave him a reason to confront me about it. He gathered some of his friends, and they came to explain how they treat animals like me.
But if it's true what they say about you, you beat them all up, right? Or are those just rumors?
No, it's true. I'm not proud of it, but if I hadn't done it, they would have beat the life out of me.
Well, they got what they deserved. They were asking for trouble, not you.
Aye, but I'm the one that got run out of Trosky. Then from Takhov, Mladyov, and Uyaz too. There's nothing to be done about it.
Do you live here all alone? In a wilderness like this?
What wilderness? Walk a few paces and you come to a bloody great castle. And I'm not really alone. Animals are company too.
Isn't it dangerous? What if someone wanted to rob you? Or worse?
It's true, I don't always sleep easy here. The castle may as well not be there for all the protection it gives me. You get strange people wandering around from time to time. The kind best avoided by honest folk. My advice to you is to be careful. I recently saw 2 vagabonds like that. No doubt they don't think I'm worth the effort. But I still lock the door every night and push a bench up against it.
I already bumped into them. Not far away on the rocks.
You see? They're drawn to this place like flies to a corpse.
What do you...
I heard you could use a helping hand at the forge.
I could. My last 2 hands, well, they're not worth mentioning. And what with the wedding coming up, the work is piling up. Ah, what do they call you?
Henry.
I'm Radovan. You should know, Henry. The blacksmithing isn't for everyone. Have you done it before?
Yeah. I basically grew up in the forge. My father was a swordsmith, and not just any. He even forged swords for the nobility.
For the nobility, eh? Well, that kind of experience will come in very handy for me indeed. As it happens, I have to forge a wedding present for young Lord Semine. A fine sword.
So you'll take me on?
Hold your horses. I'll have to try you out first. You could forge me a hunting sword as a test, so I can see if you can make a straight blade. That shouldn't give you much trouble if your father was a swordsmith, should it?
Sure thing. I can get started right away.
Great. Find some iron and get started then.
Iron?
You can't make a sword out of butter, but if you don't have your own stuff, you can get everything from the chest in my forge. I'm sorry. Have you taken what you need from the chest yet? Go over to the anvil and let's get started. Furnace is cold now. Give it a practice try. Some things, like swords, are too long to fit in the fire. You have to heat it up a bit by try poking it around for a bit. Now get the furnace nice and hot. There's a lever above you. Give it a pull. Works well. take it out from time to time and take a look. Try it out. See? That's exactly the straw color we want. You've got talent, lad. Now heat up the whole thing. The whole thing is heated up now, so come over to the anvil. Try moving the sword along the anvil so you can get the hang of it. Now take the hammer and try hitting it a few times. See the sparks? That's the sign of a good strike. The more sparks, the better. Also, you can hammer with different degrees of power. A stronger hit will do more, but it'll tire you out faster. Try giving it a few blows, as hard as you can, so I can see how strong you are. That's got a nice ring to it. Of course, if it was all about hitting an anvil with a hammer, any dolt could do it. You've got to hammer the workpiece evenly. One hit next to the other. Very nice. You're doing just fine. But when I say evenly, I mean it. A sword has two sides, like a lot of other things, including myself. Turn it over and continue on the other side. Nice. Now try forging it on both sides. The closer it is to being finished, the more it will take on the shape you want. It'll cool off soon anyway. It's cooled now. You can't do it all in one go. You've got to put it back in the furnace from time to time. Sometimes you've got to go there and back all day. But it's all part of the craft. Now, get back to the forge and heat it all up again, like before. See how it's taking on the right shape? That's how you can tell it's almost finished. Now, I've got a piece of advice for you. Hammer to a rhythm. When I hammer a piece, there you go. You've got it finished. All that's left is to temper it, and the sword will be done. The rest is just tweaking. Right. Let's have a look. Very nice work. Your father taught you the trade well.
He'd certainly be happy to hear that.
If you carry on hammering as well as you did today, you've definitely got a job here. Even so, keep in mind, it's all about making sure every strike does its job. That's why you can't let it get cold, or keep striking the same spot. If you work evenly, each strike falling right next to the last one, you can't go wrong. Got that? Or is there something else you want to ask about?
What good does it do me to whistle while I work?
It makes you work to a rhythm. You won't get tired so quickly, and the iron feels it.
How do I know a good strike from a bad one?
By the sparks that fly up, and by the ring. It rings out with a different sound when you do it.
What's the right way to heat up the workpiece?
Do it till it turns the color of straw. Ideally, the color should be the same everywhere, if your forging's going to be even. The main thing is, don't work it cold. You just ruin it. But don't overheat it either. As soon as sparks start to fly off it in the furnace, take it out.
Why should I forge evenly?
If you keep hammering the same spot, you'll never finish it. You'll just fuck it up. But jumping from one end to the other ain't a good idea neither. You'd end up working unevenly. The best thing to do is aim each strike next to the one before.
How will I know it's finished?
Notice the shape. The closer you are to finishing, the more precise the shape it will have.
Thanks. That's all I need to know.
You can sleep in the chamber by the woodshed. And there's a chest where you can keep your things. And of course, you can use the forge anytime you want. Any questions?
Where can I get materials?
You can buy some essentials from me. But if you want to make a fancy sword with lots of ornamentation, you'll have to look elsewhere. This is just a village, you know. The locals ain't after luxury. And they can't afford it neither.
What can I do with the items I've forged?
Well, you can sell them. Though you probably won't have much luck around here. But I'll happily buy some of the nicer things from you.
Where exactly is my bed?
At the side of the house. There are 2 doors and a wheelbarrow between them. You go in by the rear door, next to the woodshed. And you can put your things in the chest there. Don't worry, nobody'll steal them.
What now?
What do you think? You're not going to be idle. I'll find you some work to do right away. You're pretty good at swords, but what the locals really need is axes and horseshoes. Right, here are some simple drawings that show what they're both supposed to look like. And some iron. You can get down to it right away.
Just like that? You aren't going to help me?
Sacre, lad. I chose you because you already know a thing or two. I'm not going to look over your shoulder all bloody day. You take care of these smaller jobs. Forge away as long as you're able, and then sell it all. Once you've made some coin and feel like being out in the open again, I'll give you some more interesting work.
Whoa! Good day.
Do you remember me?
Blimey, Henry! How could I forget you? And you couldn't have come at a better time, because I need help again.
Depends what it is.
Some wolves are killing my sheep again. I'll make it worth your while, if you get to the bottom of it.
All right, I'll help.
Blimey, you're a great fella. Just yesterday, they tore one apart over there on the path. See if they left any tracks. And when you find the bloodthirsty beasts, kill them all. May I finally have peace from them. I mean, it ain't that I don't trust you, but I'd rather see the wolf's ears with my own eyes.
This must be the slaughtered sheep. Mutt won't have any trouble tracking them down. Track! Blood. I'm definitely on the right track now. Looks like I'm on their trail. Sick! I mustn't forget their ears. Poor sheep. Not much left of it.
You
About the wolves.
Ah, I was just wondering if you'd be bringing me good news. Are they done for?
Aye, they are. Here's the proof.
So many of them. Blimey, you're a true hero. You deserve a reward. If you feel like helping some more herds boys, young Smoljik tends his flock between Tachov and Troskowitz. Or old Stanislav. You'll find him near the forest west of Troskowitz. I'm certain they'll be pleased to see you.
Siegfried said you might welcome some help.
Aye, and you've come just in time, lad. I just bought this fucking animal from Siegfried. He gave me a friend's discount, but I shouldn't have taken that ram even if it was free.
Look, slow down a little. What ram?
As soon as he got a sniff of wolves, he hightailed it out of there.
You think a sheep would stay in the herd?
Aye, exactly. This ram ran off straight into the deepest, darkest forest, and I'm supposed to look for him there at my age. The wolves are said to be in that part of the forest.
Let me guess. You want me to go in there?
A few years ago, I would have gone in there with pleasure and given them a beating. But what can I do now? I'm so old. You're still young. It'll be easy for you.
I'll help you.
Oh, that would be mighty nice of you. That ram is as dumb as a log. But losing even a single sheep would be a shame. There are some clearings not far from here in the woods. If he's still alive, he'll definitely be grazing there.
He'll come with me, just like that.
No, but take this carrot. He'll follow you to the ends of the earth for that.
Now, what does that remind me of? It's Ignatius! Greetings, Ignatius. I heard you were lost. No, you don't say. You're lucky the wolves didn't get you. Don't worry. I'll get you home this time. Do you want to hear a joke? What did the wolf say to the baby sheep? Nice to eat you. You're right. It wasn't that funny. What do you call two sheep who are dating? A relationship. Sit. I said, sit. Oh, aye. Only for carrots. These forests are full of wolves. If we run into them, you'll have a choice. You can either run away or fight. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sit. I said, sit. Oh, aye. Only for carrots. Well, I'm back.
So, what happened? Don't keep me in suspense.
So I brought you Ignatius.
That's wonderful of you. I thought he'd be done for.
And he almost was, too. The wolves were just coming for him.
Then you have my admiration. I'd have probably run for the hills.
So I deserve some kind of reward, don't I?
Absolutely, absolutely. Here, you have everything I can afford. You got that thorn out of my side. Or rather, that wolf from my arse. You deserve it all.
Great.
Siegfried sent me. I helped him hunt some wolves.
Aye. You've come just in time. Those fucking wolves made their mother bitch burn in hell. They scattered my sheep all over the countryside. I caught all of them except one. I can't for the love of God find her. And my master's already accused me of selling her.
Should I help you find her?
More like what's left of her. Aye. With a little luck, the wolves left her head intact. So just cut off her ear.
Right. Why the ear?
Because it's marked. Every farmer burned his own brand on his sheep so he can recognize them, eh? When Master sees that ear, he'll believe me. No one will buy a sheep without an ear. That'd be suspicious.
And what if I meet up with those wolves?
Aye. What do you think? Kill him.
All right, I'll look for your lost sheep. Well, for her ear, at least.
Thanks. I have enough work on my hands keeping my eyes on the rest of them. If it's not a hungry wolf, it's a hungry soldier.
Where should I start?
Aye. During all the ruckus, I saw the wolves run off down there into the forest. So I'd start there.
Come here. Run off again, the little beast. I found the dead sheep, or at least what's left of her.
Aye. And do you have the ear?
Here you go.
Finally. My master will believe me. It's a shame about the sheep. I'd be happier if she'd stayed whole.
It was my pleasure. If that's not enough for him, he can go to the hill in the forest to see for himself. She's still lying there.
Aye, he's too lazy for that. And here's what I promised you. You defended my honor. If you want to earn a bit more, then Natan, whose flock grazes to the west of Samin, would also welcome some help. And wash up a bit so you don't scare anyone, eh?
Okay, so it's definitely some more down-to-earth style quests that we have been doing. I think we have pretty much made it through the most of everything. Now, there is another one of these activities, which is probably another sheep herder of some kind. I've already looked around and I don't think that there is anything else, but I will look into it before the next episode. And otherwise, as always, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.